I think Houston.
All right, guys, hold just a minute.
No, I think Houston definitely.
Yeah,
they're gonna win.
3-0.
Okay, looking great.
Thank you.
Danny, Johnny, you guys got notes, talking points?
나 지금 뺀다?
해도 돼. 하고 있으면 해.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, guys, we are live in 5, 4.
This is unreal. Beautiful stuff. They take him down with ease. What am I watching? I cannot believe what I'm seeing. And they've done it. I've done it for 5 years, and I've never seen anything like that. Shutting them down one after the other. That's Hardy for you. Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is.
Hello and goodbye.
It's all over. You cannot be serious.
He's gonna come back around, full 360. Striker coming from the backside. Sheesh!
This man is absolutely insane today.
Oh, what?
Oh, it's nasty.
He strikes again.
The Papa don't miss. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Hello and welcome everyone to the Watchpoint pre-show. Zoe here, joined by Danny, by Jake, by Johnny. We're here to talk about all things Overwatch. It is week number 4, day number 2 of our spring qualifiers. And you just, what is wrong with you?
I'm smiling. I'm smiling, Zoe. I'm excited.
Zoe.
I got very
Mention my
uncomfortable
name.
there.
Say my name right now.
Does she know? Does she remember?
Say my name.
Say my
Say
Say
like
my
you need
name.
it. Well, but what is it now? It's Johnny, Johoni, like
Just Johnny.
It's still Johnny.
Johnny.
I think
All
we should
right.
still go with
Johnny.
Johoni. I
I
like
think Johoni was a good one.
Yeah.
Definitely a favorite.
Thank you, Dahani.
Jahani, Johoni.
Jahake.
Love all the roles he can fill. He's
Yeah,
coming
thank
for
you.
all our jobs.
Thank you. I'm coming
stage
for everybody.
managing. What's next?
Director.
Will you be
on the
doing
horizon?
catering tomorrow? Catering?
Okay, ooh, you guys don't want to see my cooking though. Let's be honest. Like, we're not making it through the day with whatever I'm cooking for tomorrow.
You can't cook?
I mean, I can cook for like myself, but like I don't know how to
Cook.
How to
I
at
need Jake to
scale.
cook.
Yeah, we need Jake to
Start
cook.
Trust me,
cooking.
you guys are. This is a dangerous game you're playing. You're gonna wind up. Everyone's gonna have scrambled eggs tomorrow. Just scrambled eggs, nothing else.
Honestly,
Nice.
huge fan of scrambled eggs.
I can
Also,
make it
huge
right.
fan of standing. So let's take a look at where we're currently at with all of our teams. We are currently still in the spring qualifiers. A few more weeks to go until we find out who is going to make it into the knockout stage and who's going to get there by. Currently, Atlanta Reign and Florida Mayhem sitting up on top. What's your biggest surprise if you're looking at those standings? Like, if you're just like,
Boston is 4-1, and we're dooming and saying that they're like, oh, Boston Uprising, oh, they're absolute scrambles. Yeah, they're 4-1.
I'm gonna say, Johnny, is just you wait. Just you wait.
I mean, they haven't
I need
beaten
a
any
long
good
game
teams.
here.
They've
they've
had
just-
a very
I mean,
easy streak.
very-
Yeah, and also
good
quite
wins.
honestly,
Good
I mean, they did get the wins, but some of those wins weren't, decisive enough.
I would say
with
the Titans
amount
being
of talent
top.
they have.
Titans being top is another big surprise. Like, didn't
Yeah.
expect to see them in the top half. Honestly, maybe we thought it was possible, but they've looked really strong in their last few outings.
Yeah.
And San Francisco Shock. I mean, sorry, I think I always
True.
we just
Shocker.
gotta bring it up, man. It's just, we're just so used to San Francisco Shock always on top,
It
and now
is
they're
weird. It's
8.
weird to see them.
No, they're on 8.
It's really strange to see them in the bottom. Well, maybe they can change things
Yeah.
around. They're currently 2-2. Let's take a look at the schedule. They will be playing today. Is today the day? It is not the day because they will be going up against the Houston Outlaws.
You never know. You never know.
The LA Gladiators is going to be our first match of the day, and we're going to round things out with the Boston Uprising and the Toronto Defiant going to bat. That's the match I'm definitely keeping my eyes on. I hope that's going to be a close one. First two feel like may or may not be on the more one-sided affair.
Right.
I do want to talk about the Shock, though, because we have to address it. We have to talk about the elephant in the room, if you will, the San Francisco Shock. They are a championship-winning franchise, rocking up yet again with a new roster, new players. Proper is, of course, back, but he's surrounded by rookie players. And so far, it's not been looking as dominant as what we're used to from that particular franchise. So let's talk about it. Looking at their schedule ahead here, Danny, will they even make the knockout stage?
Make it the knockout stage. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how many wins you need to qualify for the knockout stage, but I think you need more than 3, right? So given
No,
I think
no.
three is possible,
wins?
but
You
I
really
think
think so?
4 is like,
4 is like the
you're not
safe
feeling
zone, right?
good without 4.
Okay.
If you're
But
on 3-5.
if you have 4 wins, you should be in the talks, right? I mean, they're going up against. I think the Valiant is, of course, I think it's going to be shocking to win, but they're going up against what? Houston Outlaws. They got Florida Mayhem. I think Boston is another team that San Francisco Shock might be able to beat because that is their last match. And given how, if they have a little bit more time, maybe they could solve all the issues that they are currently having. So,
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's rough. I mean, we're pointing out a lot of like, oh, this is bad, this is bad. Well, how to fix it? Let's put some solutions on it. Let's put a Band-Aid on it. Jonathan,
Yes.
the doctor, let's bring him in.
The doctor.
Fix it. What
Dr.
are we
Chahoni.
doing?
You look like
Dr.
a doctor with the
Chahoni.
sweater.
Do I?
You actually do. Yeah.
It's very...
Oh, isn't a doctor like a white coat or something?
Yeah, but
with,
this
like,
is
pens?
more of like what a doctor would wear
2023,
on
they can
their,
wear
in
whatever
their
they
private
want.
life, you know?
Oh, like
Yeah.
if we did like a cable TV show kind
Yes.
of thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
all right, I got it.
Making a
Yeah.
house call.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a real chance that Shock starts off this season 3-5. That would be an absolute embarrassment for this team. Going into this season, almost everyone putting San Francisco Shock top 3 in their rankings. They were supposed to be this new generation of talent coming in. The partnership with O2 Blast, Heesang joining the troops. You have 2 new tanks in Max and Junbin. It seemingly can't settle for one of those tanks. At this point, I think that the San Francisco Shock, they're just straight up cooking with too many ingredients. Back to basics with this team. For me, what Shock did really well in previous seasons was they knew what their strength was, and then they lean into that, okay? These are our best players. These are the comps we're performing the best with. Examples can be, for example, where you favor Kalush over Mikey, for example. It can be recognizing that Sam perhaps might not be a player that we want to play with. And so instead you go out, you find Striker and say, hey, Kilo didn't do it either. We're just going to sign Striker and we'll just play proper in Striker. This is a strength for us. I want to see Shock commit to 1 tank. Just play Junbin. That's all I want to see. Max, I'm sorry. You're benched until this team figure themselves out. And then at some point, you got to figure out the roles with the damage players, Jake, because it seems like they can't settle for proper or Heesang on one or the other.
There was a moment, I'm not gonna lie, I was losing it in the green room on Hollywood where we've got Heesang on Ash and proper on Tracer. Whatever, if that's your call, that's your call. Like it's not insane. But then on the next round, they switch it up and it's proper on Widow and Heesang on Tracer. And like, yeah, these are Ash and Widow, they're different heroes, but they're not that different. These are core hit scan backliner roles. I've never once seen this swap in competitive play because it just doesn't make sense. It makes it harder for both of these players to specialize in and focus on, one role, one playstyle, for their supports to know, like, whose voice am I hearing when I want to carry the backline? These are subtle things, but they matter a lot. And I think the DPS, they need to commit to our lineup, and proper, he might need to play Sombra sometimes. Maybe he should be the hit scan of the Sombra player. I don't think you're going to be able to succeed, honestly, having proper constantly switching just so we can be on the higher impact role 24/7. I think that's like a little forced.
There is one swap that justifies it, and that is the Mei pick, I would say. Generally speaking, you have one Mei player that is way better than the other, and so you go, this player has to play Mei, the other damage player, you adapt. You play Reaper, Hanzo, like whatever. But then you add into the mix, well, we probably want proper on Genji as well. So he's saying you adapt whenever proper plays Genji, and then you go Widowmaker, and it's like, well, proper, when you play Widowmaker, he's saying plays the other. And so you add in all of these like different kind of like must-play heroes for certain members. It's just too many like variables in how they're positioning themselves to build these compositions.
Yeah.
Just back to basics, fundamentals, make it simple, and have players practice their best heroes. That's how you're going to reach the most consistent results, in my opinion.
And I think the final element to mention on this team is honestly support. I feel like I've been critical of this lineup in the past. I think Finn and Vindime, they're fine players, but I think losing Violet last year, I think the impact of a main support is often not felt in their individual play, although sometimes we get to see that. Often it's felt in the team cohesion, in the overall strategy, the adaptations throughout the match. And I think the absence of Violet is really showing on this team, and it's hurting them. I think he's going to make them regret that switch up here in the match today, honestly.
Houston smiling.
We're having a field trip with this one probably, but yeah, you heard it here. Doctor's orders, keep it simple, go back to the basics, stop the switcheroo.
Eat veggies.
And eat your vegetables. There we go, you heard it. Chat, I of course want to know what you're thinking as well. You heard the big brains here in the desk discuss at a great length what is going wrong and how to fix it. So we want to hear from you. Will Shock live to fight in the last chance qualifiers, or are they about to get knocked out? which would be a big surprise for that franchise to kick off this season. Now, of course, it's not just the shock and our Western region teams that we're talking about here and which are competing for the spot in Korea. No, there is also the Eastern region. And we're going to take a look at the most recent scores from yesterday's matches. We're currently already in the knockout brackets.
What are you saying about that?
Dragoons, back to the lizard ways. Like,
no more dragons, dragoons.
Yeah, that's what happens. I mean, you called it yesterday, though.
I said I wanted to see Shanghai Dragons win, but
I misunderstood.
But hey, yeah, good for SPG. I mean, I heard that O2 Blast is looking phenomenal as well, right?
Yeah, I think some of these contenders teams are strong. I think losing to O2 Blast wouldn't have been so devastating. This is a 5th, 6th placement contenders team in Sinprisa Gaming that just defeated the Shanghai Dragons. I mean, you've got to go back to the drawing board if you're the Dragons. You've got to change things up massively. I think this is like a crushing defeat. You know, even though it's 3-2, it's unacceptable for I think a franchise like the Dragons. It's brutal.
Flat out tank maybe next year.
Maybe next year, yeah.
Or never.
For Kamish, putting a spotlight here on O2 Blast, of course, a lot of people have their eyes on that roster. It's looking deadly, and they're making their way slowly forward and potentially into
All the way.
All the way.
All the
Can
way.
they do it?
Can they do it?
No,
O2 Blast
probably
winners of
not.
the mid-season madness.
I doubt it, but sure, let's run with that narrative. Why not? No, but it is just so exciting. Honestly, if you missed those matches, it is so great to finally see contenders teams facing up against our Owl teams. And I want to see more of that, of course, in our knockout stage, or in the mid-season madness, rather, when it's cross-region play as well. So all the excitement leading up to the event, we are super, super excited for that. Now, we, of course, will find out over next week. And just a reminder for the chat out there, this is not the only competitive Overwatch that will be happening this year. We're keeping our eye on the ball, which is in Korea with Mid-Season Madness. The tickets are on sale right now, so make sure to grab this right now and also check this out. And it's for all the marbles. They will be fighting it out for 900,000 US dollarians over in Korea.
That's cash money right there.
That is a lot of cash money. And of course, pride.
Yeah, definitely.
That's not cash.
And if you're following my prediction, it's all going to North American teams.
Had to bring
Top
it in.
four. Top four is us.
Top 4. I'm calling it. I'm calling
Top four.
it.
Okay, we're sticking to the
No
top four
respect
now.
for Jimmy. No respect for Jimmy.
Absolutely
I
not.
mean, you know, that's the thing. Top 4, who knows? Maybe that's ambitious, but you know what? I'm ready to be ambitious. I'm a believer in the Western region. I think there's just a higher level of competition. Even though there are great teams in the East, I think it's just too hard for them to reach their peak without other opponents to push them to a higher level.
Yeah, and everyone out there can go to Seoul, Korea to watch it happen live in action, witness how all 4 top spaces and places will be filled by the Western region teams. That's right, Jake is most likely going to be right. Somewhere out there, I hear a groan from Seth and Avril. It's like, they come at you, I'm sure.
I was like, hold me back, hold me back.
Hold me back, hold me back.
I need to talk to this guy.
We had carved them some time to get here to fight you and throw some little hands.
It's easy to talk smack from across the ocean. We'll have to see.
Actually true.
In Korea.
Oh.
For now, I want to get the competition started on this disc, you know, to warm up for the day. We're going to have another game. We love playing games here.
Games?
We love games.
I love games.
Yeah, before we get you all ready for match number 1 of the day, we're going to play a game here on the desk. We'll have all of us being given an unknown identity on our foreheads, on a post-it. You probably saw that game already somewhere, sometime out there. It could be a player, a hero, or even a fellow talent. And we'll each have 30 seconds to guess who it is by asking the others questions, which can be answered by yes or no. Only answer with yes or no.
Okay.
Make it easy,
Okay.
all right? And whoever gets it first, or quickest rather, will win.
Yeah.
The fastest. Yeah, okay. Danny, you have mine first.
Yep.
I have to
Yeah, I
just
got
hold
one.
it, I guess, because my hair is in the way.
Oh, no,
Can you?
My hair is in the way. I'm
Oh,
just
you're
gonna
gonna hold it. I'm
Just
gonna put it right here. All right.
Okay.
There you go.
Am I a player?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I really good?
No.
Disrespectful. Wow. Am I popular?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Am I hottie?
Yeah.
Nope.
No, well, no. Sorry. I thought I heard something else. I'll explain later. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Am I a
Keep going.
tech player?
Keep going.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Am I Ben Best?
Yes.
Yes.
John said yes to hottie.
Is he a hottie?
Yeah, hottie.
That's too good. That's too good.
Perfect.
That would have been right. That would have been right.
He's a hottie. Perfect.
That would have been.
All right.
God,
I
I'm
love
gonna
that.
be so bad at this.
All right.
Is he a hottie?
Danny,
All right.
go. Oh no! Don't look!
Which way? Which way?
No. There it is. Hold it.
All right. Am I a hero?
No.
To some.
Am I a player?
No.
No.
Oh, I'm a talent. Okay.
Yes.
Male?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I? I was gonna ask, am I Korean? But I'm the only Korean.
I mean, legendary.
Am I a
just had
caster?
Danny.
Am I a caster?
Yes.
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 Am I tall?
Yes.
Yeah.
Am I very tall?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No?
No.
Am I Australian?
Yes.
Yeah.
Costa.
Yes.
Yes.
Costa's very
Is
tall.
he very tall? I would say
To
tall.
me-
This guy's very tall.
Well, I'm tiny,
We're
so for
getting,
me, everyone
it's
is very
questionable
tall.
with adjectives. All
He's
right,
not very tall to me.
Yeah, Johnny's gonna say no. All right, Johnny.
All right, Jake. Let's see what we
The
got
hottie
here.
ones on
The hottie, that
Alright.
was too good.
Hold this. Hold this.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
There you go.
Am I a hero?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
No, you're not a hero. No.
Am I a player?
No.
No.
Am I tall?
Oh, actually, oh.
Yes.
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 Player.
Yes, I'm a player.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I a DPS player?
Yes.
Yes.
Joy John's answering this thinking is hard. Am I a tracer player?
Yeah.
No.
This is so hard. Am
I would say yes.
Am I a good player?
No.
Am I a veteran?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Time's out. Sorry.
No, wait, Jake, wait. I'll give you another hint. He plays Brig as well.
Is it
And Lucio.
Yeah.
Brig, Lucio, Tracer?
And he's also talent.
And the coach.
Is it me?
Yes.
No.
You can't say that he's a player. You threw him off. You
I'm
can't
not
say he's a
a
player.
Not anymore.
Well,
Yeah.
you used to be.
That's true.
And-
Would you say I'm a player?
No.
No, he said I'm retired. So is he.
Yeah, guys, I'm old. All right, you guys
Is
threw
he
me
a good
off.
player? No.
I thought when you guys said Tracer and Brig, I was like, could it be me? Like, no, you said I'm a player. All right, you ready?
Exactly. All right. I'll try to help you out. All right.
No, hold it. Well, it's staying. No, that's not me.
All right. Am I a player?
No.
Am I a hero?
Yes.
Am I a tank hero?
No.
Am I a support hero?
Yes.
Am I a main support hero? Am I a No. Can I speed?
No.
Can I single target heal?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I Mercy?
No.
No.
What? Am I Ana?
No.
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 Wait.
Don't go through
Can
the
I?
lines.
Can I? Am I Brig?
No.
No.
What?
How many? You're just gonna list all the support.
Am I a
heroes
life
we have.
leader?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
That's what I should have given it to you with the shrug on the am I main or
Yeah.
I don't know. Nobody knows, man.
I win.
chance.
Just.
All right.
I was apparently the fastest.
Really? I thought
Yeah,
I was.
no, you were slow.
Oh, wait, what?
20
That's
seconds.
because
is
we
what
are
it took
so
me.
good at answering yes or no.
That's not how this works, Jonathan. But sure.
I'm gonna say I was griefed. I'm gonna.
Love playing games with you guys. Another thing I really love here on the desk, of course, is to shine a spotlight on our creative community. And we got plenty of creative pieces out there. And all of you lovely people have been sharing a lot of it in our fan art gallery, which is back better than ever. And it is bringing us so much joy to be able to shout your artwork out here on the broadcast as well. This here is a statue, and it's submitted by McAllister Bree, who made models of each hero for her wedding.
Wow.
Including this Rhine, which was at the sweetheart table. So that was at the bride and groom's table, was this Rhine statue.
Great choice.
It's life size, by the way. So it's,
Great
That's
choice.
sweet, too.
Having,
It's like-
Massive
like a
table.
little-
Ryan on
they're
the
standing on.
table is
That's a
great
mountain
choice.
right there.
They got like the table, the grass for the shoot. Like God, it looks really good. I thought at first it was just like
It's
a picture, like a drawing, right? But this is a real.
Yeah, I
model.
thought it's like a
Something made.
3D render.
Yeah,
of-
exactly,
so, yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
But this is a real physical creation, which is really impressive.
Yeah.
Why
we
is his
love
hammer
that.
so small though? Is that his hammer?
Because it's a wedding day, no violence.
Oh no, is that is that?
Doesn't it hold the
that
ring?
Ring? Oh, that's a ring. That's not a hammer.
it's a ring.
That's a ring. Oh, now I see. All right. Very creative. Oh,
Yeah.
This is so good.
This is fantastic.
Yeah.
Looks
Absolutely
beautiful.
lovely. Would love to see more of those pictures, so
Yeah.
make sure to hit us up on Twitter to get the full spiel. You know, I want to see the whole wedding decoration.
The panoply.
Because tis the season, you know. We are now about to get ready for our first match of the day, but before that, we're going to head into a very quick break, and after that, we're going to break it all down for you. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting started with the first match of the day, and you, of course, too, can share all the action with your communities at home. If you want to find out how to participate in watch parties, make sure to scan the QR code, which is right there. There. That's the one.
I was over there.
Nailed it. Yeah. Scan, find out more, and you too can share all the action with your community, which is what we are doing. We're sharing it with all of you, our community. Let's talk about the first match of the day. Vegas Eternal is still looking for the elusive W, and they will have to face off against the LA Gladiators, currently sitting on a 2-2 score, which isn't as great as it could be, but not as bad as Vegas's. So there is always a positive to take away from that. Of course, Vegas Eternal, I think. Yeah, well, I mean, what else can you say about the roster? I felt like
keep on trying. They got their first map win, right?
Yeah, exactly. We've definitely seen some moments from this team and some things they can build
We've
around.
definitely seen some moments.
We've seen
There
some
have
moments.
been moments. They
No,
have
but
played matches.
they have been relying in their game yesterday onto their strength. They played to their strength. They played to their comfort heroes, which is always a good sign. It definitely made them look better
That's a high skill
than.
kill right there.
Yeah.
Wasn't shooting at the brig, of course.
It doesn't matter.
Let's ask Crimso about that kill real quick.
Yeah, that Crimso Keza. That's a Crimso special moment. He's like, Hanzo.
Yeah, send it over to Crimso. Of course, here we're taking a look at the Gladiators. They are currently sitting on a 2-2 score. We have a lot of, well-known names on that roster.
Yeah.
Have they come together thus far?
I think this is the time. I think this is
They've been building momentum.
They've been building momentum, and I think this is just one step in the journey for the LA Gladiators to become one of the best teams competing for the mid-season madness.
If they win against the Vegas Eternal, that's the Defiant.
This is just a step in the journey. All right, I'm not expecting much else than a 3-0, but the Gladiators, they are 2-2 currently this season, but they're one of the few teams that I really do believe has the chance to up their game and compete with the likes of Atlanta, compete with the likes of Houston for the mid-season madness. So I know they're just playing the Vegas Eternal in today's series, but this is a team I'm really keeping my close eyes on because they have tons of potential.
Yeah, no, they do. Lots of great individual skill, of course, and lots of things to be excited about. I'm looking at the Dante Ramatra, always a pleasure to watch. So let's take a look at our predictions. I think this one is pretty straightforward. I'm going to give this a 3-0 for the Gladiators. I do not think that they're going to go easy on the Vegas Eternal, and I honestly do not see a universe within Vegas can make this competitive, unfortunately.
Same for me. I went with Gladiator 3-0. If it's anything other than 3-0, I will be very disappointed in the Gladiators.
Need I say more?
There we go.
3-0, yeah. Kevster, give it to him.
Give it to him. Give it to him. Well, okay, we're very much unanimously thinking that this is going to be a Stomperino. Let's see what chat is thinking.
Oh, chat.
Yeah, let's bring chat in here. I see the percentage.
It could be anywhere.
Okay.
4%. You guys, the 4% of you guys.
Those are true
predicted
fans.
Eternal. You guys
Shout
are
out-
the true fans.
Shout out to the true homies out there. Believing
guys are
in
real.
their team, ride
Shout
or
out
die.
to almost all of you who made the right prediction.
No, I respect that. The 4%, I respect you guys.
Gotta respect it.
Yeah.
Costa does not respect it by the looks of it. He's just shaking his head in disappointment. But yeah, we're gonna bring in our lovely casters, Joss, and our very good friend Costa, who's joining us here today in the studio. And is always
wow.
Very good friends.
Wow.
Hang on a second here.
Are you okay, Zoe?
Yeah, what
Great to have you
happened?
here,
Where's the
guys.
real
fantastic.
Zoe?
I was all excited. Like when I heard that they're gonna be casting today, I was like, I can't wait to see Costa again.
He's great. He's just he's a
So much
treasure.
sarcasm.
Yeah.
I love it.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Punchline's coming. I'm just waiting for the nuclear bomb to ruin our friendship even further. But yes, I'm with you guys. This is going to be a clean 3-0 for the Los Angeles Gladiators. At least it should be, Jack.
Should we get into this one? Shall we? I mean, come on, man. Are the Gladiators going to go easy? Probably not.
No,
A clean
they won't.
3-0 would be nice. Of course, Mid-Season Madness is just around the corner, Scott. We're like a couple of weeks away. It's kind of crazy, honestly. And it's going to feel good for the Gladiators to get a nice little win here. Just wrap it up, get to lunch, and then concentrate on the matches coming up. Because they're 2-2 in the standings currently. I mean, Glad's, middle of the pack right now. Very strange to see.
There's a lot of context that comes with that 2-2 from the Gladiators as well, though. They've played and beaten the Toronto Defiant. They also beat the Florida Mayhem in that Map 5 banger. Then their other two losses were to the Houston Outlaws and the Atlanta Reign. So they've had a hard schedule. So that is why they are 2-2, yet we're still hyping this team up to such a high degree. The Gladiators look to be a strong team this season.
I mean, get the hard matches out the way first, please, and then we can have some easier ones later.
Then
down
you
the
can play
line.
Vegas later, right?
Yeah, dude, I just want Vegas to get a win. Just one win this season. One win. I'm excited for it. Might not be today, but, later down the line, a bit of improvement, a bit of a lot of other things. But it will be exciting when they do get their first win. I've got my fingers crossed for them, but potentially not today. All right, let's jump into it. First map, Ilios. First round?
Stage is being set.
Here we are.
And we've been seeing this look from the Gladiators a lot recently where they have Kepster come in, he's playing the hit scan for the most part, and Yaki's having that flexibility, able to play Tracer, also at a very high level, can play the Sombra, can play the Genji. We were questioning how Kepster and Yaki were going to come together, but it seems quite seamless so far this season.
Yeah, seems pretty seamless. Seems pretty seamless. I would love to see Kev on the Echo would be quite exciting, actually. A little less Tracer. I really like Echo on this map. There's so many places you can kind of hide. There's high ground on the lower of your screen or even the upper round cage. It's pretty easy to get a lot of value. and then diving on someone too with the Yaki on Tracer is also fantastic. And what's crazy about the Gladiators, Scott, with the roster changes coming into this season was, wow, do they have Tracer players? There is a lot of Tracer talent on the team. So it gives Kesda time to flex off. They just want to have Yaki on Perma Tracer.
If worst comes to worst, they can also put Dante on Tracer as well. You know, they got a wealth of options.
I want to see it. Oh, wow. That's a burst. That's a lot of burst.
That's an early lamp.
Yeah. To use that lamp. Yes, sir. Early anti-nade from Bubble though, but first blood actually going Eternal's way as they take down Dante. Even his fresh new haircut can't save him now.
Yeah, Dante with black hair, currently 0-1 in the Overwatch League. We'll have to track that one before and after he gets black hair.
Oh my, Marvel! Even Marvel kind of like, okay, I got that kill on the scene. The Storm Arrows, very rarely do you see that kill. Dove, all right, cleaning up. Okay, Eternal, first fight win.
Winnable, winnable. They are sticking to the Ramatra hero and style and composition of playing. I think this is the smart idea. If you're the Vegas Eternal, you're not going to be able to match the Gladiators playing these Winston dive compositions. So just stick to what you're good at. Malfoy on that Hanzo had some good moments. Dove's Tracer has been impressing. As much as Ramatra in this style isn't good on well, you're better off playing something that you're comfortable on rather than something that fits the meta.
Yeah, Dove has looked good in the majority of their games. A bright spot for the Eternal. He's got Babel in his sights. The pulse bomb to him. Oh, he kind of looked around, looked for Babel, and yeah, he saw his tank explode into a million pieces halfway across the map. There's the flip. No one to really pressure the point now. Dove, no recall, no chance, as Astro cleans him.
A question of how Vulcan dies to a pulse bomb when you have a Kiriko and a Baptiste on your team.
2 forms of immunity there.
You have 2 forms of immunity, neither one of them able to save Vulcan, and that's just a free team fight there for the Gladiators with Yaki opening it up with the pulse bomb. As the flip does come through, but now ultimates are starting to come up.
Oh, Lucamino in trouble. Don't get one clip challenge. He's behind the window that he laid down for himself, but an Nano boost onto Dante will surge them forward. However, Dove's still cleaning up. I mean, look, this guy can attack and he can defend. Teleport away, Rack Attack trying to get out of the grasp of Dante, who's taking ever so much damage. Has to retreat to his backline to top himself all the way up as Prime Rage fades away. And now a rush onto the point to try and get another secure. Dove with a pulse bomb. He's still got it. He's had it for the majority of this game already, but Yaki from the well appearing like the girl from the ring to take down Malfoy. There's the stick from Dove and takes down Dante. The flip is going to come through in just a moment for the Eternal here, Scott.
Yeah, but the Gladiators, Funny Astro has the sound barrier and uses it and Kevster pulls the blade.
There's the blade, Lucamino, Lamp goes down, a free dash for Kevster, but Vulcan actually going on the defensive with the Annihilation. And they are going to find the flip, Scott. Dove opening these ones up with pulse bombs, that's what you want to see. Dove does end up going down, so now they've lost that frontline pressure. And now it's up to Malfoy, who's already managed to teleport away on the Sombra.
Oh, Rack Attack, important kill there onto Yaki. All of a sudden, if you're the Gladiators, you need to think about getting out of this team fight because you're not going to be able to match the Vegas Eternal right now on the point, and they're currently very heavily in the lead right now, Jack, but they're out of ultimates. Babel has that nano boost that's going to go onto Dante, you would assume, allow him to go aggressive.
Rack Attack might just go down instantly. That's Suzu himself. Yeah, there you go. Nice re-engage. Kevs to put up the little deflect. There was a kunai thrown back towards his face. It had to get healed by Lucamino. Should be quite an easy fight. Now for the Glads, they do find a recap. This is a lot of flips.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. Wow, the Gladiators getting very aggressive.
I like that.
Got to decide better of it. Fall back just a little bit. Both teams at 80%. On a knife's edge, it could go either way as ultimates are starting to come up to Eternal. For me, the thing that's going to win Vegas this round is going to be Malfoy's EMP. If he can get to that one, close out a team fight with it, especially with a great opening from Rack Attack, they could win well.
I mean, Dove and Kevs is dead. Both DPS down for the Gladiators. A 3-on-5. Dove goes in, tries to find the one clip, doesn't get it, but doesn't matter. The pressure was out there, and that will be the flip. Eternal looking good. Final fight now with an EMP, pulse bomb, and a window, even a rush coming up for Rack Attack.
Yeah, Gladiators just lost that one for almost free with just some great pickups, and now it has to be Dante who goes hero mode with this Primal Rage.
Yeah, Dove, what do you got for me? He's got that pulse still.
Oh, forced to recall super early, and he's
EMP
low too.
Dante.
He has to get back to the rest of his team. EMP on Dante, and no follow-up at all. Easily pops that Primal Rage, but I don't think he even needed it, to be fair, as Lucamino is sent to a watery death down that well. There's the rush from Rack Attack, but with Lucamino dead, it's only him healing. He does get boosted healing, of course, in the Kitsune rush with a faster rate of fire, but it should be good enough for maybe an extra kill. He does end up going down, and now Lucamino is coming back on the Lucio. Vegas Eternal, they had everything they needed to win this fight, and Dove, the only one finding a kill. Overtime is here for the Eternal, but Gladiators, they've got the strength and they've got the numbers to get the flip.
That's so strange. Why do you solo EMP Dante and he's still fighting on this point because of all the sustainability they had? Maybe not recognizing that Dante had that Primal Rage, and now they're just bleeding out and they lose the round. An absolute fumble there by the Vegas Eternal. They were in the driver's seat. They had the EMP. We've seen some teams utilizing that EMP to just burn the Winston before he can get support, get Primal Rage. They weren't even close. There wasn't even close. Dante was at like 400 health when he decided to pop that Primal Rage as well.
Yeah.
Maybe you have to think, would it have been better to go for the backline, a target that's more exposable, and just sort of try and mitigate the effectiveness on Dante on this Winston?
Yeah, he just sits
Just nothing.
there.
Oh, and he takes down Luke Mino.
You see him throw the lamp vertically upwards. Catch, please, someone. Someone make use of this ability. They have 4 ults, bro, going into that fight. That's rough, man. It's real rough. You can't, if you can't burn down the Winston like that, like you said, you have to go for the backline. And Dove's been kind of feasting, especially at the start of the game. So maybe just enabling Dove to get kills with the EMP. That's the course of action. Same kind of comps for both sides, although 2 divas now.
Kev's going to start on the Echo. He did the same thing on Well and eventually switch over to the Genji. I wonder if he'll do the same thing, seeing Dove and Malfoy on this Tracer Sombra. This is a much better Echo point for this exact reason. You can get onto this high ground, and it's very difficult to dislodge you from here. How did Rack Attack get up there?
I bash from high ground, I believe.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense, yeah.
But yeah, so not normally do you see a Brig on the high ground just kind of vibing. All good. Not too much to protect up there. I mean, if you had an Ashe or something, it would be kind of cool, but man, Dante, I mean, Kevster even, he is just juggling this point. Vulcan, he's getting healed, luckily, but boy, is that guy taking some damage right now. Hack onto Kevster, but Dove can't quite finish the kill. Barbel's in such a nice position, Scott. We talked about free Anas the other day, and Barbel is the freest as a free Ana could be up on that high ground.
Yeah, neither the Tracer, the Sombra, or the Diva are putting pressure onto this Ana, so Babel's just getting so much ult charge and finally has that nano boost. Who is the target for this one?
I mean, honestly, Kevster at this point, oh, now he's down from height. He's getting on someone. Oh,
he
stolen,
did not hit him.
Stolen! He gave it to Yaki instead. I think that was supposed to go on Dante, who's going pretty low, but now Yaki has to find something or he's going to look a little bit like a fool. Well, he's got pulse at least. I guess he gained some ult charge for it. There's the rally on the point for Funny. Astro, it looks like this fight is pretty much done. Pulse bomb out. There's the D-Mech, and that'll be the point.
A little sloppy there from the Gladiators with their ultimate usage. You could argue maybe Astro didn't need to use the rally at that point, but we didn't know how much pressure he was on himself. Dove? That ain't right. Yeah, Dove goes back over to the Tracer after being on the Symmetra for a second.
Hey, TP to high ground.
Yeah, TP to high ground. I don't know.
TP EMP.
TP.
TP.
You know, when a Sombra has a way to teleport themselves, they don't really need
you don't
the
waste
Symmetra.
it. You need to just get out, bro.
No. They don't need to get out. They need to get on this point. Malfoy has the EMP, baiting people in. Oh, nice two-man EMP.
Really good on Dante and Funny Astro. Forces the remake from Dante, uses self-destruct. No damage, but it does result in a flip for the Eternal. Good stuff. That overhealth too is going to be hard to chunk through, but with Rack Attack's rally kind of fading at this point, it's up to Kev to try and find something. Dive bombs 3 people, instantly turns into the Diva. As he another self-destruct. No, instantly demeched. Although you almost get the mech back instantly.
Oh, the body block!
No, the body block! Oh, that was so nice. Rack Attack sandwiched between 2 Divas there, unfortunately. And there's the free self-destruct. It is in a lamp, so Vulcan doesn't instantly die. But with Kevster almost immune on the point with 2 healers backing him up, they are going to be able to clean. Dove opens the fight once again with a pulse and kills Bubble. I mean, his pulse efficiency is very high at this point. It's just kind of capitalizing on that is what Eternal's struggling with.
It's not just the efficiency. We've obviously been talking about the Tracer pulse bomb attach rate a lot this season.
True.
There's a big difference between putting it on the tank, which potentially can be healed up, and hitting these support liners, getting these low HP targets. Because if you can take down an Ana or a Baptiste or a Brick just like that, that's such an impactful kill in a team fight.
Beautiful stick. Kevster, Nano, 2. Stagger? Little stagger? Little stagger? No. I kind of want them to stagger that, but all good. I mean, maybe they get mech back, but feels like you could burn a lot more time off the bank just staggering the Diva. But it's all fine. It's all fine. Self-destruct and rally for the next fight, Scott. We'll see if Rakitic and Lucamino can actually survive this dive. It's going to look pretty rough for them if they don't survive here. We're looking at a final fight for Glads, and you can store this point out forever with someone like a Diva.
Especially when you have Funny Astro with the rally as well.
Right.
That's going to be so much overhealth that the entire Gladiator is going to have. Once again, I'm looking at Mouthful to get this EMP and get more value than he did on Well.
All right, Kevster, it does get hacked, but the peel is so good. Dude's playing into a window. Okay, finally, someone took him down. Jeez, that guy's a menace. Even Astro with a rally on the point. Good collapse from Eternal. They're finding the flip pretty handedly here, as both Briggs are dead. I mean, Babel's pretty free and has been for the rest for the majority of this game, but with Astro falling, I mean, you have way less protection. You can't randomly get a pack throughout the middle of the fight. So Eternal actually come up big with that fight and save the EMP and save the Pulse, but they just need to execute on this properly.
That was a very strange fight. I don't know how the Gladiators lost that one. Felt like Funny Astro and Kevster just not on the same page, just going aggressive at different times. But as you said, Jack, Mouthful with this EMP.
Oh, he's going up. Oh, just a manual hack. I thought he was going for the big EMP. Oh, he does go for the EMP.
Don't like it, though.
I mean, that's rough. He misses the manual hack. I'm just going to press Q, bro. All good. All good.
But it doesn't work, Jack.
No.
That was once again, Mouthful drops an EMP where it's almost impossible for the rest of his team to follow up. Who on his team can follow that up?
Yeah.
Kevster, if worse came to worse, even had the copy. So he could have used his ultimate to turn into whoever he needed to. So definitely some pain points here for the Vegas Eternal of how they're coordinating these EMPs, and the Gladiators are punishing them very well.
Oh, yes. Ooh.
Dove had a great map, honestly, on this Tracer.
I was going to say, he looks good, and that's the thing, right? You need one consistent factor in your team, and for Eternal, it is Dove.
Yeah, absolutely. He showed glimpses of it last season, and we were like, oh, okay, maybe there's a little upside here, and I think he's really leveled up, especially his flexibility and the heroes that he can play. He can play the Tracer, but also can play, some of these flex DPS heroes can play the hit scan. There is some upside here for Dove on this roster and the Vegas Eternal as a whole, but no match for the Gladiators, at least on Ilios.
We're going to Kings. Oh, yes. My favorite map, and a lot of people's favorite map. So should be a good one. We'll see who wants to attack first. After this break, don't go anywhere. Glad's up. 1-0.
As we head over to King's Row, I was hoping the Vegas Eternal would have their pocket pick Avala come in. It almost worked for them against the London Spitfire.
Yeah.
Unfortunately not. They are going to have no subs. But on the other side, the Los Angeles Gladiators putting in Lastro. A caliber of Lastro's player just coming in off the bench. This usually means that they're going to play that double flex support style where Babel can play that aggressive Kiriko and Lastro will play the Ana or the Baptiste along that line of work.
Yeah, we'll see. See what's up. Yeah, look at me now on the Hanzo. Look pretty good. On Kings.
Yeah. We'll see. Vegas Eternal.
That's facts.
I expect them to stick more to that Ramatra style. You know, I think we've said this throughout the entirety of the season, and you just saw it on that map. Sombra and the dive is just not really the strengths of the Vegas Eternal. They aren't
hard-hitting impact like solo heroes.
When they can get Malthor on the Hanzo, he hits some good shots on well. He can play, get Dove onto that Tracer. There's value there. Vulcan on that Ramatra. They can make it work and go back and forth. And honestly, that's how they can go toe-to-toe with the Gladiators. And Kings Row should be more conducive for that way of playing.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll be Glads on the attack first. And Vegas Eternal on the defense. Yeah, so they're going with Malthor and Hanzo. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what you want to see. No Sombra. There's very little like kind of space. Sombra works way better on things like control.
Yeah.
So it's going to be nice to see Malthor and Hanzo, see what we can do, see what we can pull out. And Glads, yeah, I mean, I'm not too surprised to see this kind of lineup, either Lasher on Kiri or Babel on Kiri, and then the other one, the Ana. I really like Ana Kiriko.
Yeah.
I think it's so strong, because Ana, on her own, can sustain a tank pretty easily. And then you can, if you need to, just hit the other DPS every now and then. You can just send the Kiriko on the flank. Like, it feels pretty good. All right. No shot for Kevster. Not today. It's still okay, love this. Love seeing Genji, and especially played by Kevster too.
Do you love seeing the Genji?
Yes.
Like, you know, stop thinking about your love for just Genji as a cool character and he's fun to play. I'm like, in a setup where there is a Baptiste and a Kiriko, I find it so difficult to find the serious value for this Genji, especially with his ultimate. Obviously, in the neutral, when you're getting the dash resets and he can climb into the windows, execute this backline, there's value. But outside of that, I just really struggle to see if you could get more value from like an Echo or a Hanzo.
Oh, goodbye, Yaki. Okay. Yeah, but then again, Nanoblade is cool.
That is true. You can't argue with that.
Very epic. So the thing is, you do have to get through Lucamino and Rakatak's immortalities, like Immortality Field and the Suzu, but your ability to take high ground here is just so easy.
Yeah.
Like, he threw 3 shurikens at the people holding high ground, and they instantly drop to the floor. Like, they're not dealing with that. They know what's coming up, and it's going to be a Winston. Speaking of coming up, there's some kills. Yaki taking down Dove. Dante's kind of chilling in the corner, took a couple of headshots, but now they can get point presence. They don't have to worry about that flank tracer no more.
Yeah, the Gladiators are one
nice
with the
Sonic,
position.
actually, by Malthor there. He revealed Lastro. Jeez, pinned him to the ceiling. Rakatak with yet another kill on a DPS. Dante is way too deep, but they're still getting time on the point, Scott. They got 2 ticks, and Yaki finally dead, so they can converge on Babel, who was the only one there getting time.
It's actually interesting. Lastra is the one on the Kiriko, not the Babel. I just sort of put those two together. I feel like historically it's been flipped for those two players. But Gladiators, they do get those 2 ticks. I like the aggression from the Gladiators, but just some honestly great individual play there from Malthor and the rest of the team to sort of deflect that aggression. But now the Nanoblade is here. Honestly, Gladiators have 5 ultimates. Same for the Vegas Eternal. Who can press more Qs and get more value from these ultimates?
Yep, there's the Dragons. It's actually through the corridor of all things. There's the Nanoblade. Lab instantly goes down, but that's an easy kill for Kevster. It's right in front of his face. 1, 2, almost 3 kills. Dashes into a wall and gets cleaned up by Dove, but it's all good. The point has been capped by the Gladiators. Nanoblade used, same with the Primal. And they got Rush and Pulse for the second push. That's an easy kill onto Dove too.
So difficult to deal with. You got a Primaling Winston, you got a Nanoblade, you can't deal with all those threats, and that's how the Gladiators are going to overcome that issue of the double immortality field. Just throw everything and the kitchen sink at the Vegas Eternal. It was a pretty solid first hold there for the Eternal on the first point. They didn't use too many of their ultimates, or at least they kept the Annihilation, which is such an important team fight ultimate. Lastro does have this Kitsune Rush, which can just do so much burst damage to take down Vulcan, so he's going to need to be careful.
Sneaky. Oh, he did the 180. He went straight. If Malfoy headshot him there, I think I would have lost it. Loses his pulse too, maybe. But pulse goes wide. Dante jumps in without the ultimate. However, Lastro is going to back him up with a Kitsune Rush. What is happening with Lastro's movement right now? Okay, he's dead. All good. He failed the jump up there a couple of times and paid for it with his life. Rather unlucky. Still a lot of progress being made. But with Dante dead, should be easy for Vulcan to take over at this point.
Very little vortex there. Sort of not allowing Kevster to... He wanted to go up the walls, make it very difficult to get punished. But, yeah, pulls him down to earth. Malfoy takes him out, and that's a great hold here for the Eternal. They don't have any ultimates remaining, but either do the Gladiators. And this is where the Eternal composition will be stronger, where they can hold these chokes, choose the positioning of these fights, and Gladiators don't have as many flank angles or high grounds to utilize as they would like.
Yep, no ultimates either, which is rather rough. You gotta force that swift step away from a rack attack. It's only on like a 6-7 second cooldown, so it's not that long, but getting him down from a high ground is important. There you go, forced him again. Good vortex is coming in from Vulcan, stopping Dante's movement abilities and slowing him down for him to run out of his nano. Oh my! Still the blinking! Oh, what a stick by Yaki! But Dove just turns it on his head. Beautiful play, actually, from both Tracers there. I think that's an even trade.
Return to sender right there from Dove. Great heads-up play, just recognizing doesn't have the recall. Yaki hits him with the Tracer diff, and then Dove says, not today.
I'm taking you with me. Straight back to the spawn room.
And that forces a reset for the Gladiators. They don't have that Tracer to be able to sort of go toe-to-toe, and the Eternal hold off of that nano-boosted fight, just honestly doing a great job of deflecting the nano-boost from Dante. Minute 30 remaining. The Gladiators are running out of time. Dante's so low.
Oh, he's dead?
99%. Just didn't get that primal rage in time.
Oh, what a headshot by Malfoy. Okay.
Let's go, Malfoy. He's having a good game right now.
Yeah,
him on the
really
Hanzo,
is.
he looks very comfortable.
Man, Vegas Eternal and Hanzo gameplay on King's Row.
Yeah.
That's what you need. Whether it's Lucamino or Malfoy, doesn't matter.
And yeah, the Gladiators
1 minute, Scott, here.
They haven't really looked to have any strength with this composition against what the Eternal are playing, other than when they had those wealth of ultimates to drop. And that is coming up once again. They're going to have the Nano Blade, they're going to have the Primal, they're going to throw everything they can at Eternal. How is Eternal going to adapt? I would like to see Eternal go aggressive with Vulcan. Don't let them get set up to drop everything at once, and that's exactly what they do.
Very aggressive. Rack Attack's in trouble though. Has Swift Step, gets away. But Bubble's already dead. Dove, once again, finds a huge pulse bomb. Yaki's getting shot in the back. Has to back up.
Dante's committing?
There will be a committal of the Primal Rage. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about that one as well, because you're not going to be able to use that to retouch. Lastro does end up killing Dove, but it doesn't really matter. Dante had no support there because Bubble died so early. They got 25 seconds to Ghost Star. They got a Nano Blade, they got a Pulse, but they got no Primals to sustain. This Nano Blade has to go off.
Eternal catching the Gladiators with their pants down, and Gladiators, instead of just respecting it, taking that fight loss, try to commit and lose. Now Kevster, with only a Nano Blade, needs to come up huge.
I mean, it's Kev, bro.
Yeah,
Dude is built to play Overwatch.
Anything is possible when
Built
Kev
in a
has
lab. Nano Blade, they gotta rip it, they gotta rip it. You see Nemesis form will come out, here comes the Blade, the Vortex is not there either, Lucamino's the target, the lamp goes down, but before it goes down, Kevster cuts Lucamino in half. Beautiful Nano Blade. I expect nothing less from Kevster.
Oh, you could see Luke Mino think he had a little bit more time with that immortality field, but Kevster ripping it down before it even found any value. And Eternal unlikely to be able to get another team fight here. Do you see Rack Attack switching over to the Lucio as if they're going to try for it? No!
Oh, they don't quite get there. I mean, this is a stagger kill if they do find it. Shuriken's flung his way. Didn't quite find the mark, but all good. I wonder if Rack Attack goes back to spawn now, gets off the Lucio. No, it looks like he's going to stay on it. I feel like I'd prefer the Kiriko, even an Ana here.
Or the Brig, just anything.
Really,
yeah.
I mean, you can dive in, I suppose. You can match the speed from Lastro, who's now on Lucio. A good pick from Dove. Let's make that 2, in fact. Pretty pumping our numbers already. With only a minute to go, good look from Eternal right now. They are not really going to have beat for this last fight. I mean, maybe one of the Lucios gets it with a like an amped up healing or something, but very unlikely if this fight goes quickly, which it might do because Dove has a pulse in his hands.
Yeah, the Gladiators, they have to play aggressively. They have to find a way to get on top of Luke Mino. Luke Mino's just going to sit on these high grounds, dropping heals on the Vulcan. You can see Dante jumping up for him.
Nice. Good space being created there. Lastro went way too far. potentially got booped into that small corridor and taken out. So what do Gladiators do here? Are they going to go for a reset? I'm not sure. Another beautiful stick from Dove, but the pulse bomb was teleported away, did a little bit of damage, but that was about it. There's 15 seconds to go as the Gladiators, they might not cap this 3rd point, Scott.
Yeah, they are coming up onto ultimates, but with only 13 seconds remaining, they're going to have to use a lot of their mobility to get into this fight. And Eternal, they're coming up to ultimates of their own. Rack Attack will have that sound barrier to mitigate any of the aggression the Gladiators do decide to pull out.
All right, here it is. It's OT. Dante once again getting up onto the high ground, forcing the positioning of Lucamino, get him down to low so he can't just free fire, even put a window if he wants to. Dove harassing the backline. Yaki's trying to check in, but now decides better of it and go for the backline. He does have a pulse, but with his sound barrier, he's going to have to wait it out. Both Lucio's using them at pretty much the same time, but Vulcan, the focus fire from the Gladiators is just too good. Forces him to go for the self-destruct and a remake, and they are now turn-tailing and running back to their spawn.
Dealing with the threat of the Dante Primal Rage, but Yaki drops one onto Mouthful.
Kitsune Rush is coming in. Dante's pretty low, getting amped up healing from Barbel there, throwing those offers towards him. And Yaki and Kevza are just cleaning house now. I said it might not look like a 3rd point cap, but Gladiators proving me wrong. Dove does hit the recall on the point to stall out for a little bit longer. Mouthful on the Widow, but look, Yaki's just holding this door shut. And look, now even Dante just making sure no one from Eternal can get out of spawn. And now Kevster rips yet another blade.
Oh
Both supports dead. He is just too clean with it. And there it is, the cap on 3rd. Looked a bit disastrous in that last fight near the 2nd point, but Gladiators make it work and get those 3 points on Kings.
It just feels like Eternal are so close.
They are! Dude, I'm telling you, bro. Listen up. They're going to find maybe a map win here, okay? They're going to finish with 1 minute and 1 second, so they get a free attack.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
And then what's going to happen? They're going to find this one map. They're going to lose the series, okay?
Yeah,
Just to prove the desk wrong, as always. And then, in 6.5 weeks, they're going to find their first one.
Okay,
I've read the script. I was just handed it now.
That's some crazy code
6.5
that I
weeks.
just listened to.
Write it
Everyone
down.
put it in your calendars.
However,
we got another August 14th coming again.
Kings Row has to be one of the maps in that map.
Yeah.
Because clearly this is one of their best maps.
But here's my problem, Jack, about everything that you just said.
Right, okay.
On Ilios, we saw the same thing. They had an advantage. They had the ultimates. They had all the tools to be successful, yet they fumbled. I think that sound barrier from Rack Attack was just way too early. Why is he dropping it that early? It was really to save Vulcan, who had a Diva Bomb anyway. He needed to hold on to that one. Oh, that was
my
nasty.
God. Look at Dove. Oh, man, there's nothing better than that when you're not on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, you can see it in Yaki's cam when it happened as
Yeah,
well.
he's like, no!
I love
that was such a, like I said, that was 2 sick Tracer plays there. Sticking a recalling Tracer and then blinking into them to punish them. Beautiful stuff. Got some cool plays though, to be fair. A lot of highlights, which is always nice. This is an interesting... Can you even see? You can't even...
What am I witnessing? We gotta ban the live weaver from these
I'm pretty
spawn
sure Rack
strategies.
Attack just hard trolled Dove because that Peta went up to the top glass there and you can't shoot through that. Hard trolling your Widowmaker.
Me when I troll.
Me when I troll.
Okay, so they are going to play this composition that they also played on Blizzard World yesterday, and I think it will work a lot better on Kings Row because what they're going to be able to do, you can see them playing incredibly defensively, but they're just taking position, and the Gladiators have to respect this. But Yaki on the Sombra, they're going to look for a hack, the Gladiators, that is. They're going to look for a hack and try and punish. We saw Luke Mino have a bad day yesterday playing the Baptiste. Will that happen again?
Oh yeah, Luke Mino had a rough one. He was dying first, like every time on that Junkertown map. Very,
Landon, but Luke Mino
oh,
also
Landon,
had the same
sorry.
problem. Like, it's just very difficult to keep your Baptiste alive in these types of setups as soon as you step up, and that's why you can see the Eternal playing so defensively.
Right. Forcing Yaki's recall is kind of nice.
Slowly getting ticks up. This is what they need to do.
Oh, Lasher. None of those hit. Oh, random headshot with the Storm Arrow. Love to see that. But Luke Mino, like you said, very hard to keep your BAP alive. He's got only one shift. And you normally have to use it before you have... nice kill. Before you have less than 100 HP. Because you're too scared of the burst, right? So you're not always counting on that instant healing you get from regenerative burst under 50%. So
that's 2 ticks though. So now the Gladiators need to be more proactive. They can't give as much space as they just did. And you can see Yaki trying to just sort of ping people out, get his team some information and wait to go. Ooh. But Lastro, Mouthful with another great opening pick.
Good stuff. Here you go. Now you want to capitalize. the Gladiators are going to respond with a nano onto Dante. Pulse landed, but a good lamp from Lucamino. He's alive and he's well. He's making sure Malfoy is the same. Yaki does take down Dub, but there should be a cap now. I mean, there's only squishy members that could touch, and there we go. Eternal getting the payload going.
Yeah, once again, just great play. Understanding the win conditions of their composition, not overcommitting ultimates, and just some good individual plays. And that's something that the Vegas Eternal have been severely lacking. I think when they had Dove on the hit scan, Malfoy on the tracer, they weren't getting those opening picks as much, so it just felt like they were standing around so much, and that's why they had the lowest team fight taken in the league just last week. So this is a much better look here for the Eternal, and Vulcan being able to play the D.Va, a hero he's much more comfortable on. It's going toe-to-toe with the Gladiators right now.
Paranoia meter right now for Eternal is just at a whole new level. Kevster is behind them, they kind of know. And then there was no one in the choke. Okay, there's the dive. They're waiting for Rack Attack to get into a position where he's either forced to ult or he just dies. No, there's the ults. Kazuna Rush and the Dragon's pretty nice, actually splitting the rest of the Gladiators. Bash into the Winston, does hit the stun, and Rack Attack dodges the EMP. It hits 3, but that lamp comes out just in time. And this defensive play from Eternal right now working wonders for them. Even Dante can't get any work done.
Yeah, the Gladiators threw so many things at them. They threw the Primal, they threw the EMP, but it's just not enough to get through the defensive setup here of the Eternal, and the great E by Vulcan is keeping them in this fight.
Jeez, everything being thrown in here. They want to really hold this choke point. Nano boost onto Dante, but Gladiators are so low, and Vulcan and the rest of the team going to heal back up. They once again sustain through another ultimate.
Rack Attack does finally go down, but his job is done. He's done a phenomenal job of just staying alive, keeping his team alive.
No one is dying.
And that should be a teamfight win here for Eternal. Gladiators just coming up with no answers in that teamfight.
They used everything. They used EMP. They threw Primal in. Nano. Rush as well. Eternal didn't go down.
That was mightily impressive there from the Eternal. And now all of a sudden, the Gladiators are on the back foot. Eternal's coming up to another rally. Rack Attack almost charged a whole nother rally in that teamfight as well. He popped it at the start, almost coming out with another one.
Damage and the healing. It's just amp healing in that small space. Like, you're getting so much work done. A lot of free ult charge. Rocking that Inspire. Yaki gets the hack on Lucamino. Just out of range of Rack Attack. He was around that corner, couldn't receive the pack. No cookie for you.
He needs to find a way to be able to get either his lamp or his regenerative burst off.
You've just got to hug, I think. You just got to hold hands with Rack Attack as you walk down the streets of King's Row, keeping each other safe.
Yeah, you know, be close to your fellow support player. They'll appreciate it a lot.
Just hold your homie's hand.
And I think they need to do a better job of trying to find Yaki. It felt like Yaki was lurking around for that hack for so long, and they just weren't able to find it. Like, he's just doing this time and time again.
Now he's on high ground. Should be fine, though.
Yeah.
Good position to get away, and Lastro dies. Support dead. Whole spawn from Dove. Kills Dante. Slowly but surely now, Eternal are making this work, Scott. If you kill Babel here, it's huge.
Oh, no!
You cannot let that pick come through. Yaki's going to be able to touch. He has Babel at his back. Wow, a popping of the rally from Rack Attack. It's nice. Secure the point. That's all you need. EMP and a Nano on the Sombra, but there's too much overhealth for them to chew through. It's 0.004 meters away, but somehow Gladiators are holding on to this one. Nano Yaki putting in the work, and Babel not dying there and finding a kill onto Malfoy was disastrous. He's on the sim.
Why?
He is on the sim.
Why?
45 seconds to go. I guess he wanted to TP back to the rest of his team
That's not
quickly.
faster than just playing absolutely anything else. Like, maybe he wants to give the TP to his teammates, but there's no way you can expect that team fight is going to last that long.
He's switching too, right? He's
he goes over to the Sombra. That's a strange one here for me from Malfoy. Going over to the Sombra as well, his Hanzo's been so impactful. I don't know why.
He's been finding the pick, Scott.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's been such a good look for the Eternal. Maybe panicking a little bit, but that's been their issue so far in this series. When the final fights come through, they're making mistakes. Gladiators holding on, but they have no ultimates.
No ultimates versus a self-destruct and maybe a pulse from Dove. Dove has to open this one up. Very unlikely that Malfoy will do so. Yaki unable to get spy checked, and Lastro is behind enemy lines right now. Already used the Suzu, but overtime is here. 4 meters to go as Kev's got a pulse of his own. It's Tracer versus Tracer. Kevster with a nice stick onto Vulcan. Can he get the D-Mech? Yes, he can. Self-destruct for the D.Va. And now it's up to the Gladiators to try and kite, but Dante can't run away from self-destruct. He didn't have leap available and allows Vulcan to get the remake, Scott. with a couple of meters to go, and Lucamino on the back. There might be a little bit too much healing, and no pulse required from Dove to sink this one in. Even a translocation there from Yaki as he tries to get the touch, but they need to find these kills, and fast.
Yeah, he's dropping the amplification matrix, just trying to
They've got to kill people.
an end to this, but they can't find it. He gets back to the EMP!
The rally bash onto Yaki cancels the EMP. Eternal, they're going to be able to do it. They're going to at least get second point. Yaki with a fatal fumble, trying to EMP in front of the rallying Brig.
Rack Attack is playing phenomenally on this break, just doing such a good job of keeping everyone alive, staying alive, and then also with an individual bash there under the Yaki EMP. If that EMP goes off, anything could have happened in that team fight. Massive plays, and now Eternal trying to keep this map going. Only a minute remaining, and now Mathel is the one with an EMP.
Dante hacked, Suzu'd, here we go. Maybe they're not going to finish with a minute and 1 second. EMP's decent, waits for the engage, and Lastro instantly dies. I mean, Dante is out, yes, but 55 seconds to go, Scott.
I want to see Vegas Eternal go. Do not let the Gladiators stand around here. They're just sort of letting them stay alive.
They're letting them chill.
Yeah, just giving them too much space right now, and the Gladiators are going to re-engage here, but they have the ultimates. They have the advantage.
There's no EMP. There's not much of anything. I mean, Vulcan can get a remap with self-destruct, or he hits a cheeky little 5k. Very unlikely to happen. Even Lastro shopping off to an aggressive pick. He's on the Zen. So it makes Vulcan's life a whole lot harder.
It's going to be so hard to take this fight while there's a Zenyatta in the server. Lastro needs to have some pressure on him, either from Mathel or Dove.
Well, speaking of pressure, Dante's dishing out a whole lot of it right now. Forces the lamp from Lucamino. Here come the ultimates. Eternal have stalled long enough now to get some ults of their own. Rally available. You got Window. There's the nano onto Dante, though. You've got to do something, Eternal. You've got to do something. Self-destruct. Rack Attack's dead with Rally. Dove finds a pulse onto Lastro. There's the pressure you wanted, Scott, but that's really about it. Rack Attack dead. Lucamino coming back on Lucio is a slow bleed out, but Dove finds 2 again. He's so clutch, but he's got no recall. The EMP from Yaki is good. There's the D-Mech onto Vulcan, and they are going to be able to clean this one up. With Dove dead, there's no chance, no hope for Eternal. Gladiators up 2 maps. That looks so doable.
The Eternal right now are anti-clutch. They are way too scared to make a play. They had the Gladiators on the rope. Mathel drops that EMP. Dante disengages. If you can go aggressive, that you're in a 5v4 situation. Leave one person on the cart. It can be your Ana player or the Baptiste player. Leave him in the back, keep him on the cart, then he will support your team. If they could have forced Dante Primal earlier, and by just playing aggressive, that could have changed the scope of this team fight. The Vegas Eternal, just when it really matters, aren't willing to make the play right now. And the Gladiators just punish them time and time again for that.
Feels like this is a lot closer than Gladiators really want this, but Eternal are putting up a good fight right now. I mean, this bash, look at this. Rack Attack sees him. Oh, no, different clip. Different rally, different EMP. Same point, though. Yeah. The amount of fights on this second point have been just insane. That'll be in the package there somewhere, but there you go. Glad's up 2 maps. Junkertown next. Ooh. Might be a little bit of a rough one. Their style that they want to play, maybe the Hanzo, you've got to stick Hanzo on Tracer, man.
I think you have to.
There's no way, right?
And that's pretty solid on Junkertown. We've seen some people playing the Ramatra, same with that double flex or the Baptiste Brig. So it is quite solid for what we've seen from the Vegas Eternal so far.
Yeah, we'll have a look if they can get another map. Gladiators, though, up 2-0. After this break, Junkertown. Fighting Astro.
That is the delay tactics widely dealt
In a 4v5, oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
What?
That is dirty. A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied. Yeah, that was a good shot.
Wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano Zen just to keep him alive.
rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts him down.
Hey yo, what's up? Eternal and Gladiators facing off. Small change here for the Glads, in fact. We got a Kai coming in. Bit old British boy, British sniper. Going to come in for Glads. And as we go over to Junkertown, not too much of a surprise there. So Widowmaker is going to be the play. Let's go.
Yeah. Usually when Kai comes in, it's to play that hard hit scan here for the Gladiators. We've seen people moving away from that style of play. You've seen teams playing like this Winston, Tracer, Sombra and just not allowing a Widowmaker to exist on the map.
Yep.
But if you're playing against the Vegas Eternal, probably a safe bet. You know that that's not where the Vegas want to go. Mouthful Sombra hasn't been that inspiring so far in this series. So you can play Kai pretty confident that he'll have the space to shoot.
Very good with it. Is Kai. So curious on how they play the rest. I would imagine Kevs just goes on the Tracer again. It wouldn't make a whole lot of sense putting him on anything else. I don't think a Sombra or anything like that. Just Tracer, poke at the back line. If Eternal end up running Widow, you can poke the Widow so Kai gets free space. But of course we can see, we are cheating right now. We do have, of course, the comp on our screen. Gladiators will know that in just a moment, but Malthor on the Hanzo. So Hanzo, Tracer, what we wanted to see, Scott, at the end of the day was just these kind of like solo carry heroes, right? Dove's been doing well, as always, on the Tracer, but Malthor has been hitting some key headshots on Kings. Yep. Very interesting swap, I will say, onto the Sim. But it's okay.
Things we choose to ignore that happened in that server. Obviously, we've been hyping up the Eternal a lot more because they've been fighting this match a lot closer than a lot of people expected it to be. If you're the Gladiators, so far this series, Jack, do you think you're confident in how you've played, or are you a little upset that you haven't been as dominant in this series?
You're probably a little bit upset.
Oh wow.
Whoa, that arrow. Did you see that arrow too? Wow, that almost hit him. You destroy that little bolt? Yeah. There's a solo Q tip for you. Destroy those little railings there so Widow can't sit on them and just peek over that small little bit of grating. Oh, Malthor.
Malthor's dancing with death.
He really is. And you know, dude. I mean, the thing is, as well, Vulcan doesn't want to use Shield or Nemesis Swarm too early, so he's a walking headshot hitbox for Kai. And look at this rotation, too. They can't punish him, because also Lashro is just going to chill on Zen, protecting his backline.
And that's, once again, knowing that Malthor doesn't want to play that Sombra, so you can play greedy. You can play that Zenyatta, and if you're as confident in your Zenyatta skills as Lashro, you're not afraid of Dove.
I mean, Malthor is cowering right now in that mega health pack room. You've flipped the map on the Eternal, and now Widow has a way better sightline for you and way better cover.
Kai's going to hit shots eventually. People are going to start falling. Kevster does it first, takes down Luke Mino, just absolutely isolating him. And you know, the Vegas Eternal just kind of bleeding out with their positioning right now as the Gladiators just playing them like a fiddle.
I think they're playing them like a whole band at this point, to be honest with you, Scott, not just the fiddle. Gonna be real. Dove, though, it's in the kill feed.
He has been all series long on this Tracer. Vulcan's going to switch over to the D.Va. I like this switch. You know, whenever high grounds start to get introduced, Vulcan usually switches over to the D.Va. How are they going to try and answer this Lastro Zenyatta? Because if they just allow Lastro and Babel to sit on these high grounds with this double flex support, it's going to be hard for anybody to stand up to that. And unless Malthor's just hitting Hanzo arrows from across the map, Dove's not going to be able to put enough pressure on these guys, and you just saw that on the first point. The Gladiators know just by existing, they're winning the neutral.
Pulse bomb, Dove, no connection, and there is the Infosights. Oh my
nasty
Kevster. How long do you reckon it took to engineer Kevster? Oh, what a stick. Oh, God, he's just so good. Kevster is just too good at the game, man. How many years? It's got to be, you know, like AI has gone pretty far over the last couple of years, right? How long did it reckon to take to make Kev's do? It's got to be at least like iRobot levels of mechanics.
I think
at this
Shaq
point.
GPT is just an extension. It's version 2 of Kevster.
Right.
They're just evolving year on year. So he started as an Overwatch
disgusting,
bot,
bro.
and now they're just typing everything into the
Easy
world.
bot, medium
Yeah,
bot,
yeah,
hard
yeah.
bot, godlike bot, Kevster bot.
Yeah. There's so many different levels of bots, and Kevster is just one of them.
He
and
is.
he's just... You know what the thing that gets me about... Honestly, Kai is the same way. They just have no emotions when they're playing.
Zero
they're just
emotions,
so level all the time. We're going to see a rally engage and a dragon just kind of come out of nowhere here from
Do not
the
peek
Eternal.
Kai.
But they can't follow that up. The Gladiators are almost still standing in spawn. They didn't even use a single ultimate.
I feel like that's what it takes. Oh, mouth. Nice preemptive sleep there by the community. Didn't end up landing. Oh no, Kevster! Reflex the Sonic straight back into Mouthful's head. Nano boost though. Whoop, whoop. Look at him go.
Get him.
Look at him go. Look at him go. Look. Oh, he's dead. Rough stuff, honestly.
And why use the bomb? Why would you use the deeper
He
bomb?
got Lastro.
Got
High
my
five.
one.
He got
my
one.
baby. Let's go.
I got my one. Let's go. Kevster's got Blade though, almost. So.
Falcon's not switching it. What? Like, maybe he was afraid of the stagger, but
Like what?
that was a lot of ultimates that the Eternal just used in a very just early fight, but also losing fight.
Yeah.
So maybe starting to show the cracks in the Gladiators' strength just as a team of players. Like, we haven't talked about how great the players in the Gladiators team are that much in this series, but that's just because it's part of the course. We expect that from these guys, and if anything, we haven't seen that dominance like we usually see from them.
All right, how many kills can we get with the Nano Blade? Come on, Kev. Even Kai's taking a bit of poke damage here. Pulse bomb onto Kai.
Ooh.
That was very close. Didn't even take damage from that.
I think
Here's
the
Nano Blade.
stairs working in his favor a little bit there.
Bubble staring right at him. Oh, a manual hack comes through. This
Nano
is an
Blade.
easy go button, yeah. Nano. Sono Blade. Sono Blade. All right. I mean, honestly, you force so much out of the Eternal just nanoing Kev.
Oh, Luke Mino's in such
You
a bad
take that.
position.
You have to just... Oh, nice
nice.
sleep. He dies though. He has no sleep. He has an aid potentially, but
This is like one of those zombie games that you play and you just have hordes of people coming at you and Luke Mino.
I got one. No, please.
They're
He's just
everywhere. Help.
akimboing his guns. Help me. I've got nade too. EMP's good though. It's good for one. Kev's still got the blade with the rally and the overhealth. He might not die almost instantly like normal Dragon Blade. So this might be all good. Chopping at a tank. A blade of my own, I see. Doesn't get too much done, in fact. Gets naded, has to back off. But yeah, no nano. Blade is very dull when you don't have the nano these days. Pretty easy to kite away from. Oh, self-destruct over the top. Bada bing, bada boom.
Kai?
That gets one. Kai is somehow in LOS of the self-destruct. As we do see Eternal battening down the hatches to try and defend this last point, but Gladiators know how strong they are individually. But another good pulse bomb from Dove will stop them in their tracks.
Just honestly great play there from the Eternal. I don't know how Kai dies to that Diva Bomb sort of getting caught by some line of sight issues. But from there, Gladiators also just going aggressive in a 4v5 was a very strange decision, and Eternal punishes them for that.
Oh, Dove's on the Genji of his own. No, that's Tracer. Man, I would like to see the little 1v1. Well, now Kev's on Tracer, so no Blade to finish off the round. That's a little bit sad, but all good. Kev can do it all.
Yeah, he's such a talented flex DPS player who sometimes doesn't get the credit he really deserves and how much strength he brings to this Gladiators roster. But once again, Gladiators running out of time on their attack, only at 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Diva engaged with Vulcan.
Oh yeah, look at the peel though, it's so good. No sleep eaten, a lot of damage, but again the healing and the backline, just adamantium, is very hard to dive, and Bubble had nano if he really needed it. Kai picks off Dove with a hand zone, not even a headshot, just a generic body shot. And there's Dante with the primal, instantly slept but woken up, rally, I mean everything is being used, you only need this one fight. Oh, he lost him. Wait, he lost him in that small room. All good though, because the payload has been capped.
Yeah, Gladiators just coming in, as you said, just deflecting that aggression. The Nano Diva tries to go into the backline. Dove tries to follow up, but gets taken out by Kai, and then that's just go time for the Gladiators, managing to clean that one up quite handily.
I did like your comment earlier about DPS players just not having emotions, and so when I do see Kai crack a smile, it's like, man, that's a rare one. That's a rare trading card right there.
Really funny.
Yeah, I know, right? I think last show was kind of cackling as well. So Yeah, that's is good. I mean, maybe that's what you need to be, right? Emotionless. Me only play game. Me shoot head. Like, that's Kai, right? Me shoot head on Widowmaker and Hanzo.
Meanwhile, I'm just the most emotional player ever.
Yeah.
I dodge Hanzo arrows
in real
as
life.
they're coming at me in real life. I'm just trying to avoid
Maybe
things.
that's what makes you a top tier player. No
Wait,
emotions.
are you calling me not a top tier player? Come on, bro.
I didn't mean to break it to you. Oh, it's
That
a
hurts.
rough
That
one,
hurts.
bro. You've been out of the game for how long,
You
man?
think you trust a guy and then he throws you under the under the bus. Like, this is a strange Diva bomb.
Oh,
you
yeah,
don't
'cause
see people
Kai
throw
did
these very
die
often.
here.
Kai is...
Oh my god!
If that actually is how that happened, that's a
Well,
huge
he
play
did
by
get the
Raktek.
assist. In the
Hey.
Suzu does boop you slightly there, so that's honestly pretty wicked. Not really seen a ton of those before.
Yeah.
If any before, to be fair.
It's usually you want to use it for yourself, for the
Right.
healing, for the invulnerability. It's just much more valuable in that way. As you said, very rarely do you see it get thrown at an enemy to have that
To
boot
boop them.
factor. So great
Mad
heads up play
props
by
to
Raktek. Yeah.
mad props to the Obs team as well for noticing that one. Oh, Kai! I just got one.
Yeah.
He's
My favorite thing is watching when Kai gets a headshot. Jaws and his UK brethren, he just sort of gives a little bit of a jiggle,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
oh yeah, the UK are popping off.
Don't worry. Oh no! That has got to be the worst feeling ever. Also the best feeling if you're the Widowmaker, just spawn camping one person on Junkertown. Alt F4 moment if Lucamino dies there. Although Widow, to be fair, not sure how high. Okay, please miss a shot for once. I need to talk. I need to say my point. Widowmaker did receive an update a long time ago, so you can't insta-kill people from any range.
Yeah.
So maybe that was the fall-off there, kind of working in favor, really, of Lucamino not getting insta-killed out of spawn, but...
It's never fun when you get sniped out of spawn from Narnia, from a
Yeah.
Widowmaker, where you have no way of dealing with it. It's
Chips
like,
are molding to this day about Widowmaker players.
isn't Chips the definition of I got my one, he won his one
See,
map,
yeah,
and then left?
exactly. He got his one. 100% win rate in Overwatch League.
There's a few people like that
There are.
in that list of one and done.
The one and dones. Raktek.
How do you
Playing with
deal with
fire.
this Widowmaker right now? It feels like Malthul has...
Dove.
Where even is
Has to
Malthul
be,
and
right?
Dove? It's going to be hard to close this distance with a Diva as well, so the follow-up is not going to be there from the entirety of the team. But it seems like they're just waiting for Malthul to get in position right now.
Kevster. Patience of a saint there. Waiting for that pulse bomb connection. The Matrix being covered in Raktek right now, making sure it doesn't instantly die to a pulse.
Yeah, and you can see Vulcan is just so afraid of Kevster
Oh,
right now that it's
that's
so
how
distracting.
you kill a sniper, with another one, with Ana. However, a nice one clip on Raktek, and now Lucamino very vulnerable in the backline. Has he got the nade? Not sure. Forces Kevster to recall regardless, and here's the opening that they require. Lastro is in fact nanoed on the point. Has to use Suzu on himself as Barbel did end up going down to a pulse bomb. As Dove is back on the board. Lastro dead, both backliners falling for the Gladiators. A self-destruct in the window.
Okay, get out though.
Reset now for the Gladiators potentially.
Lucamino peeking that corner. Fortunately, Vulcan was there to block him, but Dante looks like he wants to re-engage this one. Yeah, he's already contesting, but he's already out of mech as well.
Pulse bomb for Kevster available, but no, there you go. Dove once again finding a kill. Kevster doesn't really want to use pulse bomb. Pulse bomb there, gets naded. Rest in peace. Doors open to Junkertown though.
Yeah.
First point is theirs.
It took them a while, but they got there eventually. As you said, that kill onto Kai from Lucamino was just so important. Don't know how that one came to be. So now they're over to the second point, and their composition, and the Diva is very strong here, and you're actually going to see Dante also on that one as well. So mirror Divas going to be able to match each other and to do that hug defense matrix like you were talking about.
Oh, pulse bomb. Not quite landed. Kevster was hoping that Lucamino jumped to the left, but jumped into the wall instead. Big brain movement.
What happened there? Vulcan having to use his self-destruct very early on in this fight.
Not sure. I love Kai sticking on the Widow. In Overwatch League, at least, you don't normally see that sticking on the Widow for this point.
Well, you say you love it until he doesn't hit some shots, and then all of a sudden you can lose second point very quickly by getting stuck on this Widow, because it can be hard to get sightlines here. You can see him standing all the way back, but the Eternal are just sort of maneuvering around him.
Can't miss if we never show him on the screen.
Not how that works.
That's well, we can't see him miss. I'm just saying. Just saying. He's almost got sight, Scott, which means he's doing damage. Which is the important thing here. Both backliners for the Gladiators with the Rally and the Nano. In fact, they're just going to use them in combination. Rally and Nano onto Lastro. And now the punishment begins. It reminds me of Brick of old. Lastro finds both Lucamino and Rakatak, wants some more, and gets it. Oh, 3-bet kill for Dante too, adding insult to injury.
I don't even know what I just watched. I just watched a person who realizes they cannot die run into a room with 4 other people.
I am immortal.
And one person came out, and of course it was Lastro. Malthus is up to the EMP now. Kai switches over to the Hanzo.
Right.
Realizing that maybe the Widowmaker could be difficult to find consistent value on. 2 minutes remaining. This has not been too bad for the Eternal so far, as they have a new ultimate cycle coming up.
EMP, 2% away. Here we go.
How is he going to utilize this? I don't want to see him use the EMP on the D.Va.
Manual hack on Dante. Malthus got it. Forced to translocate. As the sleep hits Dante's back. He falls over. Here's Rakatak with the... Yeah, you've got to be careful. Oh, nice dodge. Oh! No! Turns his shield away to look at Kevster, but the pulse bomb was behind him. Kevster with a 2-prong attack to take down the Brig. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Scots. I mean, no rally. They've still got EMP. Didn't find a place to use it in that fight. Oh, if they get the D-Mech, it's huge. No. Vulcan grabbing the Mega Health back.
Kevs is just such a nuisance to deal with.
It's a menace.
You see him just running around, running rings around the Eternal. But as we said in the last fight, oh, nice little tech there by
Nice
Rakatak.
techers,
We've seen people
nice,
trying to
love
pull
that.
that one off more. Malthus has the EMP. You want to drop this on the back line. If you can take down a Lastro or a Babel with this one, that'd be huge for the rest of the fight. But how does Malthus get into position? He's found Lastro in the window.
Yes. Here
He's
he is.
communicating it to his team with pings.
You see Vulcan, going straight to the window. Okay, so they really want this EMP. Nice EMP. Can Lastro get away? Right round the corner, and Dante hot on in pursuit of Malthus.
Where's Dove?
Dove is there.
Oh! How did that hit him in the head? That was...
Sorry, that is the most Hanzo moment of all time.
Wow.
Bro was looking at the floor, and the arrow's still connected with Dove's head. Like,
Check him
what?
PC for the wrong reasons. He's beaten the code.
They nano Vulcan as he was sleeping on the job. All good though, because sleep doesn't last that long anymore on tanks. Bubble is backing all the way up, screaming at his team, please help me. Also, the payload's pushing. Team, little help. Little help, he's dead. Lastro, Bubble, dead. Dante now stands alone, attempting to be tall on the point. Not quite happening, as the box has been taken out from underneath him. And that'll be point 2 in OT. Again, Scott.
Just managing to hold on, tip of their fingers right now. Gladiators just not able to find value. They went aggressive with Lastro, but another incredible pulse bomb by Dove takes down Lastro. How many times has Dove stuck a backliner in this series?
Too many to count at this point. His accuracy of pulse bombs is super good. It's been holding the team in some of these games.
Just incredibly consistent. And just high value sticks as well. It's winning them team fights.
Yeah, that sucks for Kevster actually, forcing the recall that early. Never a good thing. You're wondering, wow, even interesting recall there by Dove. I don't think he was under any pressure. Dragon with the Dragon Strike. Oh, the split there was so nice. All right, they're thinking Kev maybe has the pulse bomb, but little did they know he was a couple of percentage points off.
You've got to always live with the assumption that Tracer has a pulse bomb.
Oh yeah, especially if you're Brig.
Oh yeah.
You just got to assume.
Malthus coming up to this EMP. Are they going to wait for this one, or are they going to try and engage with maybe the nano boost, give themselves space? Because they're only at 20 seconds left, Jack. So a last fight territory. Vulcan does get purpled. Was losing health very quickly, but the Kevster recall has been forced.
Now you got to go. You know Kevster doesn't have recall. Oh, what a stick. Popped out around the corner, lands the pulse, and that'll be a Rakatak dead. They're putting the nano onto Dove. Perfect target, honestly, at this point in time. Overtime is here. They do get a touch, so at least they got a few more seconds to try and find a semblance in this fight. Dove's nano fading away, and there's the self-destruct from Vulcan on the point. Lastro, he's nanoing, he's rallied, and now he's swinging. Los Angeles Gladiators are going to take Junkertown and finish off the series with a 3-0.
Honestly, Vegas Eternal played that one closer than I think a lot of us were expecting. You can see them sort of coming into their own in the style that they want to play in this meta. But the Gladiators are just too strong. And that was the thing about the Gladiators that a lot of people have been excited about, is they're very flexible, but they've also just That's their neutral style. They're just playing well, and then they have these crazy pop-off moments. You saw a little bit of Kai on that on Junkertown. It's Gladiators getting that clean 3-0 like a lot of us expected.
Yeah, 3-0, and now they're 2-3 in the standings as well. Unfortunately, that will be another defeat there for Vegas Eternal, but I believe
3-2 in the standings.
3-2.
3-2 in the standings, yeah. Taking losses to the Houston Outlaws and the Atlanta Reign. There were a lot of people expect those teams to be 1 and 2 right now in the season. And the Gladiators, they have gone back and forth. They have the ability to punch up. They have the quality of players, but can they do that consistently? We saw them eke out over the Florida Mayhem, but it wasn't that convincing. This is a must-win for them over Vegas Eternal. They're getting a couple of easier ones tossed at them. So you can't ask for better for the Gladiators.
You really can't. At the end of the day, you now just got to focus on the mid-season madness. You're only a couple of weeks away. Player of the match, though, for this series could go on to a lot of people. I would have loved it to go to Lastro personally, as he was nanoed on Brig and just swing him, but it is going to be the android, the just machine, Kevster. Yeah, Johnny just like, yeah,
pumping in the air right now for Swedish
Sweden's gift to Overwatch right there, Mr. Kevster. I mean, there's nothing this guy can't do, which is the scariest thing about him. Hanzo, Tracer, Echo, it doesn't matter what you put the guy on, he's gonna perform. The Genji blades look super solid as well from him. Even without the nano, look pretty good at the end of here too.
I think sometimes, and I said this earlier, we take Kevster for granted with how good of a player he is, how flexible he is. He's been playing the Tracer, the Genji, the hit scan from time to time so far this season. And as much as you said there were some big crazy plays here from, you know, Babel, Lastro at times, Kai, bits and pieces, Kevster is always doing that, and he's always putting on these high level of performances, so it's easy to just sort of not appreciate this level of stat card. 7.3 final blows per 10, 1.4 deaths. He doesn't die, yet he's just everywhere all at once.
Yeah, it's looking good. I mean, you're expecting the deaths to be that low when you do have a 3-0, so still pretty good for Kev. Now, where do you really go from here if you're Vegas? It does feel like we're seeing some sort of incremental improvement, but I mean, the Gladiators are just too much of a tougher competition here. They look close on Kings. There were some pretty bright sparks there, but still Gladiators come up with some nice plays. We saw a lot of like highlight level plays, I feel, from both squads there. But
are you still believing in the Vegas Eternal win in 6 weeks? Is that still on the cards?
6.5
weeks. See you there.
See you there. It's going to be great. We are going to jump to a quick break, though. Don't go anywhere. The desk is going to break that down. And we've got 2 more games coming up later on. See you in a bit.
jerseys. You want them, you need them. Get yours for up to 20% off right now at shop.overwatchleague.com. They do say that people with jerseys statistically get to pet more corgis whenever they leave their house.
Really?
Yeah, that's...
Who says that? Who says that?
What if I don't own a corgi?
They have said that.
Statistics.
Statistics.
Confirm.
I've word on the street. Last time I wore a jersey, my sample size of 1, I got to pet a corgi. So
That's 1 for 1, 100%, guaranteed. Every time.
I got to pet my dog. Which is not a corgi, but when I wore my jersey, I pet the dog. So yeah.
Yeah, I think we're on to something.
100% pet race.
Trial. It's confirmed.
It's definitely confirmed. So get your jerseys now. Send us a picture of you, your jersey, and your corgi, or other dog breed, of course. And
animals.
Animals.
Especially
just animals.
the
We love animals. Another thing we love is, of course, good Overwatch, and Gladiators showed us just that today. A dominant win, and that's exactly what we needed and wanted to see from them. Very good looks.
Yeah, I mean, Vegas kept it close. I mean, it was not like Gladiators ran away with it. There was some overtimes on Kings Row. There were some overtimes on Junkertown, and Vegas kept themselves in it.
That's true. It didn't feel like they were ever on the cusp of winning a map. It was like they didn't get stomped on every map. So, I mean...
Which is frustrating. Vegas,
it's like a car in the mud. I'm like, I know this car can drive, but it's stuck in the mud, and it's just like spinning. You know what I'm saying?
You just gotta get it out.
This car was made like 40 years ago, and it's just need a new car.
You just need a new car. Well...
I mean,
I don't know where this analogy is going to end up with, but I really want you to run with it.
Don't you get like frustrated when? No.
And who's the car in this one?
It's like
Vegas the car?
Yeah, Vegas is the car.
They're stuck in the mud.
But they're stuck in the mud. They're just.
But are they a car or more like a bicycle?
They're a bicycle stuck in the mud. I guess that's the analogy we're going with now.
Struggling Overwatch League team,
But I mean,
guys.
bicycles would be easier to get it out because they're liiter.
Just lift them out. Yeah. I don't know what analogy that is.
Where are we going with this?
I don't know.
Zoe took it from me and then just transformed my analogy.
But hey, I agree. A Dove was pretty good.
Both bombs
good job.
coming in well. I think honestly. Eternal, I think they're making it work with the BAP a lot, which is, I think, Lucamino's best hero. I think they're trying to favor those styles. BAP, Diva, Ramatra, Kiriko as well. Like these individualistic styles that favor their strengths. And I think that's why we're seeing close games. But the flip side of that is that these comps are not good right now on most maps. I mean, occasionally, like on Kings, okay, it's pretty decent. But forcing it on every map, it just seems out of place. And a team like the Gladiators, very flexible. They're just going to counter comp you, and they're not beating you with mechanical skill even, which they have and they can use, but they're beating you with strategy.
But I mean,
I don't want to talk about strategy though.
If you're Vegas though, then like, but wouldn't it be still better? Wouldn't it be better to just play? All right, never mind.
I mean, I like Vegas playing their strengths. I just think it's hard when those are out of the meta.
Yeah, no, but you just said like they. Just strategically, they're on another level, and you have a display of just that. Gladiators essentially winning a fight before it even starts.
What do you do with this magic wand?
There's a wand.
Let me show you. Let me take you on a magical journey, Johnny. And for all the people at home, this is a clip that I want to watch because it shows that the Gladiators, they don't always need to win with like raw strength, just being better players. This is a fight that they win based purely on position, map movement, and their composition. So we can roll the clip right here. We're on Kai as you can see Kai and Lastro, they're taking an incredibly wide angle. And the Vegas Eternal, they're all caught in the corner when Tracer recalls. I mean, right now, for me, the fight is lost. You just need to give up. So we can roll the clip a little bit, and we can just pause it like right about here. And so what I want to show you guys is that the map right now is completely cut in half and flipped. So right, like this is where the defense is supposed to be. But we've got Kai's Widowmaker. I mean, no one is even near Kai. I mean, he is uncontested. No one has any hope of getting to Kai. Lastro and Babel as well, they've come this long journey now, and they're going to take... This is where the defenders are supposed to be. I mean, this is a great position for a defender. You would love to play this spot as a defender, but now the Gladiators on attack, they're the ones here in this high ground. And so Dante's trying to push Carr. You know, Kevster, he's harassing from an off angle. It's just, right now, it looks so bad for the Vegas Eternal because they lost control of the objective and they have no hope of contesting Zen, Widow, and Ana at long range. For me, this fight is just already done based on what the Gladiators have done. And as we roll into the POVs, we'll see what they do with this. So we can see Kevster, you know, Rakatek gets inevitably, or rather Lucamino gets inevitably isolated by these aggressive spam angles. Kevster, I mean, it looks like he's on defense, guys. It looks like he's on defense, but he's the attacker, and he's taking like the ultimate defender angle here, right? Lastro as well. At this point, Vegas, they're kind of falling apart. The pressure that the position puts on them is just overwhelming, and the cleanup frags come in easily for Gladiators. But I wanted to review this fight because for you at home, positional play like this is so crucial in Overwatch, and getting the most value out of your team composition, especially when Vegas Eternal, they're relying on Maltol's Widowmaker, or rather his Hanzo. He's not playing the Widowmaker. He doesn't have a long-range threat when Widowmaker gets to that kind of angle on him.
And if you are Dove in that scenario for Vegas Eternal, you need to recognize how important that area is. You often see Tracer contest the flanks on defense on Junkertown and be like, hey, they got both their supports and a Widowmaker right here. Like, we need to rotate some resources. Lukemino on the Ana was on the high ground, so you can support your Amatra with heals and help your Tracer control that flank. But Vegas resistance, or like reluctance rather, to take an engagement like that, they just surrender all that positioning to Gladiators and they just end up caught off guard.
Dove tried. I mean, right at the start of the clip, Dove blinks in, but he's just instantly recalling. He's like 1v3ing. This team comp just has no ability to like actually get there and pressure. They needed to have an instant 5-man push, like go for it. They need to realize that you know, Gladiators is tightening the noose on them, and if you let them take the wide part of the map, it's over already, right? And I think they just didn't realize how important that was. Tracer can't do that alone. He needs the whole team to make a push.
Yeah. No, he needs to call it out, and the team needs to follow up on the Tracer.
Yeah, but again, it's miscoordination, and you know, it's just showing the difference between the two teams, really.
Yeah, it's a great showcase here of the Gladiators. They're positioning their strategic approach through those fights. Not even a lot of violence needed if you take the upper hand there in positioning. And Danny now actually has a winner's interview for us. So Danny, please.
A magical journey!
Yeah,
Magical second journey, let's go! All right, for the post-match, we got none other than Yaki for the post-match interview. Yaki, congratulations on getting the win. How are you feeling? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 지금 소감 말씀 일단 들으면서 인터뷰 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
오늘 이겨서 정말 다행이라고 생각하고 저희가 전부터 지금 그 전주에 많이 져가지고 걱정하고 있는데 이겨서 다행인 것 같아요.
I mean, definitely, it's always good to get a win, and I'm glad that we got the win because the prior weeks we suffered some losses, so it really, I'm relieved that we are finally putting more wins, I guess, onto our record. Now, I mean, I think this is my first time talking to you after you joined the Gladiators, so I want to just get your thoughts on, you know, the Gladiators. Like, how has your time been with the Gladiators, and also, how is it like playing with a player like Kevster as the DPS duo? 자, 일단 제가 야키 선수와 이제 이렇게 인터뷰를 하는 게 이제 글래디에 들어오신 다음엔 처음인 것 같아서 지금 글래디에서 좀 어떻게 적응하고 계시는지, 그리고 또 아무래도 캡스터 같은 뭐 야키 선수들랑 캡스터 선수 둘 다 너무 잘하는 선수들인데 두 명이서 이렇게 좀 시너지가 잘 되는 것 같으신지 좀 어떠신가요? 전체적으로.
일단 저희 팀 딜러 캡스터 같은 경우에는 워낙에 또 잘하는 선수여가지고 딜러진에서 걱정은 없고, 아마 저희가 영어로서 미숙한 부분도 많은데 좀 더 보완하면은 이번 시즌 우승도 충분히 가능할 것 같고요. 네, 그렇습니다.
알겠습니다. All right, so Yaki says that you know, it's definitely great to play with such a talented player such like Kevster, and you know, because he is so good, I don't think there is any problems in the DPS for the Gladiators for sure. But the only thing is that, you know, I have to sort of work on my English a little bit. So if I improve on my English and improve on my communications, I'm sure the Gladiators, our team, could definitely get the win this whole season. Now, let's looking forward. I think you guys your next match is going to be against the Vancouver Titans, who are sort of on a roll right now. Yaki, what is your take on the Vancouver Titans currently? 자, 두 번째 질문으로는 이제 다음 경기를 좀 이제 가서 보자면 다음 경기가 글래디 대 밴쿠버전이 있죠. 요즘 밴쿠버가 굉장히 좀 핫한 팀입니다. 글래디 같이 이제 야키 선수가 보시기에 지금 현재의 밴쿠버 팀은 좀 어떤 팀인가요?
밴쿠버 팀 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하는데 이 잘하는 팀에는 항상 잘한 팀이 있듯이 저희가 더 잘한다고 생각해서 걱정이 없는 것 같아요.
I mean, I do think that Vancouver is a really good team, but you know, if there's a good team, there's always teams that are better, and that is the Gladiators. All right, Yaki, thank you so much for the interview. Big congratulations on the win. 자, 승리 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you for cheering for us.
Thank you so much, Yaki.
Here you
He's
go.
working on his English.
I know.
If he-
Flawless.
Next time, I'm just gonna have
Just
Yeah, I'm just
do it
doing it in English.
Yeah.
I want Korean players that know how to speak English to do it in English.
So many of these players, I swear, like their English is pretty good, and they're just a little bit shy. I think when it comes, and I understand, right, to do a foreign language when on camera, everyone's watching you, but like in person, a lot of them, you know, they're pretty good. It's pretty impressive, honestly.
I mean, honestly, by like week 6 or something, he's gonna force them doing it in English anyway.
You know what? I think
he does
one
that
of these
every
things- yeah.
season. You just bully them into an English interview.
at the very probably like the last stage, like when it comes to almost when it's like grand finals, I'm just not gonna do it in Korean. I'm just gonna ask everyone in English, and if they can't answer it, then I'll put it in Korean.
Yeah, I think a lot of players, they would be able to do better than they think. I think a lot of players don't just doubt themselves.
A lot of them
Exactly.
are really good. Yeah.
Yeah. It's the confidence. Where's the
Yeah, exactly.
confidence? Because they are just so capable of doing it. Anyway, it's always great to hear from them. Of course, also very interesting to be able to pick their brains a little bit about the matches we've seen. Interesting to hear about the communication there, as you said. He just wants to improve on his English, and once the communication is on point, he's gonna see the Gladiators going all the way. And speaking of all the way, we got more Overwatch competitive action for everyone watching. One of them, of course, being the Calling All Heroes Minor 1, which is starting today. So check out callingallheroes.gg for more information on that beautiful program and on the tournament. Lots to see, lots to cheer for as well. And we now also have a second match of the day to discuss. We're going to get into that in just a second. Let's first take a look at our schedule to know exactly where we are at. The San Francisco Shock will face off against the Houston Outlaws in our second match of the day. And San Francisco Shock, of course, we discussed it at great length already. That they're a team we're a little worried about. We want them to, just nail it down to
Do better.
one chat. And Johnny did not want to see Max. That he wanted to see jumping in, but Max is going to start out on control. Maybe that's just Max is their control guy.
Well, they'll flip a coin later from F2.
Or maybe they do that. We'll see about that. However, of course, Houston Outlaws, they are definitely the favorite heading into that. What makes that team so strong right now?
I think it's a top to bottom roster thing, right? I mean, it's also a Winston meta, so Fearless is able to leverage it a lot. But we've seen him also have success on the Ramatra. They have the flexibility. But I think really, especially outside of the tank role, you're looking at incredible flexibility. I think Happy and Pelican can play absolutely any DPS duo I can imagine, and I think it's very clear to them too, sort of what role makes the most sense and what what flexes make the most sense. And Violet and Shu again another great duo that can make it work on anything. So I feel like whatever comp Houston needs a field, they're going to be confident on it. And Shock, I don't know that we've seen anything resembling confidence from them yet.
Yeah.
Actually, you in the post show yesterday already alluded in your best of the day that you're specifically looking out for Violet having a great old time in this match. Jonathan,
Yes.
I want you to talk us through the backline comparison here for both of those teams.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, the big storyline of this match is Violet going up against his former team, the team he won 2 Overwatch League titles with in 2019 and 2020. And now he's playing against Vindime, who last year, Vindime, people were actually legitimately talking about Vindime as like a Rookie of the Year candidate after Proper in that role. You're taking a look at the stats as Brigitte in the Spring Qualifier so far. Violet just has the upper hand. 10% more healing, 8,800 compared to Vindime's 8,000. And you can see that it dies a little bit less more. So obviously it's Brigitte, so you're not going to see like huge discrepancies when it comes to the stats. But you can tell that Violet has more impact. Now, playing against your former team, I know that when I used to play professionally, there is no way in hell I'm letting my former teammates beat me in a matchup like this. And I think for Violet especially, considering how everyone hyped up the San Francisco Shock, so much young talent on this roster. You got a young player in Vindime coming in for his second year in the league now, replacing Violet. Violet, he wants to make sure to get this win clean against the San Francisco Shock today. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, I like when Violet goes Joker mode. When FG got Ajax in the match, I've never seen Violet smile like that before. So I think he's looking for the same thing. Frankly, there could be some bad blood here. I mean, with all the success Violet had on the Shock, for them to let a player like that go, I think he's going to make them regret it.
Well, let's hope so. Definitely keep eyes on the player cams for this one. And a little earlier, actually, today, we asked the chat if they think that the Shock can or will make it to the knockout stage. And there's a lot of Shock believers, despite their rocky start into the season. We do have, 54% of our fans do think that they're actually going to make the knockout stage. You're like...
I mean, look, they're not Vegas, they're not Valiant, they're not London. So, yes.
That is factually correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the competition, really, right? It's like,
Come on now.
I mean, Shock already beat New York, so like, you know, they've got a little bit of a cushion, but that's not a high bar to clear, right? Like, just barely limping into the knockouts, you don't feel good as a San Francisco Shock. You want to be contending for the title, and they definitely aren't yet.
Yeah, well, one team that definitely is the Houston Outlaws, and that's why it was a pretty easy prediction for me to make. I think it's going to be a clean 3-0. Outlaws are just looking way very stronger.
Same. I mean, there's not much to say. I think I went with Houston Outlaws 3-0. I honestly want to see Violet doing a tactical crouch on.
Yes. At least 2.
I need a best of the day.
At least 2.
Violet, I know you got me. Make that one. Make my wish come true.
At least 2. Come on.
2, not 1, but 2 tactical
At least.
crouches.
I think they're going to be playing hard for the win. I think Houston, they know the Shock has strong pieces, even though they haven't come together yet. I want to see Houston respecting the Shock as an opponent and beating them down 3-0 and just not giving them any quarter.
3-0. Ruthless. Brutal. I want it to be bloody.
I like all these adjectives. I'm with this guy.
Right on. Okay, so we're predicting very clearly in favor of the Houston Outlaws, but 54% out there think that Shock, is going to make it to the knockout.
Oh, okay.
Let's see who's going to pick him for this game, though. How much?
There's no way.
I mean, come on now.
The suspense is killing me.
Wow!
11%?
No way!
Okay.
Really?
Shock has some diehards out
Really?
there. I respect Shock for having There's diehards out there.
11%? Okay.
I mean, people are waiting for Shock's big break. I just think Houston has looked like the second best team, right? They lost to Atlanta, but I just no one else has looked close to Atlanta other than Houston. And Shock has looked just incredibly lackluster. I don't see this being close.
Yeah, I mean, they're most likely going to be punching upward. Let's see if they can make some magic happen. And speaking of magic, we do have 2 absolute wizards of the words with us for this match. It is, of course,
one.
Mitch and Matt. At least one.
What?
Because Matt is there too.
Hold on.
I don't know, mate. Hey, hold on. Let me stick up for Mitch. Mitch is a wizard of the words. He's all right.
I'd pay him. I don't know.
Mitch?
I'm going to reserve them for now. I don't know if you deserve my Warcraft. We were going to ask this. What's the over-under, Matt, on
over-under on Violet Teabags this game? I would say, 3.5, right?
Yeah.
I think, you take the over there comfortably as well with the way Houston's playing.
Oh, yeah. I kind of like that. We're not really manufacturing. I don't think we're manufacturing fake drama at all. I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest, hey, maybe there is some bad blood there. Also, Violet doesn't really need much excuse to limber up and drop it like it's hot, so to speak. He does that regardless of opponent.
You see those player cams? The Shock playing a little, all serious gamers know you got to start playing in the dark, right? You see some of those sport players there, turn the lights down, they're ready to go.
For your eyes. It's so bad. Don't do that. It's so bad for your eyes.
Is it bad for your eyes?
Yes.
Oh.
What do you need immersion for?
I mean, my eyesight's been terrible for years. I guess maybe my method is flawed.
What people don't know is that Matt very rarely he wears glasses.
That's true.
No,
not like Jaws wears them just to be cool. I wear them because I can't see.
Yeah, you are like the inverse of the Jaws because you won't be seen in them generally. I've only seen you in them once, and you in like you're.
All right, if the Shock win this series, when I'm in studio next week, I'll wear my glasses.
Wait, really?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay,
why not?
Let's go.
We'll throw a big Matt glasses reveal on the line here as well.
That's huge. That might be the biggest thing of the year. Right up against Dream's face reveal. That's like it's
I'm sure the Shock players are getting word of that now. They're going to try extra hard now. So the Outlaws come out a Doomfist comp here early on. So playing the Doom here into the Ramatras. We were talking the last time when we saw the Shock if we would see proper on the Sombra, where you are seeing it now.
So Smurf's also been doing this, right? Playing the Doomfist on some of these maps where maybe it seems more questionable. And yeah, proper Sombra. So, I mean, I think what they were asked is just to sort it out in this sort of DPS exchange. I don't know proper if he's much of a Mei player necessarily, so perhaps that's part of the decision making here. Either way, Fearless on the Doomfist. It's always a pretty good look. Oddly enough, last year it was actually Hanbin doing a lot of the practice on Doomfist for that Dallas field team, but Fearless has continued to work on this hero. Can't do much when you hack though. Absolutely smashed.
Yeah, they were waiting for Fearless to kind of dive on in a few different times. Proper was able to get a hack, that time able to finish him off, but you do lose Finn. So we'll see. It is the Outlaws getting control of the point first. They just kind of have to keep stalling this out, which they might be able to do, and even better than stall it out. Violet gets one, Happy with another. You get rid of Fearless on the tank, but you're not able to capitalize if you're the Shock.
Okay, so Max now switches over towards the Junker Queen. Interesting decision. Curious, like what precipitates this switch up here off of Ramatra, who seems fine, right?
Yeah, I mean, what you get a knife to maybe kind of grip the Doom in here, so to speak, right? Give your team a little bit more, healing. With the rally cry, right? Being able to kind of give them a little bit more help. But I mean, look at this. You're taking so long to develop here that you're probably going to just lose a junk fight to an EMP. Max is taking a Pelican right after it.
Yeah, Max had the burst up close, hit the knife, which is pretty big. We're going to nano the Doomfist here. Fearless, this is going to stall things out quite extensively, and also an EMP being committed to the fight here by both sides, no less. Max going to go down to the pulse bomb of Happy, but might be a little bit too little here late in the fight for Houston.
Well, they just need to stall. Just trying to get it to, into the 90s, right? Pelican here, he can get a touch. Happy can get a touch as well, probably.
Did you use Kitsune Rush? What?
Yes, they did. Look, they obviously wanted to flip it and not let it get stalled out, but that seems like a wild investment. You haven't really even seen this Doom pay off really for the Outlaws. It's almost like a pretty bad start for the Shock that the Outlaws have come out with this kind of dive, and it hasn't looked tremendous, right? But they've still been able to win even around that.
Yeah, this Ilios Ruins map is one where we actually see a fair bit of Junker Queen from quite a few teams. Now, San Francisco able to put it together early at the start of this fight, Proper able to take down Violet. I say Pelican and Violet are getting punished a fair bit at the moment, but that's a nice little 1-2. Shu able to find Heesang now after Sleep Dark connects. Fearless descending upon his foes. He actually predicts the wall climb pretty effectively there. It's going to be a swift step away for Finn. Finn now going to go for that sound barrier now. Shu dies with nano boost. That would have been very handy for Fearless now as he's being juggled between rabid San Francisco players. And keep an eye on Max's rampage there. May be a factor if he can get unhacked before the fight ends. No, he gets taken down with that ultimate still in his back pocket.
I mean, they trade
soon though.
Yeah, I mean, they trade tanks here, right? And that's going to be an EMP there for Proper. You're going to get a nano here onto Happy. He's just in the mix, just trying to find any type of kill.
Where's that EMP value? I'm still looking for it. Can't see it. Nope, don't see it. Happy, I guess, would have been the main target to pick off, but the fact that he was nano, you cannot burst the Tracer down, even though she cannot recall, cannot blink. So San Francisco unable to put it together there in that last fight. Houston were able to flip the point in that chaos, and there's an EMP up for them. Remember, Proper used his in the previous fight, and they couldn't find value for it now. I guess Max felt like he had to part with this rampage at some point, but that EMP is going to hit a little diff. Yep, Finn, no chance to escape there. Max in a lot of trouble here, and Proper just gets run down by Shu. Another Bionade kill. Some big play from Shu on the honor in this round, as we've come to expect. But San Francisco, they flipped the point in the background.
They have the point during this. I mean, they go so deep that the Outlaws going to follow them. They have a player that's left behind who ends up taking the point, flipping it. Still 99% here for the Outlaws. It looks like maybe he's saying we'll be, no, not going to be able to get a touch, as that'd be Violet end up getting the kill there at the end. Really fast play for both teams, but not super clean, it feels like, at least early on. It felt a little bit chaotic more than organized and fast.
I think that, yes, Houston give up the point there in that last fight, and in a couple of situations throughout the round, but I think it gets a Junker Queen composition. You don't really have any other option but to just give that ground, right? You just have to back up. On the proviso, of course, that you sort of win the fight and then retake the point. You give up a little bit of percentage, but trying to stand your ground and fight for the point up against that Junker Queen sort of rushdown style seems like pretty ill-advised. You might just not only lose the point, but also lose the fight and give up more percentage in the end. So the Outlaws play the long game there and they get away, but you're right, it is pretty darn scrappy. We're going to see Houston now go to the Winston and this Echo. Very classic look for Houston on this map especially.
I mean, this is a comp battle that the Outlaws should never lose, right? Having Pelican on the Echo, Fearless on the Winston, it was Shu playing Ana. I mean, just arguably the best players in the world at some of these roles, right? And some of these heroes, where this is a comp that is going to be, very strong for them. Should be very strong for them, in this match in the future.
The Echo head-to-head's very interesting, and both Arnas are going to try and intervene as much as they can in those fights. You see, Shu's been free-firing a lot. Vindime goes down, but Shu's a big part of that kill being secured. Proper, though, dangerous, very dangerous. But a fine Pelican as he peeks out the window, but it will be traded out in favor of Houston. Shu, yeah, one to watch in this round. He'll be looking to really put these shots into Heesang.
Yeah, as Fearless just going to keep controlling this high ground, right? Control the high ground. You see Happy kind of lurking, watching those kind of flanks on the opposite side. And they don't have to collapse on this, like when the shot kind of come on in, right? They can wait a little bit, be a little bit more passive, obviously, but control the point. Pelican actually makes a switch too, Mitch. Over to Sombra now.
Sombra? Okay. Maybe just wants to counter. He's saying here. Proper gives Happy a bit of a bollocking as he comes past him there, but now we're in a bit of an awkward spot. He has to back away, play around Vindime if he can. This is still Houston ticking up on the point. Proper knows there's a recall used here. Pulse Bomb is an option. I mean, not be a terrible way to get rid of Happy here, but for now, I think the San Francisco Shock want to try and play around their tank as well as they can. This time it's Finn, fires up, gets rid of Pelican, who's been picked off prematurely on Sombra a couple times this map already, but Happy's Pulse Bomb does find purchase. Max, what do we do here? Gets Nano for a time. Very hard to shift from the point of Fearless can't get to his Primal.
Yeah, he was desperately trying to find a target to put any damage down onto to get towards that Primal, but was not able to find it with the effects of the Nano. So the Shock do a nice job. I think what they try and do now with switching Pelican over to the Sombra, I mean, you see the constant hacks on Max. I think they're just trying to put pressure on the tanks. Maybe they kind of feel that that is the path, to getting a victory here. Put a ton of pressure on Max with constant hacks, and you can feel like you can take advantage of him on the D.Va.
The sleep was good from Finn, but he'll be sleeping with the Fishers. Fearless sends him Kareem. Back to the point with the Primal Rage. This could be a problem if there's no rocket boosters out for Max, and he doesn't have them. Oh, goodness. What a high-value elimination there from Fearless, finding two. Absolutely decimating the San Francisco Shock. Just as they were starting to make some progress in this round, they'll be reset. And I think we see there as well just what the Sombra can offer you against the D.Va. I think you fancy yourself with your D.Va in like their head-to-head between these two tanks. But with Pelican constantly intervening, Heesang also says, you know, I'm not getting value on this Echo.
I mean, here's the brutal side for the Shock is they'll actually, you know, make these changes trying to make towards the point. I was going to say they have an EMP set up, and I was going to say you could have waited a little bit, right? EMP as Max and the crew is coming in, you could set that up with a biotic grenade after, right? Really just kind of wipe the floor with them. But the EMP before they can even get set up, taking out Finn and Vindime, where now they're going to be rushed trying to get another touch.
Yeah, Happy as well can just, you know, give a door prize to whoever tries to move to the point first here. This Pulse Bomb could be around Ender. That doesn't need it for Proper. That is just a solid 1 versus 1 there. Proper obviously has a lot more to deal with than Happy does on the point, but regardless, hack on Happy. He is able to recall, though. It's Violet the only casualty so far for the Houston Outlaws, and they are making this one look pretty clean in the end. Translocate off the point. Max desuited over the edge, and that will be that. Dust your hands of Ilios as the Houston Outlaws start strong.
Yeah, as the Outlaws just seem like they're way more on the same page than we've seen, you know, from the Shock thus far, where the Shock, you can actually see like individual skill like shine at moments, right? It just seems like right now there's just not one thing that they're really doing better than the Outlaws, where you have Proper, right? You know, MVP last year, you know, tremendous player, you know, a lot of players from last year's team, obviously back, you know, with Finn as well, where just not really trying to, I mean, when now you're kind of incorporating like a bunch of new players, it's just not really working out in the same way.
No. Look, I think their backline is weaker than it's been in the past. Their tank position is also weaker than it's been in the past. I think that's, you know, pound for pound, at least by comparison in relative to the rest of the league, right? As the league often gets better sort of year over year. The strongest part of this team, the one that gives them the most opportunity to find victory, is Proper, but it's not enough. It's definitely not going to be enough against the Houston Outlaws, who have a legitimate super team on their hands. And coming up, it's going to be Kings Row here. Houston Outlaws showed us that one of these things is not like the other, and they look to continue stacking this lead after the break.
Shock, your 2020 Overwatch League champions.
San Francisco Shock,
Proper is a generational talent. He's going to be in this league for a long time.
Look at this guy. He's running down Bernard. Then he just charges the Sigma.
completely uncontested, tearing through.
Coming on!
Gendo tried his best, but it's not gonna be enough. Finn is feeling himself. Look at him.
Shout that only affects him. Rampage gonna catch on a two from Kellerman. Proper is there. Oh my!
이렇게 모르나요?
여기 깔고 또.
Your San Francisco Shock looking with some discomfort at their sister team, O2 Blast. Just, I guess, tearing their way through APAC, wondering if there might be a little switcheroo there somewhere down the line. But again, the San Francisco team has been built up, as a result of that partnership with this presence in Korean contenders primarily. That's why they've got these players on this team, this incredible talent they're able to scout, straight off the ground out there in South Korea. But against this team, the Houston Outlaws, well, you're dealing with legends from South Korea who have cut their teeth through the Overwatch League contenders for many years, and they are showing the difference.
Yeah, they better pick it up. Proper's going to be like, hey, guys, I'm going to go play with O2 for a bit. Once you guys figure stuff out, I'll be back. like LeBron went to the Heat and told the Cavs, hey, I'll be back in a little bit once you guys sort everything out. A few years later, showed back up. But, yeah, I mean, what's kind of confusing is like everybody was super hype about this Shock team, right? Like I think talking, before the season, you're really looking at like the Shock being in that tier potentially with the Outlaws in the Reign, right? And I think we're far away from that now. It's just how far away are we, right? And obviously there's still a ton of time. It's not like this team is 1-3 and we're talking about like, are they gonna make knockouts and things like that? Like 2-2, right? Opportunity to get to above 500 here, could dip, like obviously if Houston wins the series, so not like completely out of it. Got here a little late, so like maybe there's some time here for this to sort itself out.
Well, there is some time because let's be honest, like getting into knockouts is pretty generous, or rather into the road towards MSM for many teams is like at least they'll have a crack at it, unless they're like unless they're like Fakes Eternal, unless they're the Spitfire, etc. etc. So the Shock they can make some use of this time. But again, there's always a question of if you get beat so soundly by a team, like how much are you able to learn? Like what can you glean from that outside of just shrugging and going, skill diff, I guess, and moving on with your life? San Francisco definitely need to derive some sort of lessons from this matchup if they can't win it.
You're not really like learning during these matches. As Happy will actually take out Heesang, who's kind of like lurking behind enemy lines. You're really like learning in those practices, seeing what you can kind of take into the matches, right? Right. If you win, great. If you lose, like okay, just be good enough to not be in that bottom 3 and not make it.
Again, there's also a case for that, right? Like so focused on just trying to execute what you've worked on. Like what are you really developing, adapting to outside of just being able to play under match conditions in a series like this. Look, Heesang opens it up, right? Gets opened up on rather. Not much to say there. Houston find a first pick. They translate that very elegantly into a point capture.
And this is the composition again that we were talking about on Ilios, where the Outlaws should be really good at this. And it just got me thinking, what play style could we say that the Shock would excel in at the moment? Like, I think that's like the hardest thing. It's like, okay, if you have one play style you can like kind of fall back on and be really good at, we've seen teams be able to win some games that maybe they're not, favored in the past and being able to do it like that. But there's not really something right now that, at least from what we've seen, that you look at from the Shock and you're like, okay, they can clearly be one of the top 3 teams in this style of play, right?
Well, okay. I would like to see them really refine their Ramatra-based compositions, personally. Okay. Take a leaf out of the Los Angeles Valiant's book. You can really nail that down. Like, you can start to, come out of the gates much stronger on control. I don't know. I don't think Proper as Sombra is the play. The whole point that we saw shuffling it at DPS in the past is so that Proper could play whatever he had to. And Merit used to do this alongside Proper on O2 Blast, by the way. He would just play whatever he had to so Proper could be on the most impactful hero. That should always be the script here for San Francisco. Well, maybe you're grooming Heesang to be their own superstar DPS in time. That's not the role that they should be really looking to fill here.
I mean,
Fearless just collapses on Finn. That's the Nano Winston dive, right? Not much you can do about that. Happy has been struggling, though. I've got to say they've done well at staving this Tracer off.
yeah, it's I think actually maybe just kind of having proper on that Tracer and then kind of working around that might be the route here. But Vindayam actually pops the rally, so pretty healthy here. Even after losing Finn, but now you're going to have Violet popping the rally late, and Pelican's going to actually use a duplicate. Oh, and that's maybe why you want him on Tracer.
Yeah, let him cook, bro. Give him the utensils. Set him up over the grill.
Yeah,
Put a freaking apron on him.
I get what you're saying with the Ramatra, like, rush-style comps, but then you put him on Mei, where it doesn't really feel like...
No. Put Heesang on Mei. Put Heesang on Mei.
Okay.
Heesang can do that. Yeah.
Well, what we saw from the other day was Proper playing a lot of Mei.
No. That's whack, bro. I ain't about that life. Happy gets hacked there, so it's an easy one for Proper.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, I think, the way you approach this problem is much more simple, but it doesn't say anything about how you build the rest of your comp. Because I think the problem with this team is, like, their weaknesses get exposed when their backline goes up against, like, Shambali, for example. Or Junbin's trying to do with Fearless.
They're doing a good job now, though. I will say, the Shock doing a good job here on defense. You're going to have a nano boost here to potentially use onto... you can nano the Brig, you can nano the Tracer, the Diva. As Pelican now going to go over to Genji here. So they want to get really aggressive. No longer focus on this Echo in the sky. They're going to just dive and collapse.
So I think Heesang's done a great job of being really disruptive. He's setting up a lot of kill opportunities, many of those going to Proper. Shu built up his nano incredibly fast. And look at this, they preemptively nano Vindime just to make sure, hey, we think we're probably going to lose the Brig first here if we don't pop this ultimate. This is really fantastic from San Francisco, right?
Yeah.
Making use of Junbin on this Diva, which again was, a hero we knew that he'd be pretty adept at. And Houston are playing like a really all-in comp that gets ruined when Finn just nanos his vulnerable backliner in Vindime.
And when Fearless jumps in, he has the effects of that nano. He puts down the bubbles, kind of separates Finn, but they nano the Brig and just push on forward, and there's no reason to. That's a nice spot there from Finn. Gets that high ground, biotic grenade from behind. Is now the Shock actually look like they're playing quite well.
Yeah, I'm liking this a lot. Junbin with the remake kill on a Tracer of all things. You don't see that every day, that's for sure. Fearless now going to be using his Primal Rage. Makes you wonder about, if there's any switches on the horizon. And Happy, again, the Houston are playing somewhat disrespectfully in that they're not trying to use a Sombra to disrupt Junbin like they did so effectively in the first map. So they're making those switches now. They'll still have a Dragon Blade for Pelican. Indoor rally is kind of tough. Yeah. We'll see how they make use of it.
Because point A was so fast, they still had a decent amount of time. I mean, a minute plus. On the clock. You think Heesang could get good value out of this EMP as Proper lurks from the high ground? I mean, that is too easy.
Perfect. Look, can't ask for much more than that. Proper hasn't died yet this round. 6 final blows for 0 deaths. That's been really important. Also, he's saying a lot of eliminations and actually, really setting up a lot of this play. Fearless has died 5 times. Shu's died 4 times, and so has Violet. So the focus really has been on, Fearless and the backline is here by San Francisco. This is excellent. This is great defensive use of the Diva setup on this part of the map. They're getting a lot of value out of just nanoing the Brig. And Finn has that available again. So how does Pelican get value, Matt, trying to dive?
I mean, it's going to be tough, especially when Finn has been landing these really nice biotic grenades. It'll be a rally from both sides. So see Pelican getting really low there. Gets hit with a big bash too.
This is going to be nasty. Either way, Vindime with 2. This time it's an offensive nano on the Brig player. Pelican still had no opportunity to use a blade. We have 17 seconds left in the round. Is this the Shock we've been waiting for?
Shock. Yeah, I mean, this exact, obviously they gave up checkpoint A, but since then though, they've gotten these ultimates rolling and this looks fantastic. So we'll see if Pelican and Co can make it back towards the car. It looks like it'll have to be Fearless one who get a touch.
Junbin though, going to be holding the front line. Hacked though, gets a heal pack. Huge. I mean, again, Shu going down again. This time it's Finn that finds him. His blade better. Never mind. Yeah, I put that one away and maybe just stick it on the mantelpiece for the time being. Squire, that's no good. Vindime is the one that finds that kill eventually. It's Pelican taking down awful fast, and this Primal Rage from Fearless just looks like a baby tantrum. Trust me, I've seen plenty of them lately. That will be the Houston Outlaws brought to a stop here in the second phase of the map. Look, far from being an atrocious round from Houston, a fantastic round from San Francisco. You've got to give credit where it's due.
Well, they were able to...
Tracer, and he's saying is that guy on Sombra by the looks.
They were also able to keep their supports alive. I mean, right there, you saw Finn being able to do a nice job, rotate to the high ground, some big biotic grenades. Where this time it was actually the Shock who were keeping their supports alive, and Houston, time and time again, we'd see like them, lose shoot, trying to walk on in through the choke. So pretty nice stuff there from the Shock on D. Can they do it on offense, though?
Yeah, again, playing the D.Va, trying to play that aggressively in the backlines, maybe not always as easy. I'd be surprised if San Francisco went that way. I think we, as sort of fans, pundits, viewers, people who perceive San Francisco are trying to figure out like what the dichotomy is supposed to be between their tank players, right? A lot of people are hoping to see more Junbin, especially if it means that there's like D.Va play, maybe more dive-oriented focus. This is just baller. Just get absolutely pooped on. My goodness. Feel bad dropping the bag. I mean, Finn dropped it all.
Yeah, I mean, look, probably not the recommended flank there. But
that is like Joshua Wilkinson special.
Yeah,
it works. So I guess I can't credit it.
That is sideshow gaming positioning at its finest, right there.
Love that.
Outlaws.
He has a moustache now, by the way, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, it
Both
looks
of them
weird.
do, actually.
Yeah, it's.
Fair enough. Okay. I was trying to be nice, but that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, big Bionade here. Just as San Francisco go up the TP, they really feed themselves into that one. Proper finds kill on Violet. The Zen. Okay, we've seen a few teams play Zen on defense on this map. Actually, it's just Houston. Actually, it's always the same. They get dove and they switch off of it, but this time it's not a dive composition necessarily for San Francisco.
I was like, we just talked about how awesome we love that comp from the Shock, and then they come out and play Reinhardt Sim May, and I was like, please don't go out like this in my head. Please don't. As now they make the swap, so they're going to go back to what was working here on defense, where, yeah, we have seen the Outlaws play, the Zen here, where we don't see many teams do it, but when you have a player like Violet who's so good on the Zen, why not?
Damn, he's saying blown up there. Shu connecting some nice shots. I think that was actually on proper, so just putting a bit of heel pressure on the backline of San Francisco. He's saying didn't have the assistance that they needed then. Violet, yeah, pretty slowly ticking up this ultimate. I mean, yeah, probably a little bit hard to get Zen into the fight against the D.Va in like a really impactful manner. But he's playing pretty safe. He'll be flanked by Heesang in a few moments, I think.
So I think if you can keep this Zen alive, I think just the damage output it provides is massive. And then also
the juxtaposition, bro, between like Shu sweating, keep healing, and Violet's in the corner just holding right click, like, oh yeah.
Yeah, but you also like in the past, right? Like one of the awesome things we talked about with Fearless is that like you don't need to just like pump tons of resources into him as like a Winston, right? He's just so good at just kind of like playing off on his own that you can play this type of style because really all these players can kind of do that.
Pelican trying to interrupt the hack on that health pack there, apparently. Violet found proper. Now the Zen engine starting to purr along nicely. Getting close to that Transcendence as well. The San Francisco, man, they are giving me whiplash. I'm telling you, I feel like a crash test dummy out here. Their offense really lacking where their defense was stellar. Well, you can't shine a piece of effluent, San Francisco.
Yes, they have not been able to make a play for Violet up on the high ground. You haven't been able to find a pick here on one of these DPS on the flank.
Oh, okay. You went for the EMP after the hack there. Interesting. They probably had Vindime dead to rights there. Maybe they're not tracking the nano from Finn, or they just want to throw everything in the kitchen sink at the bridge. Either way, they get the kill.
This is bad. I mean, 1 minute and 12 seconds, right? You've had to swap out your tank on offense. This is the third time. Ryan to D.Va, now to Winston. Haven't been able to build up any ultimates there. You haven't even needed the nano here. If you're the Outlaws, you're going to have a pulse bomb. And look how fast Happy is, like, farming up towards another EMP. This will be a rally here. Yeah, it's a rally, like, just used to get in. But yeah, don't even save Finn. Is now trying to what? Use this staircase to access the high ground?
You ain't getting up the staircase. You ain't getting up there. Fearless is primal.
And you also have Transcendence to save him, right? If things even got a little...
Yeah, if they got a little bit heady. Which they might
use it as soon as they lose Vindime. And you don't have Finn, right? We talked about how you just lost Finn in the last fight. Look at him. He's back of the choke.
Oh, they found Finn. Oh, yeah.
Fearless. Dude, that is so mean. He kills Vindime, knows that Finn is coming off of spawn, just doesn't care about everybody else inside of that room, right? Could have just like primaled like everybody else, just does a jump right towards the spawn door.
Here it is, your San Francisco Shock, more mercurial than the base element itself. Violet found Proper yet again across the map. What a weapon he is in the Zen. Now it's up to Junbin to make something happen of this primal rage. It's Hisang Sticky Bomb's able to take care of Shu here, but guess who just got a foot broken off in their rear end? It's Hisang. Pelican, Violet both combined there. Now Violet has eyes for Vindime. Pelican's also going to be pressuring this one down. He's forced to back away though. Proper explodes. Noting the position of the Zen, able to quickly burst Violet down here, but Finn could be in trouble. Yep, Fearless finds that kill. They do lose Pelican. The Winds can stay alive. It could be big, but here comes Proper.
Okay.
He's saying, San Francisco, hey, it is well within the realm of possibility to take this map from here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not like the Outlaws had this tremendous push from here on out, right? 76 meters to go for the Shock to potentially take map number 2. You see that box of victory right there. So the Outlaws not making any changes. This is where I feel like it's going to be a little bit easier for the Shock to dive and put pressure on this Zen in this part of the map.
Yeah, maybe the sight line's not favouring Violet to remotely the same degree. 2 minutes. 2 minutes is potentially very good. A lot. I think Houston want to take an early fight here. Yeah, and Junbin knows it. He's hit with a Discord orb, so doesn't really want to try and tangle in the front line. Keep an eye on that off angle, right, where Vindime is positioned. That could be crucial as they look to collapse and Fearless's dive, but Happy gets Finn. Not a great start for the Arna player of the San Francisco Shock. And Happy's getting close to that EMP now. This could go from bad to worse. This is junk time where Houston could build up some of these ultimates once more. They use a nano to keep Fearless in the fight. He'll be able to cycle this into another Primal Rage. And this is far from a sure thing now with 90 seconds left for San Francisco. Proper switching to the Widow.
Yeah, and now back to the Tracer. Looks like maybe just trying to catch some players coming out through the choke a little bit more. But yeah, like you said, this is not great for the Shock if they want to be able to take it like right here. Get this Happy. Potentially not an EMP. Maybe an EMP?
He's not going. He's staying? Finn's ignoring him. Happy is staying. He didn't translocate out. He just cloaked himself back up again. Here's the EMP, and just at the right time as Fearless goes soaring overhead. Cast quite a shadow, I'm sure.
And they knew exactly where Finn was, right? They knew that the EMP wasn't exactly going to hit Finn, but they jump in, they use the EMP. Finn goes to heal, and what is there? It's just a Fearless bubble right in the choke. Not able to get any healing on anybody else through that choke point. So really nice collapse. Look at this. I mean, you have a Primal Rage, you have a Transcendence here to use for the Outlaws in a pretty good shape now to potentially get this hold with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, one more fight realistically for San Francisco. Proper almost got caught out there. Looks like Pelican and Happy were lingering. Happy able to hack that health pack, give himself a reset point. To the high ground, he might spot out Finn here. He actually opts not to go there, so Finn gets away with it. He's saying, all right, deploys the EMP and allows them to blow Fearless and Shu up here. Can Violet buy enough time with his Transcendence for it to make a difference, or does he just go for the respawn? Yes. Houston feel like they have the time to let this one go and come back in numbers. It'll be tight, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fearless will obviously be able to get there with a touch with the Primal, potentially. We'll see. I mean, he might get hacked.
If he gets hacked, it's over. Bubble, Fearless. Okay, he realizes he has the jump reset, so he can get to the point. Here's the Primal straight away. He needs to come back down at some point. He needs to be careful that whip shot could end the round for him. He is going to go down here. There'll be a touch from Happy coming off though, so Houston have juggled it successfully. Now what? No time for the Transcendence to come in and keep Fearless alive, though there could be a problem. Violet's going to pop it anyway. Shu has Nano. Is it for Pelican? Yes. Pelican gets the Nano and tries to pressure further down into San Francisco's backline. Vindime hit with the Biotic Grenade, and he's saying has to translocate out, get a health pack while he can. Proper's chasing, looking for Happy right now, but he's being drawn away from the card. There's an opening here for the Outlaws as Fearless looks to come back in on the Wrecking Ball, but it's the first casualty here. Junbin able to pick that one up. The Pulse Bomb could be good. The Wrecking Ball soaks up so much of that damage though. Fearless is hacked, Biotic Grenaded, EMP, and San Francisco get the job done. It's close. Houston kind of let that one get away from them, but that's owing to a weak offense side. The Shock, dare I say it, they're in this.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, that looked like a good Shock kind of composition, right? Having Junbin playing the Diva, or even like that Winston there at the end, Proper on the Tracer. This is like one of the best looks we've seen from the Shock, really, all season, going up against top competition with the Outlaws.
I mean, Houston are playing Zenyatta on defense, and they are sticking to it. Eventually, they get undone. not quite able to hold out for as long as they would otherwise have liked. It's nice to see San Francisco able to capitalize on errors and also create opportunities of their own by that EMP, Matt. Getting rid of Fearless and Shu in that last fight, that was massive.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, didn't really get a great use of the Transcendence or even your Nano at the end there for the Outlaws. Shu did hit a big Biotic Grenade, but the Shock played it perfectly, being able to kind of like kite that for a little bit of period of time, wear it off, get everybody healed up, and then get back in and close the deal.
Nice to see we might have a match on our hands here. That was a lovely Biotic Grenade, of course, by Shu with San Francisco. Yeah, I mean, they come out on that questionable Reinhardt-based composition map that you sort of don't really love. Here's that EMP towards the end of the round. 15 seconds left, and Hisang gets it where they need it to be. Shambali Monastery coming up next. A chance for San Francisco to continue to show us what they've been working on, what they've been cooking up in the lab. So don't go anywhere. It's map number 3 right after this.
Yeah, but we have Max coming in here for Junbin. Maybe we didn't have Mitch's mic over there, but get that sorted. Where Max coming in, we really liked what you kind of saw from Junbin the last few maps that we saw him in, specifically on that Diva. So maybe Max coming in here to play a little bit more of that Ramatra type setup for our next map on Escort. So no changes for the Outlaws. Don't expect that a lot today, as fully expect Fearless to kind of play most of the day.
Yeah, just as we were kind of like discussing what the answer for San Francisco was supposed to be, theory crafting a little bit, they come up with something, right? Something that appears to work, and I don't know just how much value they can really get from it on a map like Shambali Monastery. Maybe we've seen teams try Rhyme, we've seen teams try Ramatra a fair bit. I'm thinking back, of course, to the London Spitfire on this map. We see a lot of teams that sort of prefer Ramatra. I expect we're getting to the point where we can tell a little bit what San Francisco are thinking based on their substitutions at tank role. So it's worth keeping an eye out for. It's 1-1 in this series, so we got a pleasant surprise, because it's good to see some life from San Francisco in that previous map. Houston, though, they're going to want that one back. They're not going to be pleased at all with that result.
Yeah, and I think it's good to see signs of life from the Shock against, obviously they won 2 games, not like they're, haven't won a game yet, but to see them win a map here and, be super competitive against an Outlaws team that's near the top clearly shows that there's some improvement being made here for San Francisco. Let's see how they hold up with this type of comp, though. This is what we were a little bit like, we don't want to see that, they haven't looked great at this. They looked pretty good at the dive. Let's see how they play in this kind of a mantra head-to-head.
Yeah, obviously, Max comes back in. This is what I say about maybe a mild telegraphing of intent for San Francisco via their subs. It's a proper Sombra, right? Maybe that's necessary, right? So probably doesn't have to play the May in this setup. Maybe not a composition that necessarily showcases their strengths the most. They've been able to dig Max out of position here. He actually gives up there, very far forward hold, and still gets picked off here. So the cohesion not exactly shining through right now for San Francisco. They've got to commit to that hold, and they turned out to run.
Everybody decided to run but Max. He was like, yeah, we're going to stand our ground, guys. Everybody fight. Everybody's like, yeah. And then as soon as it started to happen, he just kind of got left out to dry. It looked like all the rest of the players of the Shock just kind of moved over to the left. Maybe they were trying to find a pick over on the side, but you lose Max over by the card. Everything kind of crumbles after that.
All right, well, San Francisco now probably going to look to set up on this corner if they can. Pelican would love to wrap around. What is he aiming at? The Sombra was right in front of him. He was spy checking, but the Sombra was actively shooting him in the face. Not sure about that one. Fearless walls in his way, and just to sneak back around the corner with the help of the Immortality Field, buy him a little bit of time. And hey, proper on the wrap around here. Happy has more of that ultimate charge, but these EMPs will still essentially come down at the same time.
Yeah, we'll see who gets better value out of these. What I'm really liking is for the Shock having this Blizzard, right? He's saying, way further ahead than Pelican in terms of, building up towards this Blizzard. We'll see if maybe they decide to use the Blizzard first here, but no, it's going to be EMP proper allows it down, but nice Immortality Field here from Shu.
Yeah, look, it was perfect. Pelican and Violet were the 2 players under the most threat after that EMP, and they're able to shelter under that for long enough to keep them in the fight. And hey, that gives Violet the chance to build up towards this sound barrier. They're going to make use of it here against the Kitsune Rush off the Shock. Expect Max to reach for that ultimate in just a moment. Pelican going to do the same after the hack has expired. Yeah, we just press Q right now and try and find the W between these two. Fearless hacked. I probably will go for the later Annihilation as well. There's no reason for the Outlaws not to commit further to this fight, but they've lost their backline in an instant. Snap going Max's fingers. Violet Shu disappear. He finds Pelican as well.
Yeah, and it was actually a Blizzard thrown in from Pelican, but they didn't want to push in because Max had that Annihilation, and once the Blizzard wears off, they drop a sound barrier on top of the Annihilation. Then it's go time, and the Shock are able to just kind of run through the Houston Outlaws as Violet. Really the play is they're trying to use that sound barrier, the Blizzard, get aggressive, pick up some kills behind that, and then win it there. Once that doesn't work out, it is all Shock.
This is awkward now. Both teams just using ultimates as they came up. The timing for Vindime having the later sound barrier during Fearless's Annihilation was probably the key factor that kept them in that one. So Houston now going back to square one in terms of this ult charge. Been trying to stay safe from a long distance here. Neither team having any ultimate leverage in this fight, so it's going to be a matter of making use of these May walls to set up some isolations. maybe focus fire, pressure down onto a Ramatra if needed. Here comes the Blizzard though. It looks like Heesang found his ultimate first and not too shabby at all. Fearless needs an immortality fill, but it gets picked up pretty quick. And that's going to be another rough one for Houston.
And really, outside of map number 1, the Shock have looked really strong as a Shu off to the side using Amp Matrix. Shu and Violet, hold on a second. Shu with 2, Violet with another as the support going crazy. Oh, man.
This is what the world-class backline brings to you, right?
Well,
Shu goes with that Amp Matrix in the corner. They're getting harassed by Sombra at this time, but look at him go, Matt.
You're just like, oh, this is definitely unwinnable, right? You know, you lose your tank. No. Amp Matrix to the side instantly kills the Mei. In the Ramatra, you have the help there from Violet. I mean, that is a sick play there. Being able to get a boop, knock another player to Shu's line of sight is and that is the difference. You know, you may not have gotten that checkpoint A there if you're the Outlaws. It was looking that good there for the Shock.
Yeah, genuinely. Houston were in deep trouble. They weren't finding a lot of success from their front line. But the backline diff shines through. Again, Shu and Violet combined for more than half of those kills. And Houston are well and truly on the road.
Yes, now you get around this corner. You have an EMP here. I wonder if that's like a little bit of a momentum shifter right there for the Outlaws, right? The Shock are rolling at this point, right? They win the last map. They have to feel pretty good about it. To lose a fight like that after things are going so good, so difficult is... See, happy, looking.
Oh, what?
Oh, wait, Heesang just gets out of the ice block.
Maybe Heesang worries that he's too far out of position if they sort of rush in and he wants to try and reposition quickly, but he was not ready for that pressure from the Sombra. They get a touch just in time. Proper and Vindime return to the point. It's just Fearless right now with Violet waiting in the wings. It is enough to keep this Ramatra topped up though, so everybody from San Francisco needs to back away. EMP comes in from Proper. Happy found one of his own here. Shu's going to have time to build up that Amp Matrix, but won't use it because yet again, the supports are getting their hands dirty.
I mean... Well, one of the, you know, we obviously know how, you know, good Shu and Violet are.
Final blows, 7.
But I think the one thing that we talked about a lot last year, but I think you really realize it now, is Violet being able to turn himself into like a really strong Lucio player, like really, like an actually like legit really good Lucio player. It gives them so many options, and it did the same for the Shock last year, right? That there's not really another team who can mirror something like that.
He has as many kills as the whole of the Shock right now, like final blows.
Yeah.
I mean, and Shu's not far behind with 5. They combine for more than half of their team's final blows in general. And Violet and Shu, being able to come from behind in a losing fight, use some ultimate, sure, but be able to create a pivot like that is just, no one, you're not coming back from that. No one can come back from that. That is a gap that is very, very hard to ford. Heesang gets ruined there by Pelican. Air Matrix in play for Shu, mostly for the healing at the moment. Max cannot hold up in that kind of heat. That's
the entire game turns on that one play from Shu and Violet. The entire game turns where it's not even looking like the Outlaws are going to take that first checkpoint, and Shu and Violet just go bonkers there after they lose Fearless and just dunk the Shock for the rest of the map. I mean, that is such a huge turn of events there.
Violet still has 7 final blows to the entirety of San Francisco's 7. They really get blown out of the water in those couple last phases of the map. And this is not normally how this map plays out. Normally, your progress slows down significantly as you get into that sort of second, third part of the map. It's really hard to advance on Shambali Monastery. That sort of high ground advantage that defenders naturally have for much of the map is a real thing, and it's very easy to leverage in your favor. Having 90 seconds left on the clock after a full complete, that is very, very fast for this level of play.
Yeah, it's you know, 1 minute and 35 in the time bank. Now the Shock, it's so much pressure. I mean, you would have loved to see them like be able to get a hold there, right? Like maybe, you know, that kind of like forces its series to get into like game 5 scenario, right? It's still obviously potential of that, but they had a really good chance to get a hold there, and just some tremendous support play. We talk about the DPS and the tanks a lot, right? And anything supports as well, but sometimes supports, in terms of like their impact and like kill potential, kind of get written off a little bit, but no way to write that off there with Shu and Violet just going ham.
I mean, the evidence is staring you right in the eyes. That's filthy stuff from Houston. They don't go for a full commit, like forward spawn camp-esque hold. This is a little bit more, I guess, moderated approach from Houston. Max coming out of that Nemesis form here, and both those Ramatra shields being thrown off. So real off angle being held by Pelican right now, who actually doesn't have the mobility to correct this if he gets caught. So it's a little risky. He's saying does force the ice block there. Great immortality field for Shu, but it's going to take more than that. He needs a regenerative burst, ideally, to get Fearless back in the fight quickly. It looks like that's what happened. Fearless pumped straight back up, back into the fray, but yeah, Pelican on that off angle eventually gets removed.
Yeah, so good start here for the Shock yet again. I mean, look at Proper able to basically get an EMP off of this first fight. So I mean, EMP Kitsune Rush here coming up. You really, I think, where you're looking to make this time up is through this first part of the map. This is where teams kind of get stalled out for a very long time. If you can get a fast push through here, I mean, there's a world in which you can finish with more time. It's possible.
However, unlikely. Okay, Maywall, great Maywall. Can Finn sneak through? He can. Okay, rather svelte, I suppose. But he get back into the fight there. Proper looking to find a way in from the back line here. He's happy. I mean, catching him with the EMP would be quite favorable, but the Ant Matrix, Proper doesn't want to get in front of that. And, well, Vindime going to go down. Should be able to pick him off here as Houston's defense starts to just convalesce a little bit more here on this corner. Again, it's all the supports. They have a written agreement with their backline to get all the kills. That is what's happened. They are literally letting them have the kills. Violet has 9 final blows. Shu has 7. That's 15 between the two. And it's 16. I can't do maths right now. I'm freaking out. This is absurd.
Yeah, just... well, look, this is obviously Violet going up against the Shock. This is what you kind of miss without having him on that lineup, right? Just the extra damage, the kill potential he brings, the flexibility, right, of just being able to play so many different supports, now even main supports, right?
Who else could do this? Chio and Fielder, maybe?
As well.
Like, who can replicate this?
I don't even know if Chio and Fielder, you can say, could replicate this, you know, in terms of, like, the amount of... I think Chio and Fielder are, like, really great, you know, at being in the right spot, right time. You know, a phenomenal ultimate usage with, like, Chio and Fielder, but, like, the flexibility and just, like, damage output, like, I don't think there's a backline that can really do that.
Happy trying for the rope-a-dope there on Proper, who again has been a standout for his team. Definitely getting the job done here. Max has died 8 times. He's saying 7, so a lot of focus on the wards. Yeah, he's saying primarily on this May right now. So San Francisco having problems. Could be the Sombra and the Hacks denying potential ice block plays. Okay, can they get Fearless out of the fight? They do. Wow. They top him up. It's going to be a sound barrier a little bit later from Houston. They got everything. They've got all their ultimates to make use of here. Annihilation comes out from both sides here. Finn and Vindime need to skirt around these as much as possible. Pelican waits on the Blizzard. He's not going to use it into an Annihilation this time. He's going to wait until people have a reason to actually want to step up. That's a beautiful EMP, though, by Proper. He's the difference maker. He tips the balance in a fight where Houston have ostensibly an all advantage.
Yeah, that EMP comes like right at the end, right? Where they still have some of that Annihilation rolling and allows Max to just push up. Get a kill with that. I wonder, did they try? You see, you have Happy here. I think you're gonna have too many players come spawn.
I don't think like, can.
Can you get like no? Yeah, not gonna be able to get a touch. So the shot hit point A, 11 seconds in the bank at that time. So you'll jump up to about 2 minutes, 30 plus here. I like the Outlaw strat though. I think you come down here and take a really a fast fight early. I think you'd even use your Blizzard if you want.
All right, yeah. Katuna Rush comes out here. Pelican gonna use that Blizzard for sure. Max jockeying back a little bit here. There's an Air Matrix in play, which is why he won't come around this corner. That Maywall doesn't buy a lot of time there for Hisang. The Air Matrix is down, so now what? Is Happy's EMP is the question. Both these teams really just taking turns pressing Q in many of these fights. Yeah, Happy's going in now. You see, sets up the retreat path. Here's the EMP, just as Hisang gets his face punched in. And Fearless has got a little bit more frustration to work out, apparently.
Yeah, well, that was the Blizzard that's dropped, and then the EMP just comes right down on top of it. So Blizzard used from Hisang, and then everybody just kind of pushes on through there for the Outlaws after the EMP. What's your thoughts on the Kiriko versus the Baptiste here? I actually think you can get much more value out of the Bap, personally.
Yeah, I think Jake was saying that like the Baptiste is like not necessarily the meta approach. I think like we're talking about it in terms of Las Vegas and having Luke Mino on the Baptiste here. I think that Suzu's pretty important. Kitsune Rush is also ridiculously powerful in this kind of setup. Like the Nemesis form buff it gives is pretty insane with like the punch rate, for example.
And it may just be because the Baptiste player you have is like Shu on your side, right? Like, yeah. I think he's just so like sick of that hero with like the Amp Matrix, like the immortality field. Like he's able to just turn the tides. Is look, like that was a an immortality field there used, and then yeah, we'll find out what happens on the other side of this.
Oh, where's my screen?
Like,
that's a big old EMP.
So,
it probably turned up, hit that ult right on my PC.
Yeah. It looks like the Outlaws are still in the fight, which as we get back in the game, that is still the case. So, with about 30 seconds to go, making it around this corner, Happy's going to have an EMP here, and you're going to have a Blizzard. Even if you win this fight for the Shock, it's going to be pretty difficult to kind of get it around that second corner.
Oh yeah, very much so. I guess the Blizzard could be a decent deterrent for San Francisco. The timing of Heesang deploying this is going to be really important. They have Kitsune Rush available now as well, so let's see what Happy can get done. He really wants to make sure he can get like if he can hit this Kiriko first and find a way to pop her. You don't have Winston to fly on in and sort of set up with you here, so probably be a little bit more individualistic in approach. Heesang interrupts the hack there. Happy just backing away, has to translocate out. So you won't have that available for the time being here. San Francisco don't go for the Blizzard quite yet, though. Pelican now being harassed by Proper. Here's a Kitsune Rush. Blizzard throw. That's a defensive Blizzard if I've ever seen one. It's only really going to catch Maxu trundles out of it. But a 4-player EMP from Happy, that is perfect. Violet going to be frozen, but the immortality field timing is sublime from Shu. And he keeps his offsider standing. Fearless drops down now, Finn in deep trouble, and here's an Nemesis form to clean up the fight, presumably. Max finds a little bit, but that's all, and it is the San Francisco shot brought to a screeching halt on Shambali Monastery.
Yeah, it was taking those early fights there for the Houston Outlaws, right? Not allowing them to get that first corner for free, pushing up, down into that choke, just burning clock there. That's where really makes it difficult for the Shock. Just one fight opportunity there at the end to take that second checkpoint, and they just didn't have enough ultimates to do it.
Yeah, tough stuff for San Francisco here. Again, pound for pound, looking pretty decent. Proper on the Sombra. Okay, we sort of speculated whether it was he or Heesang, and passing the Sombra between the two makes sense. Happy and Pelican also have been known to do this, right? It really depends on what the comp is calling for. This is the support moment, right, that kind of blew our minds. And from here on out, like, we continued to see Shu and Violet be headliners in so many of these team fights. With a backline like this, Houston, I mean, my goodness. You can mess up catastrophically as any of these other players and have Shu and Violet come to the rescue more often than not.
Yeah, it's just when you have those types of support players who can just make these game-changing plays, you're never out of the fight. It's almost like the stuff that the old Shock used to do, right? Where you'd be a player or two down and you'd have Violet pop, an Amp Matrix, right? And you're able to, make some plays. Now they're on the other side of that now with Violet playing on the Outlaws, and you see what it does. Really, it turns the tides there on Shambali.
Colosseo, a classic map for the Houston Outlaws. So many magical moments for them on that stage. So stick around, see how it all goes down as Houston look to end the series before the Shock gets, I don't know, too confident perhaps.
that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up.
That's right, everybody. It's Houston versus San Francisco, another edition of the Krusty versus Junkbuck Chronicles. And the Outlaws looking like a better team this year, no doubt about it. This series, though, definitely an interesting one so far, at least. At least for San Francisco, showing some signs of life. That last map, though, not quite enough life.
This is still good signs, though, for the Shock. Against a top-quality team, you know, a team that we expect and have seen thus far, like, no reason to not believe they could be, you know, should be top 2, potentially, I know, battling the reign for the best in the West. The Shock have played a really good series. And I think if you were really, like, worried about the Shock team moving forward, I think this series can ease that a little bit for you. But, man, the player they let go to the Outlaws is playing quite well in this series.
Yeah, ended them up with 9 final blows. Most of those, I'll be honest, coming on that first half. My goodness, Violet turning up the heat. Alongside Shu. Again, Violet is a player that has played, God, almost every support player competitively. There have been times where he's been called upon to play Mercy. Plenty of, you know, flex support, as we called it. Making that transition over towards Colosseo, he, you know, has really worked on his craft and now has emerged as one of the very best in the world. And really hard to argue with this performance from Violet. Just a linchpin for this Houston Outlaws team, turning up the heat against his old teammates.
This is a player as well. When we first saw him bring out the Lucio, we were just kind of like, all right, like he's just playing it because they need somebody to play it. But you have seen the progress he has made on this hero over the past, you know, what, year, 2 years, right? I would say.
Absolutely, yeah.
Become just really strong on Lucio. We know the awesome things he can do on, like, Briggs, Zen, Baptiste, like, and it just provides this flexibility, right? Like, you don't see many other Lucio players in the, not even in the league, in the world, to be able to just go and play a flex support with that type of skill. It's just something that the Outlaws can do that not a lot of other teams can.
Yeah, maybe Lastro, another player that offers you that. But again, these people we can count on one hand. You know, even look at players like Chio, it's more like, you know, Kiriko, Lucio, there's a little bit there, but yeah, some of these players can just do it all, and it really shows in a series like this. All right, Colosseo we're headed to next. This is the side of, I mean, Merit's 3K with 1 rail, Pelicans Hanzo, you know, going absolutely crazy. It's a map where Houston have been credited with some really huge turnarounds, epic moments. So they're looking to run it back here once more. And they're looking to end the series against San Francisco. We're again starting to figure things out slowly, but a match like this is a great opportunity for them to test what they've been working on to try and regain their spot as a team to fear in the Overwatch League.
Also a map where teams oftentimes will just stand there and stare at each other at the start. Because getting control of that first...
What a way to follow up an epic intro line. Yeah, well, Mitch, that's true. Also, nothing happens for the first 30 seconds.
Sometimes they just, look, they just kind of stare at each other and nobody wants to be the first one to die. But these types of compositions don't really signal that, right? Well, typically, we've seen that with like a Sojourn or a Hanzo. You're just kind of shooting down the alleyway there by the bot, but both of these teams want to play quite aggressive here.
All right. Yeah, look at the setup. This is pretty standard stuff. Fearless here. Okay, so the Doomfist here for Fearless. Something we've seen already on Control in this series. Something we've seen multiple times from the Outlaws in general. Oh, Happy just gets caught there.
Well, I mean, he didn't have the translocator, right? He just kind of got destroyed by Proper, but still, even trying to translocate out. We've seen that a few times, though. I think you mentioned on King's Row, where you like, oh, Happy staying? Like, a few times maybe he kind of like overstays his welcome a little bit.
And look, and sometimes it's justifiable. It's like Happy's in a 1 versus 1 with, I don't know, a Kiriko, and it's just, they're not looking at him, so he's going to stay and get ult charge. Sometimes it's like, oh, Happy is in the front line here, and he didn't have the ability, I presume, to pull the plug. Constantly kept getting revealed through cloaking. Either way, it gives the San Francisco Shock quite a lot of meterage at the start of this round. I like the angle from Shu. Yeah, that connects as well. Looks like Max went for the Nemesis form, put to sleep. He will be woken up though, as this is often the case. We'll see Shu trying to get a decent angle to keep everyone topped up. I do want to see how this Fearless Doom plays out against Max.
It wasn't great on Ilios, if you remember back, right? They end up winning the map, but I would say it's not really kind of like behind the play of the Doomfist early on. Now we'll see it'll be a nano boost here onto Fearless, just looking for anything here as Max gets quite slow, but then pops the Nemesis for him, but he's going to be very close to Annihilation. Okay, they deal with him first.
Yeah, and I guess it's frustrating for Ramatra, who can be quite positional, to be constantly relocated throughout the fight here. Fearless is able to be very disruptive on this Doomfist, and they're pretty impactful against a somewhat static front line of Heesang and Max here. Perhaps that's just the preference for Fearless, or perhaps there's a sort of a wider plan with going behind this. Maybe you can combine more with Happy and these hacks that gives you a quasi-dive element. Pelican knows, something we haven't mentioned the last couple of moments. Looking for a
more burst potential with the Doom, right?
Sure.
Ooh,
back up.
Proper. Yeah, it doesn't really hit anything, right?
Violet went very, very low there by the looks of things, but yeah, no real follow-up to the EMP. Pelican waits in the wings, of course, for Defiant to die down a little bit before he dips his toes in.
This is really good for Houston.
Man, winning a fight there through the EMP, keeping your EMP. Yeah, couldn't have gone much better for Houston.
I mean, Kitsune Rush here and EMP as well to be able to use. Looks like they're going to get close to taking the lead here. So they will now take the lead here against the Shock, where the Shock come in, they use a few ultimates here, and like you get negated by an EMP, and they keep pushing it forward. You're in a rough spot. So you lose Finn. They do get a trade though onto Happy, but Finn had the Kitsune Rush.
Okay, Soundberry, him and Fearless has nothing to do. He's got to go. Yeah, I mean, San Francisco, I guess they want to commit further. They lose Proper, but they are starting to find these backliners crucially. I think the Outlaws realize it's just a matter of trying to stall here while they can. Fearless even gets a cheeky exit on Vindime, and the bot's swinging on back like a pendulum.
Poor Vindime. The punch actually gets backed up into Heesang's ice block there, and then just gets taken out. As
hey. At least it happened after he got the sound barrier off.
Yeah, true. It doesn't mean that Heesang should have gotten the assist there on the kill. As
sure.
He can see the rest of the environment.
I like that Doofus can do a lot with the like cooldown reduction inside this. Oh my, that is filthy from Fearless. Maywall thrown up desperately by Heesang, but Fearless just steps around it. We'll wait for him to emerge from his cocoon. Send packing here, Happy finding those last two.
And that's that burst that Doomfist can provide, right? Specifically with that nano boost, just comes flying around the corner. Seismic Slam connects with two, just the punch, the shot, just able to get a double there so fast from Fearless. It's going to be difficult here for the Shock because you have to keep just pushing the bot through that initial long corridor, right? Like so many teams just get stalled there for periods of time. That the Outlaws can constantly just kind of take these fights in advantageous positions.
Annihilation here, a little awkward. Yeah, Violet gets caught a little bit too close to the locus of that storm. Fearless, power block to get himself out, can cycle through these cooldowns, gain that mobility.
Abilities to get out of the range of the Annihilation. The range is so wide.
Pulse. Okay, mostly blocked off, but Pelican's able to finish the job on Max. The trade for Shu, though, may not favor Houston. If it doesn't feel like that now, but be able to find Finn, both teams losing out on key supports, but the Shock clearly feeling more confident going forward.
Yeah, it'll be Max over to the Junker Queens. This is pretty similar to what we saw from them on Ilios, right? When they ended up playing on Ruins, if you think back to that, they ended up actually playing this Junker Queen setup into the Outlaws' Doom. So I believe we did see Fearless switch after that. So maybe we'll see Fearless. I believe he went to the Winston after that. Maybe we'll see Fearless make a change once they realize there's going to be Junker Queen on the other side.
Yeah, front line feels dangerous. Fearless already backing away. 4-player EMP. The Outlaws are already on the back foot here, so they're going to be cleaned up without the ability to properly break and run. Shu gets caught up here, snarled up. Let's see this Fearless switch, if any. Now is San Francisco. Hey, chance to get back into the lead here. I mean, we'll see some stall attempt from Happy on the bridge, but there's only so much he can do. So
Pelican will jump down here on the Tracer, so he'll get a little bit of a touch, and Fearless does as well. So not able to take the lead, actually. You see just they get very close. Maybe they actually thought they were going to be able to take the lead on that and then kind of back up a little bit, but no, they don't end up taking the lead. No, only 3:30, a little bit more than 3:30 here on the clock, but 3:30 pretty much to go.
Happy would love to catch Vindime here, but probably needs to shut off the Junker Queen response. Commanding shout used already. Here's that EMP though. There's Kitsune Rush in play by the looks of things, but Finn is taken down. Yuck, that's brutal for San Francisco. They commit a sound barrier after the fact that it just doesn't stem the bleeding nearly enough. Again, Fearless inside of Kitsune Rush being able to cycle his abilities that much more. That's really scary to deal with when Doom's firing up like that.
And maybe you thought you could kind of keep the Junker Queen alive and rolling. I believe you had like another DPS or two there with that sound barrier and kind of just power on through it, but not the case. The sound barrier just a little bit late there. No, not even maybe late. You know, you hadn't had a few players dead. At that time, you're actually, deciding to use it, right? Where maybe not the right call. You could have used it here coming back to fight this next one.
Yeah. Rampage available though, as the Outlaws technically need to push through a choke. It could be a good chance to make use of that. But perhaps ultimately unnecessary here with Happy already being plucked out of the mix. And Heesang can chill for now. Most of his team have done the hard work. Fearless on the back foot, finding just the one kill, but he is fast-tracked back to spawn.
In Colosseo specifically, like, you don't really... So, obviously a map completion is ideal, but you don't really need it considering there's like some of these like really strong choke points you can kind of hold the bot at and kind of play defense at. Where the Outlaws kind of have one here, where now with that extra percentage they got, they're going to have that bridge to kind of sit above where the bot needs to go to play with some of that extra high ground.
Ooh, proper lingering too far along, rather, in the front line. Yeah, that hurts to lose the play with the EMP just when you were looking to finally get back into the lead, but Heesang is able to even the ledger. Fearless is down to a pulse bomb. Pelican may look to make use of that himself in the coming moments, but Heesang just gets caught out in the open, not able to recall. No healing available somehow. Max with the commanding shout wants to come forward here, but hacked for a moment. And yeah, they're just going to bring him down, just playing very carefully from the outside of his range.
It's rough to lose proper there early on, right? Because he's the one who has this EMP, could have set it up for that last fight. Would have been, I don't know, really nice to have that EMP, maybe even like a rampage, right? Because now Happy's going to have his. You had a really good window of opportunity where you had a bit of an advantage. Now you may have given that up, and with only a minute to go, you may never see that advantage again.
And Houston have no need to use their ultimates here.
No.
San Francisco, however, need to at least make use of that EMP. Fortuitously, Max is aware that it's a one fight basically from the outset, so it doesn't make use of that rampage, but still, EMP advantage with 45 seconds left in the fight, with the fight occurring a long way away from San Francisco's spawn, it favors the Outlaws. But there is a sound barrier here for Vindime. Let's see if they can make good use of it.
But you just had a sick combo for the Outlaws, right? You mentioned how good the Doom is inside of the Kitsune Rush. You also have the Nano here for the Doom, potentially. As that'll be the Nano on the Fearless. You have an EMP here that could follow this up. They're going to actually sound barrier before the EMP. So now Happy should have a prime opportunity to get a big EMP off.
Yeah, a lot of patience from Happy here. Doesn't see the need to let that one go quite yet. No one's made the call for it either. Here it is, though, and when it comes in, it hits like an absolute Mack truck. Max couldn't do anything but leap and bound around, and the Outlaws still have the lead. Heartbreaking for San Francisco not be able to take the lead a couple of fights ago. And this should be the Houston Outlaws putting this feud to bed once more. San Francisco are vanquished, only managing the one map in this series. Houston make their inevitable march on.
Still some mistakes from the Shock, but I would say overall they looked much better. Much more competitive than they have over the last, few times we've seen them play against top competition, or even some teams that are like a little bit more on the mid side. But the Outlaws, man, that last fight, they just cleaned that up perfectly. Knew that everybody was going to be kind of like around that choke point. They're able to hold on to that EMP for a while, and Happy lands a massive one, and all the kills just follow up so fast.
The VOD review is going to be brutal of those last couple of fights, right? We start seeing Proper there with an EMP in prime position to put the Outlaws in the lead in terms of, bot progress, and he gets picked off in the front line kind of randomly. All of a sudden, Houston have enough of a window to build their EMP through that fight, and that is what ends up putting San Francisco to bed. Again, I like it, at the start of that fight, you see Fearless get hacked, right? So it's very clear, like, San Francisco, like, okay, we can get Fearless down. They can't get as much out of the use of their Kitsune Rush. They don't have an initiator. And so straight away to Nano. You just nano Fearless, make sure they can stay alive in the fight. And the rest is essentially history. You also had Kitsune Rush available for Houston. Old Economy really favouring there in that last fight. Let's talk about player of the match here, Matt, though. The backline from Houston have been electrifying, they've been exciting. Shu coming away with the honours today.
In the last nano that Shu actually landed onto Fearless was so successful that they decided to pop that sound barrier right away at the end there. So they didn't have a sound barrier for a little bit later on. But man, this play right here, this really, like, if this play never happens, in an alternate universe, it may never have happened. The shot go on and they win Shambali potentially, and you're playing in a game 5 here today, right?
Yeah.
Just the support play from Shu and Violet as Shu playing fantastic on the Ana and the Baptiste throughout this series.
Yeah, really impressive. We kind of talked about the choice of Baptiste as opposed to Lucio Kiriko, and you kind of see why, right? Shu on the Ana or Baptiste is able to have a really outsized impact compared to other people in his class. Look, really nice sleep value. It's got relatively low deaths here. But again, what Shu brought in this series isn't necessarily encapsulated via stats, right? It's in the moment like that Baptiste and Matrix, the way he's combining for Violet just to turn a fight around. These guys are fun to watch, man. You know they're in that top 2 in the league, and they're looking like they're only going to get better, Matt.
Yeah, I think as the year goes on, I think you're going to see this team get even better. And, if Happy can kind of play at that consistent, like, hit scan level and just fill in, outside of the DPS slot of, like, Pelican, I mean, the sky is the limit for this team. I mean, just so much talent across the board.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Much to be said about this match, I think, especially given how people wanted to assess San Francisco's development. So we're going to hear from experts on the desk about all that and more as we continue our match day here at the Overwatch League. Don't go too far, everybody. We're going to break, come back, we'll break the match down, and we'll get our last one of the day right after.
이거 자꾸 밀지 마. 화면 자꾸 밀지 마. 화면에
킬코 늦게 잡자. 늦게 잡자.
화면 밀지 마. 빨리 잡아. 그냥 빨리 잡아. 이거 밀지 마.
못 비비는 것 같은데. 솜트.
잡으러 가야 돼. 이거 잡으러 가야 돼.
못 비빈다.
오비야. 나이스.
나이스.
왜 이렇게 힘드냐.
뭔가
말렸다.
Some sights of
Don't
relief.
push. Kill him. No, don't kill him. No, kill him fast. Get him. We have to kill him. Nice.
That's a good call.
Nice.
Nice.
That's good.
Nice.
Good for the people at home, guys. If you're winning on push in overtime, don't push the cart to the enemy respawners. That gives them, it's easier for them to get back and touch the car. So Miljima,
All right, today we learn.
don't push.
How about the kill thing? I think someone said, "Don't kill," and then Pelican's like, "No, just go for the kill. Kill."
Yeah, because you might not want to kill. You can stagger the one guy, like delay, and then you kill him right when his teammates show up, and then his teammates, they're losing a player, and that guy never comes back to the fight. So, you know, there's an argument for both sides, and the players are like discussing it live, which way they'd rather go. Just finish them off was Pelican's call. It ended up being the right call,
right?
But delaying can also make sense.
There you have it.
Just depends.
Reinforce, you too could be playing in the Overwatch League if you just take a note out of that book.
Sometimes kill, sometimes no kill.
Or
Sometimes push,
you want
sometimes
to
don't push.
Sometimes you want to kill. Sometimes you don't get the kill.
Sometimes
and you lose.
push, sometimes no push.
Also true. The duality. Well, let's actually recap the match, though. We did see quite a sign of life here from the San Francisco Shock, which I want to talk about. But first, let's talk about the winners here. The Houston Outlaws, they continue their winning ways. Jake, you have a lot of great things to say about them, obviously.
Yeah, I'm happy to see a great win from them. I think especially Shambali was super dominant. I think the backline differential was very much felt on that map. I feel like the Mayas were going blow for blow, Sombra's going blow for blow, but that was a map where Shu and Violet really gapped. First map honestly wasn't that close. It was just that one part of King's Row attack that Houston, they just had no answer and they kept going down. And even with like 4 minutes, they couldn't make any further progress. But they almost clutched a defense that should have been nearly unwinnable with that push. So I feel like there really was just that one part of the map on the, one King's Row where they didn't have an answer to the way Shock was playing. But for the rest of the series, it did feel like they were in the driver's seat. They lost the lead like once or twice on Colosseo, but I mean, again, their comp looked dominant. It looked like they were playing the better comp that allows them to sort of outskill and snowball from there. So overall, great performance from Outlaws. I think they'll be kicking themselves for losing King's Row, but in the end, they're happy to take the win and happy to run away with this.
I'm a bigger fan of Fearless now. Like, we've talked about how great his Winston is, and he is definitely one of the best monkeys. But like, we've seen him on Ram, and also like, he played a lot of Doomfist as well today.
Yeah.
So a lot of different looks for Fearless as a player, and also just Houston as a team in general. I think they are definitely deserved of the top 2 spot.
I was actually just thinking that literal exact same thought when I was watching Fearless play the Doom here. That, to some degree, like I had this perception of just like, well, Fearless, he plays Winston, he plays Reinhardt, and we practiced his Wrecking Ball in 2021 really impressively. But he really is just like a really versatile, fantastic tank player, and so comfortable in all these metas. Like, it's not something you can, kick Houston for, that they're like bad on any tank hero.
I do want to quickly hit on the Doomfist pick here, though. How well does Doomfist fit in the current meta? Like, how much of an asset is that?
This is Jake's expertise.
I'm really happy to see Doom come out more. I think it is actually a pretty strong pick, especially when the opponents are running these Ramatra comps where Winston, some maps, there's a lot of high grounds. Winston can play these high grounds, he can jump into off angles and then save his cooldowns so that he can walk into the fight and then jump out when he's in trouble. But the advantage of Doomfist is on a flat map, Winston, if you jump in, you could just get caught in 5v1 focus. You don't really have a way out on a map like Colosseo. And Doomfist, he's got those 2 mobility cooldowns, which allows him to play much more in and out, similar to how his Tracer, how his Sombra are playing, how the Kiriko is playing. And so there's all these elusive heroes that are all on that same tempo of you go in and I'll go out. Okay, now we'll trade places, and you keep dancing that way, and it ends up being a really strong comp. So I like the Doom. I think it's a great answer to the current meta of Ramatra, and I'm happy to see Houston bringing it.
Because I remember, I don't know which player it was, but I asked that question to a tank player because we saw a lot of Korean Winston players utilizing Doomfist. And I think their answer was Doomfist was a safer pick in certain maps because of his mobility. I think that was what the answer was.
I do want to quickly touch on the Shock as well. Of course, heading into this, we're all a little bit worried, because their record is not that great. They've been looking shaky at the start of the season, which according to Krusty is just normal, it's not a problem. Are we still worried, or was this a good sign for them reinforced?
First of all, this is not the match you need to win, okay? You're playing the Houston Outlaws, one of the 2 best teams in the entire region. I think it's quite clear that Shock are not comfortable when it comes to playing the Ramatra May kind of mirror that we saw on Shambali, for example. But that King's Row, even though it was just one map, I think we saw some really good signs coming out of the San Francisco Shock. I didn't like their composition they came out with, and when they tried this Reinhardt Symmetra strat, then they swapped over to the Diva against the Zenyatta Ana backline. Just hard to get value on a Diva there. But when Junbin went over to the Winston, and you're playing proper on the Tracer, he's hanging on the Sombra, that is a composition that they can really lean on and play really good at. So yes, there were some rough maps there, playing Ramatra and trying to play May and stuff like that. Not what Shock should be focusing on right now, even though those maps you kind of have to, of course. But if they can get away playing Winston, Junbin on the Winston, and some Sombra Tracer, good. Something to at least feel confident in.
Good. We like that. Speaking of good things, a back line, we guys touched a bit already a little bit, and we do have a Violet stat card. Did he have a good time?
Violet, I think he had a great time. I think it was, which map was it, Jake? That the supports just went crazy.
I think it was Shambali. Was pretty impressive in terms of like their raw stats. But here we see across the whole match, Violet brought out a lot more Lucio than we have seen him on in the past, and looking clean, looking solid. I think you're right to say, reinforce that the Ramatra comp, there was a huge difference between these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think on this map, you kind of have to play this Ramatra, and we've seen, especially the APAC region, I mean, they're kind of experimenting a little bit on this map, but for the most part, like, you're playing into the Ramatra and the May and the Sombra on this map. It's just so powerful. And you talked about the adaptation we've seen with May coming into this composition as well, or sorry, the Sombra coming into this composition as well.
I like more teams copying that from Atlanta Rain. I think it's really smart. I think having a damage source that comes from an off angle is, even though Sombra's not doing the same amount of damage that a Hanzo or a Sojourn can threaten, the fact that she's doing it from an angle where Ramatra can't turn around to block that, you have to block the rest of the team, it means overall I think you have more impact. Now the EMP, it cancels Blizzards, it cancels the Baptiste window. So really, I think there's a lot more utility for the Sombra in the comp. It makes the comp just harder to play against overall. There's more variables to consider than just a hit scan that we can just play around cover and deal with. You can't do that against Sombra.
Absolutely. Now, let's move on to our last match of the day. Once again, let's peek at the schedule to see exactly where we're at. Toronto Defiant will be taking on the Boston Uprising in this one. So let's break it down. Let's talk about those two teams. Let's take a look at their lineups first, starting with the Toronto Defiant. Of course, we're hailing them. It's a team of friendship. It's a team of cohesion, synergy. As of right now, that has not been translating into as many victories as a lot of people would have hoped to see from them. So let's see how they will fare against the Boston Uprising, a team of absolute superstars. Those are high-caliber veteran players, but as of right now, it's not looking as cohesive as we would hope to see from that roster. So what are our thoughts heading into this one? Is there a clear favorite, or is this going to be the closest match of the day?
I think this is definitely the match of the day in terms of closeness, but honestly, I think looking at this Defiant roster, the Boston team, this is the type of team that the Defiant set out to beat. These like teams of experienced veterans. I think it's very much the ethos of Toronto that, you know, there are a lot of young, exciting players who are like trying to take the league by storm and show that they're the new, you know, class of kings. They're the new ones to watch out for. So I think all these veterans, I'm not thinking Toronto's going to be worried about this. This is the match they've been waiting for.
I also think going into this series, spoiler alert, the maps are pretty good for Toronto Defiant here as well. The first map's going to be Nepal, and I liked what I've seen for Defiant in that regard. So I think they can play these wacky Symmetra, Hanzo compositions, slow it down a little bit. Boston Uprising, I mean, they're going to push the pace. As you see right now, they're playing Tracer and Sombra compositions. Smurfs love being on the Winston and the Doomfist, and then really rely on this mechanical skill and the aggression to really throw Toronto Defiant off their footing a little bit when it comes to these slower compositions. So it's going to be a curious matchup because I don't think we're going to see this like tactical like battle of abilities and baiting out your opponent. I really think Boston Uprising are just going to go for it. Or are they going to get value from Twilight's biotic grenades, for example? Is Decay going to pop up on the Tracer? These are the kind of questions I have going into this matchup. And if Boston is able to pull this off against a strategically pretty sound team like Toronto, that will be very impressive.
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I had to go with the Toronto Defiant just because I feel like they are a very confident team. And I have not seen the same confidence in what the Boston Uprising is playing thus far. Of course, the individual skill is there and individually they can pop off, but it never came together where I'm like, I'm really confident in picking them. So I gave the Toronto Defiant the edge, but only just by one map. I do hope that we're going to see a really close match.
I also think it's going to be close, but I think so. I wanted to go with Boston first, I think it's like Boston has better like mechanical skill-wise, but then Toronto has better like teamwork, team synergy. And for now, I think I liked what I saw from Toronto more than Boston, so I went with Toronto.
Yeah, I went with Toronto as well. For me, you know, what I liked what Hydron said in the interview, that they threw out their playbook and they're rebuilding something from the ground up, you know, and I think that's exactly what Toronto needed to do. It takes confidence to do it, but I think I liked what they saw in their match. Yes, it was the Valiant, but it was a dominant showing. Defiant looked clean. It wasn't about their opponents. It was about them, how they played, and I liked what I saw. So frankly, I think they're going to win this match, and I went with 3-1. I'm actually pretty confident Defiant.
Yay, the power of friendship, the Care Bears. No, get the hell out of here. I got posted Uprising. Come on now. They're legends of the game. Individual, mechanical, raw, power, skill. This is going to be an absolute beatdown by the Boston Uprising. Yeah, I'll give Toronto Defiant a map. Maybe they'll get away playing some like Symmetra comps and like put up turrets in the wall and stuff. Like, come on. Just annoying to play against. Get out of here. It's Boston Uprising all the way.
It feels more angry because you're wearing a turtleneck, and I don't know why. It's just more angry old man energy from that side.
Old man?
It's the turtleneck. I can't help it.
Come on.
Don't impugn my side of the table, Zoe.
Sorry, I'm
From the end of the table, please.
Clip it. That's a meme if I've ever seen one. Let's take a look at chat's prediction. What are we thinking?
I think
Toronto bias.
I mean, you gotta look
Let's go, Tap. Come on.
Because they have star players in that. It's so hard to bet against them. It's really hard to look at it.
Excuses. Come, they're 4-1. They're 4-1. Who has Toronto beaten that is impressive, okay? 3-2 versus New York Excelsior? Come on now.
Hey,
how are you buying into this team?
How
are you buying into this team?
Hey.
I like the young guns.
The Colosseo Rhine. Oh, the Colosseo Rhine versus Crawley the other day. So good. Immaculate play. Fantastic. Inspiring. Honestly.
I'm here for the villain arc, Johnny. Let's go.
Okay, well, you're siding with Chat today. That's great. Good
Come on, Chat. Go.
Chat and Johnny against the world. Let's see where our casters are going with this one. Matt and Mitch, who you got winning this one?
I tell you what, I think the Boston Uprising need to win this one, or else they are in the dangerous. The talent is their category. They would start to move into. They would start to veer into the talent is theirs zone. Which, yeah, you never want to be the talent is theirs zone. I'm here for Johnny's villain arc. It's like he kind of looks like an Austin Powers movie villain.
I'll take that. I'll take that
one, but
I'll take that.
I like it. I dig it. I think in some way I took. I'll take Toronto here. I think there's a chance that Boston ends up as our talent as their champion for the year. What do you think, Mitch?
Yeah, fine. It's another pre-team. Like, are you that surprised? Like, this keeps happening.
So
the more things change, the more they stay the same.
It's super bizarre though, because they beat the Justice, who we've seen be good, right? Now, like, and they beat them 3-0. Like, it wasn't like that game was close. And then they just turn around and lose to the Titans. So you don't know what to think there. If you throw that week out, right? They beat New York, London, and Vegas, right? So you really don't... jury's still kind of out, but I also would say, like, Toronto's in the same kind of boat. It's not like I'm... it's not like I'm just going to guzzle in maple syrup and become a Defiant fan. I'm still kind of like, mid on the Defiant.
Okay, that is fair. And I think that even though Jake makes a fair point and he says, look, the Valiant matchup for the Defiant was more about the Defiant than the Valiant, more about how they looked as an individual team. That's great. But it's very easy to look good when no one sort of puts any pressure on you, right? Or maybe you are less pressured than in other matchups. Those forced errors are less likely to come up. I'm happy for Johnny to appeal to the veterancy, to the legacy of these Boston Uprising players. I think that is fine. But Toronto really impresses. I think that Hydron is going to be a big deal. I want to see how they make use of Sam, especially on this control map. It's probably really the only map we get to see a ton of Sam on. Yeah. This guy's a scrim god. We know that for a fact, but how does it translate here up against a fearsome opponent like Boston?
If you can, if Boston, right, if you can, manage these personalities, get them on the same page, really kind of, get them to, coalesce. This team, roster-wise, is bonkers, right? It's just, can they make that happen? So, here at the start be the Uprising running, dive-centric comp, going up against the Defiant, who are actually going out. So they're going to be running the Junker Queen here with Salmon playing the Genji. So Genji Sojourn in terms of the damage dealers.
OG there got completely hamstrung by the two-piece. That is Decay and Birdering. Hack the Lucio and then follow up with that extra damage. So keep an eye out for that duo, Decay and Birdering. Two players, by the way, in the past have been kind of forced to play pretty individualistically. Sometimes, looking to create value with solo pieces. Now coming together in many of these dives. Smurf on the Winston as well. Pretty hard to count him out. We'll see what Kalush can get done with this Junker Queen. Sam's sleeping right now. Hydron is dead. He got absolutely smashed there by Birdring, so keep an eye out for that. At least there was a trade and Smurf falls, but Boston have held the point for quite some time already.
Yeah, it is flipped though. So you do get a flip here for the Defiant as they'll be able to take control of the point, even though they lose, a little bit of a trade here early on. Is just got to make sure you can keep OG alive. Gets really, wants to get aggressive. Push in, try and get some kills, but first fight ended really fast because the Uprising were able to get him down pretty early.
All right, Ultraviolet playing from a safe spot. Suzu on OG, so they satisfy that condition you set forth, Matt, keeping OG alive at the start of the fight with that Decay Birdering combo comes in, but Hydron falls early again, this time without finding a kill on the exit. Not a great opener for Toronto, but they've been allowed to sneak back into the lead percentage-wise, and it's going to be Kitsune Rush for Ultraviolet, laying that one down and giving Sam the path to take Smurf down.
Oh, and I mean, you see Sam just going right on by with the Junker Queen in tow, and that can make really good use of the Kitsune Rush, right? You get the Junker Queen in the mix, same with the Genji, and the amount of damage like both those heroes can put down, pretty substantial. So we'll see now the Boston Uprising come back with another attack. You have a lot of good ultimates to use here, right? You have EMP potential, Nano to Smurf, right? Smurf, one of the best Winstons, just kind of all time. Ooh. Actually, be Sam popping the Dragon Blade here, and he's able to get Twilight right away.
Translocate there from Birdring to try and get out of trouble. Soundbarrier came in from both sides. I love the blade. The early blade is so sick.
Yeah, this is relatively pretty good though for Toronto, right? That is, they use the blade and the beat. Obviously, you use the beat to kind of counter theirs, but they end up using the EMP for the Uprising. So now you're just staring down this Nano Monkey combination with the Primal. But you have a Rampage. You should be able to deal with some of that. Overclock as well. Hydron should be able to just kind of burn down the Winston pretty fast.
Kalush definitely thinking about how to line this one up as effectively as possible. Okay, commanding shot off the point. Looks like a disengage here for the most part, but Sam's able to at least snatch up Twilight. Sammy Scrimbuck turning up in this game, man, in a big way. Coming to the next fight, at least, Toronto will be holding onto their Junker Queen ult. They allow Boston to take the point.
Yeah, I don't think it was really disengaging because what they've been doing is Kalush has been using the shout to get the speed of a little bit of the help of the others, and then kind of follow Sam in with the Lucio on some of these aggressive.
He turned 180, so I wasn't sure what he was. Yeah, what he was.
Yeah, he turned to go into that back corner with Sam to maybe dive, but I think it was just so far, and he knew he was going to be the only one there to have to contest the point, so then kind of doubled back. Was not going to be able to make it there, and then kind of work his way back to the point. Would have given up a little bit earlier.
All right, chance for Hydron could become a factor here. Here's the overclock, getting dove on pretty much straight away. The Primal Rage for Smurf filling up that field of view of Hydron, allowing Decay to sneak in there and take the kill credit. This is obviously must-win fight for Boston Uprising, as they all will be for the rest of this round. Toronto got to that 99 here, and they're happy again to let Boston expend some ultimates. Kalush holds onto the Rampage still.
Yeah, there's not going to be a great spot to use this Rampage, you think, right? It's not like the Boston Uprising are playing a comp that's a little bit slow, going to line up. I think maybe just try and connect with a target or two, and then follow that up with the Genji. That's really kind of what you're looking for.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward against a hypermobile composition like the one Boston had brought to the fight. Maybe we're better served looking at this Kitsune Rush that's coming out for Ultraviolet here. Sam also a blade could be a factor. Just the one kill on Twilight, that would be enough, I think, from a Dragon Blade. That would definitely seal the round. Nice little knife. That's what Junker Queen is so nasty against Winston. Smurf gets yoinked back to the point here. Toronto are going to look for a cap, holding this Junker Queen ult. If there's a group up for the Uprising, it'll be their folly. Kalush doesn't have to go anywhere. Dows with a bio nade, but that's going to be Suzu'd off instantly now. Kitsune Rush on the point. Elite Gon has gone down. Kalush looking for a big swing on Birdring, who's able to pull the plug just in time. Now the Doomfist turns up. This is a great option for Kalush. Comes in with the Rampage, but Decay starting to lay waste to the back line of the Defiant. This has to be quick. Sam able to reciprocate in terms of DPS on support, violence. and the Doomfist will eventually succumb. OG, 2 final blows in that last fight. Toronto need to contend now with the stall efforts of Birdring. Lee Jae Gom with a solo sound barrier to try and stay alive as long as possible, but the Sombra's gone and the Uprising will be staggered. Toronto finish the job.
Yeah, some really nice Genji play from Sam. And being able to get big value out of those blades. Really like the Junker Queen there from Kaluj, specifically against that Winston, right? You noted. Smurf gets in, tries to do some damage. Typically, you can just kind of get out of no jail, just jump away, and you're totally fine. But that blade stuck in him, gets yoinked right back in, and nothing he could do there.
The Decay Tracer quietly, I can't believe I'm saying this about him, quietly accounting for half his team's final blows so far. Big factor in that last round. Love this. Come on back, Sonny. Into the corner too. And that's a guaranteed Carnage connection.
Interesting. So we're going to have Toronto Defiant coming out here playing that Reinhardt base composition. You know, Johnny was kind of making a little bit of a joke about some of that Reinhardt play that we saw yesterday. But I think Reinhardt here with the Mei on this point specifically, Sim as well, it's always been relatively strong, which, like, how are you going to get value out of Decay playing the Echo here? I think that'll be pretty difficult. Also committing to it pretty hard, right? You know, running the Mercy as well.
Yeah, the Mercy. Really, we see just like, you know, solo agent echoes much of the time. Okay, who's the target? I'm not even sure who the target is really for Decay here. Regardless, Sam gets picked off. He was hacked by the looks of things. Tough one for Mei, a very high value kill to take at the start of this engagement here. And Decay is able to line him up there. Immortality field for Ultraviolet gets picked off, and yeah, he's able to find himself 3 kills here. And it all starts with Sam getting plucked away early.
Yeah, they were just like above the supports and just putting damage down onto Sam. There's nothing really Hydron can do from that position as well. So some changes all across the board here for the Defiant as Kaluj will go over to D.Va. So D.Va, Sombra, Tracer going to put lots of pressure onto Decay up in the sky, and also should make it very difficult for Lee Jae Gom.
Hack on OG as he emerges from the Defiant side of the map. Straight to the point, that's where the Defiant want to be. They try and take the fight here. Decay, hacked, eventually able to be brought down. Sam benefiting from the damage boost on hacked targets. Even with Lee Jae Gom pocketing, that's 2 in a row for Sam. Beautiful stuff, he's able to translocate away. Hydron sneaks in there, gets rid of Twilight. Defiant are back in business here. This switch to the Sombra Tracer start to yield some real results, and Sam looking to dab hand on the Sombra.
It's just like that. Defiant, they switch up their comp, and they come right in. They're able to flip the point, relative ease. So Lee Jae Gom goes over to the Brig, but they're going to keep Decay onto the Echo. I wonder if you're just kind of like playing for the duplicate here. I also question like how strong the duplicate actually is at this point, right?
Maybe dupe a Sombra, the hack could be crucial. Yeah. EMP, that's a good one. Decay focusing beam, finds purchase on OG. Hydron double pulse, that's a backline down to just the one player. That is some scary stuff. Normally someone we're heralding about being a hit scan god, but the Tracer looks absolutely filthy there. I see a dupe with the D.Va for Decay. You talked about value, not a lot accrued there, I think it's safe to say. Decay knocked out of the mech, won't have a chance to get back in. Duplicate now expired. Kaluj runs him down.
Man, when it looked like it was going to be a great fight for the Boston Uprising, let's take a look from Hydron's POV. It's going to be a pulse bomb here. It's gunning on a both.
No! Wait, oh, the setup from Kaluj, man! That's stunning.
Yeah, the pulse bomb's typically when you see a double kill like that, right? It's the pulse bomb stuck to one of the supports. Somebody kind of like runs into somebody else or something like that.
Yeah, I'm giving Kaluj still credit for that one, my guy. Yeah,
he got an assist. I don't think he gets the whole credit, but
well, he knocked him into the bomb. I'm just saying, the sports could have just walked away and got on with their lives, but no, Kaluj was there. Awesome, back into the radius. All right, Twilight's down here, so Boston, yeah, they may have flipped the point, but it's not a great start to the fight for them at all, especially now they're contending with a sound barrier, and Narana went down with Nano in the back pocket. Not a great look, and here's where things start to get a little messy. We've got IMAX mode for a time. Lee Jae Gom eventually going to get taken down. The rally no longer sheltering the Boston Uprising from the carnage that is to come. Translocate out by Birdring. Smurf got the Nano as Twilight came off the spawn, but there's a flip back of the point here, and the Uprising have to full commit to keeping alive in the round. Twilight again killed coming off spawn.
This is looking pretty good here for the Defiant. That's going to be a hack on a Smurf. Lee Jae Gom just trying to stay alive on the opposite side of the point. He will fall as well. Birdring comes in with an EMP, but it's Just a little bit of a sad one at the end, as that'll be the Defiant taking map number 1.
We see the Uprising try and come at this round from a couple of different axes, right? They bring in a pocketed Echo, no less, eventually switching off to the Brig, but the Toronto Defiant gets a slower start for them, but as soon as they start to get back in the game, it's Sam that appears on the Sombra, finding 2 quick kills on Village, and all of a sudden it's all about the 6. This first round, though, nice to see again, as I called him, Sammy Scrimbucks take some of the notoriety offline into an Overwatch League game. Guy, I mean, was forced to stand in proper shadow for a whole year. Great to see him basking in the sun now.
I mean, Toronto plays like that. I mean, they beat a lot of teams. They looked really strong here. And map number 1 is, I think you saw good things from Sam. I mentioned it the other day when we were talking about the Defiant cast one of their games. Man, I love to watch Hydron play. I feel like he always makes an impact on the game. It's right here. So let's take a look. So the pulse bomb's going in. I actually think it's just Kalush going for the kill there onto the Ana and like knocking the Brig's obviously going to help the Ana on the backside and just knocking them in. But
never
really
let the truth get in the way of a good narrative, Matthew. My goodness. Map number 1, Toronto Defiant. Strong showing for them here. Let's see what
Mitch just making up narratives again. Unbelievable.
Me when I spread misinformation on the internet. Stick around. Map number 2. Hey, it's just around the corner. Kings Row once more. Let's see how Boston bounce back after a bit of a sloppy jalopy start. We've been blessed with some pretty significantly special support play today so far. Look at the Houston Outlaws matchup coming to this one. The Toronto Defiance Battle Line look great. You know, I'm getting like, I don't know, Five King vibes. You know what I mean? You know the vibes. That real legacy, the echoes of support greatness coming through the halls right now. And again, very important role, of course, in the Overwatch League. You can get your hands on some of these support partners because they're obviously the most important role in the whole game in general. Team skins for Lifeweaver, Lucio, Brigitte, and a weapon charm just for 350 league tokens. June 13, that's when they're available until complete your collection of Overwatch team support skins. What do you got,
your
Matt?
teammates with Lifeweaver in style. Don't just grip them in with the normal skin. Grip them in with an owl skin.
Yeah, as opposed to, you know, not killing them in style of Lifeweaver. I feel like if you're killing people on Lifeweaver, if you're healing your team on Lifeweaver, you're already a bit stylish, you're already a little bit off the wall, a bit avant-garde, so to speak. So why not jazz it up a little bit? Kings Row coming up next here, Matt. And hey, we get the same brand of very scrappy Boston Uprising that we've been treated to for much of this season. It doesn't hold a candle to the very solid sort of, I guess, coordinated play that we're getting for the Toronto Defiant there on Nepal. And like Johnny said, it's a great map for Toronto. He expected them to be, you know, be in a good spot there. He's still predated Boston, so he must have some thoughts about the rest of this pool.
Yeah, potentially.
Or he's just being a heel for the hell of it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
we haven't had a true heel since 2019. So
the turtleneck's got him, you know, just in some anime villain arc, right? You have Speedily come in here for the Defiant. Actually, they leave Sam in, so that's actually something of a note where typically, you know, we've seen like Speedily, Hydron and Speedily really kind of like in most of the time. This time, making some moves. Sam's Hanzo, very strong. So maybe we see Sam on the Hanzo here on offense.
Well, let's not forget who was playing Hanzo for the Defiant yesterday. It was actually Hydron. Had some really nasty clips as well, especially on that Rialto game. Think of the mid-air sort of 1 versus 2. Sam is known as a really prolific Hanzo player. Yeah, like alongside I think like the Echo and the Genji as well. This was something that when he did get subbed into play for San Francisco, it was like really early on in the season actually. Genji the Hanzo super clean, so high expectations here. I've heard that Sam has done some illegal things to opponents in scrims on this Hanzo, so now my appetite is prepared.
And just sees one player directly underneath him. Putting some nice shots into the back there. Smurf is collusion, a really rough spy. Yeah, stuck in between the tank and the supports. It'll be Lee J Gaunt on the brig here on defense. Just kind of playing around Twilight.
Keeping tracks on Decay there. That's Sonic.
Oh, they got a bio on the Smurf.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Smurf trying to be pretty safe there, I guess, as he transitions between the low and high ground. Tries to jump back with that bubble, and yeah, they're still able to find a bio. However, Kaluj goes a little bit too far, maybe with the lack of extra healing as Ultraviolet got picked off, found himself a little bit out of his depth there. And Sam wasn't able to really find any huge sort of damage or put any real threat on the Uprising from that position.
Yeah, so you do get a tick here for the Defiant, but Smurf has to be careful. It gets quite low again, has to back up towards that high ground as Speedily putting pressure on the point, seeing if there's a support up top that he can make a play for. His Pulse Bomb goes down, but Lee J Gaunt's in a lot of trouble.
There it is. Sam eventually finds Smurf. So there's that pressure we were looking for. He starts off the fight by getting Smurf down to half, forcing Smurf to hide inside the statue. That really turns tempo in favor of the Defiant, and it actually creates a space for Speedily to play on the point like that and snap up Lee J Gaunt the moment he drops down. Nice work by the DPS here for Toronto. Good setup.
A pretty fast take. You know, everything all in, right? You get that, you know, first tick on the first push. Next one, just come right back, get a kill onto the brig, and just steamroll the point after that. So a little bit above 4 minutes here. Unlocks as the payload starts moving. If they get a little bit closer to it, yeah, there you go. There's you'll have a primal here in the streets phase to use, and no EMP. So no like a, you know, EMP typically like a big fight winning, you know, ultimate. You can just invest EMP, typically be pretty good. Nothing like that for the Defiant.
For the Uprising, though, they got one of those, and they make use of it. It's going to be OG getting nanoed here, as they awfully probably fear that he's the first target after the EMP. It was actually Speedily falling first, though. Lee J Gaunt was able to get the rally up here, but was under a lot of pressure midway through the fight. A Dragon Strike claims the brig. And Decay now trying to get around the shield of OGs. Eventually, he will prevail. And Smurf's Primal Rage is going to be very, very difficult for the Defiant to play around. They're so grouped up. Love what Kaluja's been able to do there, find those 2 kills, but unclear if he's got to have enough. Speedling off the respawn is a good omen, though.
Yeah, I mean, what? You don't have any support? Speedly off the respawn, so Kaluj probably can't go in right away, but you're still going to get car progress out of this, which now players coming back here for the Uprising. You really want Twilight back in to be able to get that nano boost maybe on the Smurf and make a play for the backline, but it's going to take a while for him to get back in.
If they're tracking a pulse bomb, it also might be for Lijagon if he gets stuck. We'll see what happens where Speedly's looking for there.
A chunk of damage there, almost died at the recall.
Yeah, got shield bash and a couple other things, I think. Lijagon looking right at him. Okay, so Smurf gets the nano here, and he goes to the back line. Sam OG can't get away. Yeah, eventually going to get caught. Sleep Dart comes in too late, and insult to injury, Smurf is woken up just to get another frag. Just the breakfast that he was looking for.
Yeah, and I don't think you could have done anything really there if you're the Defiant, right? If Smurf gets in your back line with that nano boost in the streets phase here, where everybody has to clump up, play together, he's going to be able to find a kill or two, right? So, just going to chalk that one up as an L for Toronto. Come back. Get another fight here. It'll be Decay with a pulse bomb lurking on the side. Trying to see if he can line one up.
2 minutes down for Toronto on this phase of the map here. So actually a pretty significant loss of time.
They're lucky in that first fight. That didn't really look like entirely go their way. They were able to still make some payload progress, or else the payload would be pretty much back by the choke.
Yeah, that's a good point. They really haven't won a fight in this part of the map yet.
No.
Birdring getting Sam early. Decay now just going to have to jockey back a little bit to see how that went down later. Illusion's going to have a primal in this fight. There's also a nano that Ultraviolet's been working with here. Speedly still sat on this pulse bomb. Here comes an EMP. You'd have to imagine OG would be getting pressure down. Ultraviolet, okay. Birdring EMPs here, he can only hit Ultraviolet. Probably not worth it. He'll have to get a full clip connecting onto the Ana to secure the kill, so he's thinking about somewhere else.
I think he's thinking about going with the EMP here, but he has to know that he's got the Ultraviolet has that nano, but they're going to use the nano for the break. I thought, oh, they're going to actually nano and send Collusion on, and then he gets hacked and slept instantly.
I mean, you're dealing with Twilight here, right? This isn't some run-of-the-mill garden variety Ana. This is the Ana. And yeah, Decay, third kill of the fight for him. He's actually already marking Speedily as the EMP comes down. So Decay's making sure he has eyes on the Tracer so he can just finish them off. It's pretty easy to underestimate the damage component of EMP now. Like, that used to be there. You take a ton of damage straight off the rip, and so for Decay, it's so easy to burn Speedily down. That Pulse Bomb still hasn't been deployed by the Toronto Tracer.
Yeah, I actually thought when that EMP comes down from Birdring, like Ultraviolet's playing around the corner because they could have nanoed OG and then pop Rally, right?
Yeah.
Like that's typically what we've seen teams do in response, right? Because you know that push is going to come through once that EMP comes down. So you could have just, nano the Brig, which makes Brig a huge offensive force. A nice stick there, but Lijagon gets the benefits of the nano to stay alive. And then have OG pop Rally at that moment. That was you could have fought back.
So that plays out how we kind of think it would, except 2 minutes later, the nano held on to keep Lijagon standing. Sam has an EMP here. It said better be good. There's 18 seconds left in the round. Who are we eyeing off here? Smurf. He's already in the air at the time though, so he actually gets to safety as the EMP comes in. That is not a good EMP for Toronto. It's not going to help them at all in this fight.
No, not entirely the right target, but they actually get Birdring, so maybe this is actually doable. The primal from Smurf, nice sleep there by Ultraviolet to take him out of this fight for a bit of time.
Decay's got more work to do though. Speedily might be down, so there's no one to mark him, but he has to play more aggressively here. The Brig, a little bit scary for him, I'm sure, and Ultraviolet's pretty close to having a nano here. Kalu's trying to create some space desperately here. Rally is in play for Lijagon. Kalu's with a biotic grenade, but gets a nano boost to work with. Force back again, hard for him to find any damage as the Uprising are so durable in the aftermath of that rally. Eventually OG's going to serve himself up, get taken down. Kaluj, yep, Birdring, good job completing that kill, securing, confirming it. And the Toronto Defiant will be stopped outside the Foundry.
Yeah, it's just that damage that comes through from the EMP at the end. Like you mentioned, it's a little bit underrated, right? We kind of think of EMP as you pop it, you kind of take people's abilities offline for an extended period of time, but not the way it works, obviously, here in Overwatch 2, where that big chunk of damage at the beginning it's just a huge... you can't really heal it up that fast or even come close to you, right? It's just a huge aid in being able to just blow some of these targets up.
Yeah, and that's why we see teams committing so much to keeping their Brig player alive, right? Post-EMP. Throwing a nano there, obviously, in the past might have seemed like a pretty ridiculous prospect, but that durability, the survivability in the face of this sort of wombo combo element, I guess, that Sombra can sort of impose. Yeah, it's really important. Sam, again, look, you know, in EMP that doesn't look great, but it was more because Smurf was already in midair. Like, there's not really much you can do about it. Sam was hoping to catch the Winston. You understand why. Smurf, I mean, very fortunate, able to be seated up on the high ground after the EMP came in. If he gets picked off there, yeah, the fight looks completely different because I'm pretty sure Ultraviolet dies soon after from a counter dive. Toronto had the right idea. The execution, though, didn't quite match up.
Yeah, and it's interesting that they kind of have speedily come in, maybe like play like Tracer 24/7, right? That's kind of the idea here for the Defiant, and then Sam can be the one that rotates between the Hanzo and Sombra specifically. If they want like a Genji option, maybe that's where Sam stays in, and if they're going to kind of play more than just Tracer, maybe that's when you have Hydron come in the game at this moment.
Becoming pretty abundant that having a strong Sombra option is a must if you want your team to be an impact force in the mid-season madness. So Ultraviolet has to be careful here. Again, this sight line can be cut off pretty easily by Smurf. He's going to rotate here as well, take a bit more of an off angle now as he gets tickled. All right, but Decay takes a random hit coming through. That could have been very dangerous. I like the idea from Ultraviolet, but he exposes himself to find the bio, and it will eventually be punished by Twilight. UV not really sure what happened there. I don't blame the guy.
I think he was just
drawing blood.
I mean, he just knew he wasn't going to be able to make it towards that health pack. He got the sleep. He was tons of damage coming down. Couldn't use the nade, and not able to make it towards that health pack. So wasn't able to make a play there. As looks like Smurf just wants to get topped up. Goes back. The rest of his team is. Actually, they know that.
This out.
Know that Sam is lurking here.
Oh, Sam has a health pack here, so this is far from done. Smurf is very low. Headshot or two. The job is done. Look at him calling that out. He's like, yeah, okay. Got rid of the Winston here. Now I can work this off angle, start the pressure. Health pack will be up soon enough. He's waiting for that, of course, to get out.
Turn around. Yeah, I mean, that is a very risky play, but also in the situation that they were in, I mean, that is a, fight-winning play. And also, they don't even get a tick on the point. Like, they don't have any progress on the point. So right away, the Boston Uprising, they get both supports down and they're not able to get a percentage on the point, where Sam is in a really awkward position. It makes a big play. They give up.
The sideline is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ultraviolet can't see anything from here. It is awkward for Ana on this point, trying to find a good spot to be. Dive down OG, not much he can do there. About trading out. Primal Rage up here for Colosseo with the bio, but he's not going to be bothered about that. Needs his backline pressure and transitioning into the Primal here. Knocking Lejagon forward, he's going to force out the rally.
Yeah, and I think as soon as he heard the hack noise start to come in, he had to pop the Primal, right? Maybe would want to hold on to it a little bit longer, but there goes the rally. Can you come in and fight this here? It's actually going to be an EMP from Bird Ring, so I don't think you're going to be able to make... Ooh, well, off this pick on Decay, maybe you're actually able to make it back to the point here.
Smurf couldn't follow up on the dive. He was capturing the point in fairness, but there was a Dragon Strike in play. Coming back with the Primal after, though, let's not forget who we're dealing with. That's Mr. Smurf to you. Thank you very much. In with a Primal, 2 quick kills, and despite Sam's best efforts to even the ledger in that fight, Boston will have what they came for.
Yeah, for a second I was like, oh, maybe they consider, like, if they're able to stay alive a little bit longer, maybe they're able to pop that rally and move on in, but they were all, like, pretty weak, and there's obviously no kind of big healing available there with just the Brig, right? Can only just kind of give out so many armor packs, heal people up over time, nothing for OG to attack, so no opportunity to get everybody healed up and back in the fight rather quickly, but Smurf takes a big chunk of damage. They're not able to finish it off, so he'll be able to make it out with his life. Boston's like 2 fights away here from taking map number 2.
Yeah, so was Toronto, though, and it took, 4.5 minutes, to be fair. Very fun defense for Toronto. The sheer audacity of Sam, 1v1ing Smurf. I probably won't forget that real soon. That's it's fun to watch. Toronto starting to show a little bit of flair, where in past years they were just kind of known for being mid here, so that's a fun look. Speedily is well and truly in the middle of the fighting here. Maybe hoping Smurf could back up a little bit more. It's an easy stick target, but he knew he wouldn't be able to secure the kill with the Pulse Bomb alone. So he's going to wait a little bit here. The Uprising, though, are going to use this opportunity to build up some of these ultimates. You want to see Toronto commit soon.
Yeah, well, Boston also doesn't really have any ultimates either, Mitch. They had to use everything to take checkpoint A, and Ilio Nano here on a Colosseo it would be huge if you could just win the fight off of this here for the Defiant. You can start to build up a war chest of ultimates. This is actually going to be the
rally. Did just jump over there, sleep done.
And Lejagon ends up popping the rally inside of that room.
Colosseo runs face first into Twilight, and almost instinctively by the looks, he jumps. Now, he jumps inside a low room, so he doesn't really get that much air, but I swear I heard the sleep dart from Twilight, so if he'd avoided that, that is, I mean, that's extra
We'd have to see it from, like, from Twilight's POV, but that would be a pretty nutty play if that's true.
Oof, man. How to outplay someone who hits every sleep.
Dragon from behind.
Do something they've never seen before. Dragon from behind could be potentially devastating here. The EMP, yo, it's Sam, baby. He is home. Have a look at that. Twilight and Lee Jae gone, can't escape. And the Uprising, they're in a position of power there, Matt. EMP gets a good connection at the start of that fight, but no one expects a Dragon chomping at their buttocks.
They use that EMP, plus they use the Nano as well. So that's pretty brutal. They're going to get a little bit of payload progress for this, just because a few players died on the Defiant, but Defiant should be able to come back and take a little bit of a neutral fight, build up a Nano of their own, and send Colosseo on in.
Next level flanks from Sam. Something special. We're getting treated to this game. Will it be enough? 1 minute, 10 seconds left. Here comes Smurf, doused instantly by the biotic fluid, and Sam finds Twilight again in the kill feed for the right reasons, but on the left side.
He's always in these like off angles, right? And he gets one, then you see Smurf try and make a play for him, and he's already out before he can get caught.
So
Sam has had some really nice angles here on the Hanzo. Just really kind of ends that before it even starts. This allows Ultraviolet to build up that Nano that I was talking about and hold on to it. You don't need it for the next fight, so... See, there's a lot of different angles that Sam can take here. You know, has that Sonic Arrow, can maybe kind of work his way to the high ground a little bit on a flank. Is 2 quick shots and a Smurf got to wait.
Yeah, he looks pretty natural. He's looking very comfortable with those shots. Smurf, though, had the primal, takes to the skies. Defensive violet grenade, I think, was attempted to be used there at the very least. But Sam gets crunched. Next target appears to be OG, and oh my goodness, the mechanics of Smurf. It's something to behold, everybody. But it's going to be a Nano for Colosseo, going to build into his primal as well. Ultraviolet staying alive long enough under the scrutiny of Winston. Colosseo sits back here, bide their time, make it one last fight. The Defiant are in this. They've got a Dragon Strike as well.
They're going to have a Dragon Strike. They're going to have their own primal and a rally here, most likely, as OG should be able to build up to this rather quickly, as it's going to be Lee Jae gone with the rally on the side of the Uprising. He just uses it.
Here it comes, the Dragon. It's going to be avoided for the most part, but Decay can't get away from Speedily. That is a huge 1 versus 1 win. The Toronto Defiant hoping that'll propel them into another map win here. Rally about to expire for Lee Jae gone, but he got the Nano Boost yet again. EMP hits, Biotic Grenade on OG, man. There was nothing he could do about it. Now what do the Defiant have left? Sam, the old-fashioned way, finds Birdring, logs him through the face. Whip shot from Lee Jae gone doesn't connect so speedily, has some time to get top back up. Getting the Tracer back in the fight's going to be very important now as OG switches over to Lucio to return quickly. It's the legs to Birdring. He's on the Soldier trying to get back into the fight as quickly as he can. Speedily is slept, flanked by opponents. Now the Nano going over to Colosseo now, and he's going to pressure Twilight down. Nothing even a superstar like Twilight can do, but not before he gets a kill of his own. 3 players left for the Defiant. Colosseo trying to stand up, but there'll be no primal, no chance to hold on. Ultraviolet taken down, and Smurf the Menace yet again. He'll secure the map win for Boston. It's a scrappy affair, and we've got a tied series.
I mean, it is not pretty there for either team there at the end. It is really just kind of like, a down and dirty brawl, but they're never able to deal with Smurf. He's able to just kind of separate the supports out and get a Nano and then a primal there at the end to seal the deal. Is at Boston, they take map number 2 in a pretty wild fashion, I would say.
And the Winston play, that was special from Smurf. Sam with some great moments ending with 11 final blows. Smurf was 10 and 4. The primal rage mechanics. Do not forget about Smurf. Doesn't matter what team he's on. He is a high impact individual. Decay, of course, chiming in with a 12 final blow record here. This was an incredible Dragon Strike. Just the setup here. And I don't know, the stones to go for that kind of flank Hanzo play, it's pretty legendary.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sam had a really strong map on the Hanzo. Time and time again, getting these off angles, making it very difficult and uncomfy for Boston to get set up at all.
Balance in all things, red versus blue goes 1 apiece for the time being. Rialto coming up next in the series here. Time to see if that scrappy brand of play the Uprising have can get them another map win. No shortage of excitement in the Boston Uprising camp after a crucial first map win for them in this series is taken on Kings Row. So much so that even players not involved in the game were feeling it. As I believe Calios spilled his entire drink, getting excited for the rest of his teammates here. That's why he is set up.
Yeah, he's going to be in the next game, so may impact it. But you got Hydra coming back in here for Sam. We'll see when Calios returns to his PC here. Not the craziest thing that happened this week. Did you see Sauna of Florida?
You mean when he tried to flush his salad down the toilet?
Yeah, flushing salad down the toilet. I don't get that.
Look
That's
it up.
a little bit
Bro,
weird.
just throw it out.
Calios gets a little excited, spills his drink, washes his hands, get right back on his PC. Nothing weird here.
Hey, listen, you can't have that Baja Blast ruin your APM, you know what I mean?
Salad down the toilet, something I gotta... Evidently, it is not uncommon in Europe.
What you mean? What, to put food down the toilet?
Yeah, look, I'm not defending Sauna here, but I have no horse in this race
I lived
of
in
whether
Europe for a spell.
salad should go down the toilet or not. But
if I flushed, I mean, I lived in Germany. So this is very different. But if I flushed salad down my toilet, they would have called the police. I would have been arrested. They have a group of people called the Ordnungsamt, which are like people that keep the peace. They would have been on me. I would have been deported instantly.
Caesar
I don't know
salad
what
too.
talking about.
Just finish that Caesar salad's pretty good.
That's kind of fire, bro. Listen, it's okay in the fridge for a hot minute as well. You can do that. My goodness. All right.
Got a little bit of a
bird ring.
pause here.
Yeah, it's like a domino effect. Calios' drink knocked into bird rings. Albeit it took a few minutes as it toppled, it wobbled back and forth on the table. Eventually, gravity took its toll. Now, bird ring, we've lost him. Off to the John.
Just a little tactical timeout here for the Uprising. Make the Defiant kind of think about that loss a little bit more. You know, stew on it a little bit.
DJ gone pondering the value of lavatories as trash disposal media. Perhaps he's got to, do some spring cleaning at some point. If you run out of trash bags, hey, think about it. You got a toilet right there. Goodness,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess people do it on planes sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of a PC issue we're waiting for here. So, once we kind of get that sorted with the Uprising, I believe, we'll be able to jump right back into it. But that second map was just down to the wire. It'll be interesting to see how they play with Hydra and Speedily in. I assume that's probably because you still want the Tracer, but you probably want some Widowmaker presence here for the Defiant. So that's probably what you're expecting here from Toronto, some kind of Widowmaker based setup.
Yeah, we did see Hanzo from Hydra on this map. Remember, both of them, right? Widow and Hanzo. Let's talk about Decay here, quietly. Again, we say quietly because we're very used to seeing him in the kill feed here, but his trace over the last two maps, he's obviously topped the final blow count for his team on both occasions. This is Kings Row, 12-3. So again, 3 deaths. That's pretty scary. I mean, deaths, you can work out the deaths per 10. That's like 1.5 or whatever. It's low. Very, very impactful. We saw his Echo, I think, on Village, which ended up looking pretty good. I mean, it went south after this, in fairness, but Decay showing us a little bit more of that playbook. The trace of those definitely where he's looked best.
I mean, there's never a question of can he play all these heroes, at what type of level, right? Like, we know how good he is. It's just maybe you've kind of been questioning some of the teams he's been on in the past, right? Like, they don't have everything all there. This team has everything, though. I mean, a DPS running mate like Birdring, right? You got Smurf, Legion got Twilight, Kalios is, very proficient in some of those off tanks. Like, they kind of feel like they have all the pieces. Where, if this was a team, if Decay is the type of player that can kind of lead a team, elevate the team, and take them to that next level, this is the type of team, that you could do it with.
That's it. I mean, Decay already putting on a bit of a clinic so far. Definitely expect to see him in the highlight reel. We've got one for week 3, though. So while we wait for Boston to sort themselves out, let's take a fond look back over our biggest plays from week 3 of the Overwatch League here in the West.
I don't even know how he got a 5K.
Lit,
Don't worry.
5K for Lit, maybe?
They're
He's
learning.
Got 4. He's got 5.
They're learning, Jack.
Lit
That's
with a 5K.
space for Proper to do things like this. Goes aggressive with the rail. Oh, there's a twofer.
2 for 1. Buy one, get one free. The Yeah, I mean, just look at where he is playing from. It's how he's gonna get the primal going. Dude, he is just insane. I mean, like, he's juggling lip all the way back. Building up these amp matrices so fast, contributing pretty well in terms of kills. I think it's been a really good day for the backline.
Oh,
that's
my
huge.
goodness! Straight down the tube. Someone gives him nowhere to go.
Yeah, that looks like something they would clip for like the the hero release trailer to show off a cool move you could pull off. And here, so you're not even really building up towards any of those big ultimates. You lose proper.
Alphagee's playing with his food. My goodness, composing a novel with alphabet spaghetti. That's the level of play we're talking about here, but he got the kill eventually. Max able to find 2, but again, hey, I've been saying this a few times, it don't cut it. What is going on with San Francisco? The Justas are bending them backwards.
Sombra tracing. Valiant, what just happened? What just happened? Lit!
Losing his learning, Jack. Losing his learning.
Lit,
Don't worry.
5k for Lit, maybe?
They're learning.
He's got 5.
They're learning, Jack.
Lit
That's
with a 5k.
I don't even know how he got a 5k.
Good news, ladies and gentlemen. Birdering has figured out how to responsibly dispose of his Caesar salad. And the Toronto Defiant, we're going to expect to see them and the Uprising hit the field in just a moment. We have bums in seats. That's a good sign.
Yeah, Birdering was spotted in the bathroom just dumping food in the toilet, and they had to rip him off. No, there was a PC issue. No.
This is America. Okay, can't do that.
No,
not in my God-fearing country.
Just dumping his food down the toilet. No, just a PC issue. So now we'll get this game of Rialto underway.
I'm pretty sure this country considers that any disposal of ranch dressing a war crime. That's what I've heard about you guys.
Oh.
Yeah, y'all love that stuff.
You know, wings, ranch pretty good. Ranch pretty good.
Okay, Toronto going to start here with the Widowmakers. So
it wouldn't be top tier in terms of dressings. Now that I'm thinking about it.
No, I don't think it's that great. I don't know. It's extremely white. I don't know. It just doesn't do it for me. I don't know. Aussies
just
not
very
really
thick for a dressing, you know.
Yeah, it's white. And, I ain't about it. I just thinking about it. I'm not gonna retch on.
Widowmaker on defense here, though. We were talking. Maybe we see some Widow. Maybe we see some Hanzo. It'll be Hydron on the Widow here.
Ranch.
I would love to see like a little bit of a classic. Kind of get Birdring on the Widowmaker as well. A little bit of a throwback. Birdring versus Hydron. Seeing Birdring take that duel, but Birdring will be on the Sombra here. Kick things off as they want to get pretty aggressive with a dive. It's just whether they can access some of these players.
Birdring got revealed there for a brief moment as speedily breezed past him. So taking a little bit more of a circuitous route here. Always love these angles. Oi, okay. Good pressure on Kalios here, but Hydra knows. He's like, man, it's been too quiet for the last few moments. Birdring somehow able to neo those bullets. It's been spotted now. Drops down onto the health pack. There's a health pack there, by the way. I don't know if you knew that.
I'm surprised Hydron turned the corner and tried to chase him after that, right? Just putting a ton of pressure on him with the SMGs.
That could have been something. He lined that up. That was a little uncanny.
He's got to feel really good about the support play that he's going to have to back him up, right? To take some of these duels. He's got both supports up here on the high ground, but a lot of trust. That time, though, gets taken out.
Yeah, well, I guess he doesn't expect Decay to make his appearance, right? Mostly he's just tangling with Birdring. So the Defiant, they sort of lose again, like, the strongest weapon in this fight. Speedly's built up a pulse bomb here. He's been getting his hands dirty in quite a big way here. But if you look at the Boston Uprising's health bars, there's just not a lot of pressure on them wholesale at the moment. The cart movement's been pretty slow, with many elements of Boston sort of surging ahead, trying to set up staging ground here, getting Birdring entrenched in the back line. He again is going to continue to pester Hydron. Oh,
yeah,
don't do it to him.
Starts shooting at him from ages away. I think he's just trying to be annoying, right? That's going to be a nano on the Kalios on the front side. As he is able to pick up both supports in Hydron up top, that should unlock this first checkpoint.
I mean, what more can you ask for from your Sombra in terms of, you don't have any MP,
just
how do you make yourself useful? Yep. Hydron, as good as he is, we've seen him stave off like Sombras that have pressured him before. That Junkertown clip is one to remember. But here's Kalios. He realizes what's happening, I think, across the map here. Look at this transition. First, get rid of the Go to the back line and then hello. I can get involved here.
Yeah, I mean, also the Nano just so strong, right? No, Kaluj not able to get a Nano and make a play. For the Uprising backline, just kind of has to stand on the payload just to keep it contested so it doesn't take checkpoint right away. And Ilios does not care about it. Gets the effect of the Nano, runs right in, and Boston's got 4 ultimates here to keep it rolling.
I mean, that speaks volumes, right? Toronto couldn't pressure them at all on that first point. It was all about Hydron, and he couldn't find any opportunities, any real sightlines. Also, Speedily and Hydron couldn't be in sync because Hydron was busy tangling with a Sombra Tracer duo a lot of the time. This is very good for Boston. Fundamentally, this is excellent play from them. They're really doing what their comp is supposed to do. Here's an EMP. Yeah, Lee Jagon wanting to pressure forward. OG was definitely feeling it there. He's able to turn it back around though. Nano Boost goes a long way for Brig, especially in Rally. Beam me up, Scotty, says Kaluj. He's in trouble.
And I'm surprised we haven't seen the Defiant kind of go towards that more, as Kaluj using his self-destruct as a little bit of cover there so he get right back in, where, yeah, we talked about that on an earlier map, right, where they weren't using the Nano onto the Brig. I know in certain situations where it could have been advantageous. Right there, the EMP comes in, they do get the Nano onto the Brig, and you see it's able to stabilize the rest of the team.
I love the Kaluj Diva map. Something we saw a lot from San Francisco on maps like Eichenwald last season. Look really good, slower play, but Kaluj really well suited for this, you know, balanced approach between offense and peel. See, he and Kalios just trying to keep track of each other, but Kaluj is not allowing the Uprising to control that high ground. Is an EMP just for one player, but I love that defense matrix from Kalios. I mean, Kaluj may have met his match in terms of Diva Dynamos. Both these guys are teched for the mirror.
Yeah, and this will be a Nano here, given on a Decay is a lot of faith here to see if he can get in there and pick up a kill, but Ryan and Decay, it's Twilight at range, able to take out Speedily? Gotta see that. I mean, you typically don't see the Ana being able to kind of like just two-tap a Tracer, but fantastic shots there from Twilight, evidently, being able to just take out the Tracer, the Defiant, but, oh wait, they just nanoed OG right there,
yeah.
And he just gets insta-killed, so there's your Nano out the window.
Man, that's a ridiculous amount of damage. Like, how do you blow up a Brig that's nanoed like that? Last time OG got a Nano, he was raid boss and, you know, was able to kill 2 people on his own, essentially. Boston now, this is great time, 3 minutes 20 on the clock. Let's see how this went down.
Yeah, so this is, they nano Decay just to peek through the window there.
Man, just line up perfectly, really, for Twilight. Don't think he was expecting to see Speedily materialize before him, but he took his shot.
I think Toronto's got to take a fight fast, because if you just allow them to like walk through this double doors, you're allowing them to get like a sick EMP off and they rally.
Their ultimate economy is made like salad and turned up in the toilet, mate. They having to switch all these heroes right so frequently. Kaluj switching twice, Hydron having to switch twice. No ults for them. Speedily loses his pulse bomb, the only ult that Toronto are really actually able to develop out alongside the rally, and even that's not enough to keep Kaluj alive. This is reckless, this is aggressive, this is the Boston Uprising taking it up a notch. The self-destruct even claiming Hydron, and 2:33 on the clock is a statement attacking round for the boys in blue.
That was a beatdown by the Boston Uprising right there. I mean, that was just... you're relying on that Widow, like we talked a little bit about early on, to get some of those picks to stall out that offense. When it doesn't happen, Boston actually just takes really good ultimate economy, like pretty much throughout the entire rest of the map, where I think the Defiant needed to take a fight way earlier there. They ended up kind of allowing the cart to move in right towards that end of the map, and just there's no way you were going to have bad ultimate usage out of the Uprising men, and they just kind of wiped the floor at them.
Man, a lot of pressure. I've used that word very frequently on this broadcast because it speaks to that relentless play style that the Boston Uprising tend to provide. What's kind of crazy is that, looking at the numbers, Kalios has obviously not died, nor is Decay. Lee Jagon is 5-1 right now. Toronto Defiant, that is it felt like a fairly long half, but they got 1 kill. 1. And that was OG when he got nanoed in rally. That is it. So Toronto basically got beat back the entire length of the map relentlessly by Boston, making a lot of switches to their compositions, trying to find the right fit, but never building momentum, always just being under pressure and panicking almost.
Yeah, and how do you set a better time than that? It does look like Boston's going to get into that game with the Widow, right? Where you can kind of keep rolling this composition throughout the rest of the map. It'll be mirror matchup here for the Defiant on their offense.
Last time we saw a team do this, I want to say like 2019 stage final, San Francisco, Vancouver, where both teams were able to sort of finish the map with time.
Yeah.
It's just not, you don't, I mean, okay, it's probably happened since then. All right, guys, thank you, but probably not not often. But, and especially when we see, like, there's definitely a comfort gap between these teams on this map so far. Unlikely the Defiant can match this. Let's see, though. Hydron, swimming in the purple juice. Not too bothered about it right now, though. Just obviously take note of Burdering's position as he opts to reveal himself for a time. Twilight very close to that nano. Look at this ult charge lead.
Yeah, it's
no way.
Get to sleep there. It looks like it was maybe on an ultraviolet, but
yeah,
right away gets woken up. So, but still, yeah. I mean,
great spot to be right now.
You are for Toronto though. Like, you're not building up this nano as fast, but you are building up towards rally pretty quick.
That defense matrix is being used on cooldown by Kalush, and it's not enough. Oh, it is in fact. Yeah, Kalush opts to take it.
This.
Yeah. He opts to take an odd route, I guess, expecting them to back up the stairs, but Kalush actually does a great job in the end of shepherding his backline. Some things you can't plan for. Decay Pulse Bomb, definitely one of them. Ultraviolet there, having to succumb.
That's actually huge, the Decay Pulse Bomb kill there, because like the cart's making decent progress. In OG would have had Rally. You'd have Rally and Nano there to stack on top of each other. Liche gone, so 20% away from that Rally. You would have had that Rally to use with double support ult there. You could have, like, you know, nanoed Kalush. If that didn't go great, you could have actually, you know, popped your Rally there. So an opportunity for Toronto to maybe make a play, get stopped there by Decay's Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, I like the Kalush peel in the end. Turned out to be crucial, covering his back line. Birdring holding this EMP. We're waiting for someone to be low and look to try and take the health pack. Oh, they walk into this. Okay, great little sleep there from Ultraviolet. Flips 180, finds the kill. Twilight turns around 360 and keeps going.
See, yeah, no use of these support ults here as well for the Defiant. I mean, that may end up kind of like giving up your lead in terms of support ults, right?
Oh, man.
Twilight gonna get closer towards, yeah, nasty little bit of stagger. So 1:30 on the clock. It's gonna be really difficult to even surpass or, you know, get close to Boston Uprising's time with this much time, you know, taken off the clock. But 5 ultimates here. This is like a must-win fight for the Defiant, I would say. If you don't win this fight, there's a very good chance you don't even get checkpoint A.
Birdring being a nuisance as per usual. It's looked really consistent on this Sombra. Also not a big risk taker. It's played out quite well. Okay, so Kalush gets nano. OG blew up by Kalios. Excuse me. The Defiant have no opportunity to use these ultimates. They're going to hold them yet again. This time Ultraviolet parting with his. And there's no value gained. Kalush is... Okay, he has to ult there because he doesn't want to get staggered. Crazy, you're forced to use 2 ults in that fight and get nothing for it. Boston still have 3 of their own.
So you have a Rally EMP combination here for the Defiant.
They want him. They want him.
Oh, that is brutal. And it's extra brutal as well because where the payload is, Mitch, like even if you use these ultimates for the Defiant and won this next fight, you probably need another one, right?
Yep.
So you're in a position where you'd have to overinvest here. Boston Uprising can sit, like, laugh and say, okay, thanks. Come back with like EMP double support ult and just hold on A. I mean, that's why it's so brutal to be in this situation.
Twilight has his nano back once more. Oh, okay, Hydron, okay. Twilight is... No, you don't win those. Yeah, there's no reason for that. Again, perhaps a let up position there because there's no one to come to his rescue from Boston. He did have the nano here, but an EMP might be enough to shut this down. It'd be a 4v5 fight with, if possible. Yeah, Birdring just says no. Like you said, Matt, we have 2 fights
There's
here.
no reason.
Let's just take the second.
Yeah. There's no reason. So everybody drop, right? You have Kalios. You can you can nano Kalios. Have him on the cart. You know, he can stall it out for a bit if you need. You still have Decay as well. And then you EMP. And that could be the game changer here for Boston. But also, Hydron holds onto this EMP all throughout. Didn't feel, you know, kind of worried in terms of having to pop it.
Kalios still got sticky fingers from the Baja Blast, stuck down on W. So he just wants to go up. Birdring's EMP there, not bad. Good catch, but follow-up lacking. Kalios was hacked, didn't have the mobility to come forward there. See what can... Yeah, nicely done, Decay. That is just a straight-up bona fide prime solo kill. Self-destruct here for Kalios, trying to make sure that they can remech, and they do so. Pulse Bomb will be delivered pretty much straight away, but Kalios is hack taken out. Decay, though, again, OG goes down. And that is unreal. First a solo kill, then a big pulse bomb elimination. Now Twilight's getting involved, speedily realizes he's in deep trouble. Recall now and hack, and it's over. The Boston Uprising shut the door on Toronto here on Rialto.
And when you see Boston's roster, you expect them to play at like an elite level. I mean, they have so many talented players. We just like, it's just that 1 week that was super bizarre, right? Getting 3-0'd by the Washington Justice, and then getting a 3-0 win against the Titans. And really just kind of playing against a little bit of lower competition from there on. But here against Toronto, who we all think is a pretty good team, they are really kind of showing what they can reach as a peak. Probably even another level to it, where Boston playing quite good here.
Boston have been scrutinized. A lot of their wins coming against, ostensibly slightly weaker opponents here, but they look the real deal. This is a genuine force that is being developed in front of us. The Boston Uprising look to end the series on Esperanza. It's time for the Defiant, the newcomers, the young guns, to show some of that pluck and give as good as they get. Force it to a map 5. Stick around. Map number 4 is coming right up.
Russian, cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for one, man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the. I am chatting the noise. Stop for the talking. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch Mount Peace, passion.
That's right, everybody. It's our battle of this raw talent in the Toronto Defiant going up against the veterans, the legacy, the years of Overwatch League tenure of the Boston Uprising. So far, the latter seems to be prevailing. A cool, calm, collected, yet very aggressive on the battlefield. Boston Uprising claim Rialto.
I mean, just the legacies of these players on the Boston Uprising, it's just crazy to think that this roster is one that you'd look at and be like, they're not going to be that good, right? Or just like mid. Bird Ring is like an all-time like Overwatch player, right? Just like throughout the years, Decay, one of the more hyped up damage dealers we've ever had. Twilight was an MVP candidate at one point, right? Yep. I mean, this guy was nutty.
Still delivering.
Yeah.
Still delivering, by the way. Absolutely ridiculous gameplay here from Twilight. This is his Rialto stats. The one death, I think, is the most telling part. Toronto Defiant, they don't even get that first checkpoint here. Very, very difficult for them to advance through the map. We talk a lot about Decay, quietly with air quotes, I say, doing work, but Twilight here quite often appears in the kill feed in the most bizarre of manners. Huge sleep darts when they really count, whether it's shutting down Kaluge or one of these other DPS. The guy is just a force to be reckoned with, and it's why the Boston don't go for like the Baptiste comp. They really just want to play Ana setups, and it makes sense. The guy, man, he's still as sharp as ever.
I mean, he only never really got to play full time because they had Violet as well. There was a shock, but you got.
And even
Smurf.
that was contentious.
Yeah, exactly. You got Smurf coming back in here, 4 Kalios, no other subs coming into the game, but even that was like really. You bring in Twilight to play the Ana on that shock team, and he's always like performed really well on that hero. And now Ana, a big part of the meta, and Boston Uprising has him in all of the time, and you see the great things that he's able to do.
This is a team of role stars. Like, Bonafide, I'm Ilios the only one I'm not 100% on, but he's definitely in the conversation. Outside of that, though, like, you are looking at a class of players that were all handpicked to be sort of best in class in terms of their different roles. They come together on this team, and there's some tumult at the start of the season. There's also rumors about this team being a little volatile sometimes. Again, you've got some big personalities and some players that are used to being like the centerpiece on their teams, or at least very close to, right? Okay, I feel like Twilight was on an all-star team, and you could say the same for Smurf, but I'm sure there's ego. It comes with the territory with players like this, but they're putting it together when it matters. All that really matters is, outside of their bizarre social media strategy, is the map record, right? The match record, it's 4-1, looking to make it 5-1 with a win here on Esperanza. That's what's important.
Obviously, they would love to have a tremendous regular season, like all throughout. This team really, you just need to have them in gear towards playoff time. Like, if you're the Boston Uprising and, it takes you the year to kind of figure it out or whatever, right? I think, like, mid-season madness would be a huge, like, bonus, right? Probably, just gaining some momentum and confidence that, like, hey, we can actually do this with this team and, keep everybody on the same page. But this is a roster, when, like, the biggest lights are on and the biggest moments, like, they have so much experience playing in those games. Like, I would not want to play against a team like this. I mean, it would just be so scary.
They have so much experience, but there's also players that are known to crack under pressure on this Boston team. I think that's why people were so ready to believe the narrative of this team sort of booming themselves, right? But again, look, as time goes on, this team's going to become much stronger as a unit, be able to trust each other a lot more. And the Defiant, they actually have a lot of history to lean back on themselves, right? We talk about legacy. Hydra doesn't really care for that. It's like, well, yeah, your legacy's in a pool on the ground right now. You'll connect that headshot. The Defiant with a good start here.
And the big thing here is, can you keep Hydron alive, right? The dive, it's going to go right at him. He's this kind of static target here that the Boston Uprising can jump on and take advantage of. Can you keep him alive? I think if you can, you can kind of keep him at range. He can actually just do what we just saw there. A nice headshot again, not able to pick up a kill. But yeah, like looking for Dynamite's close range, where you see how difficult it is to keep him up.
Birdring getting out alive. Call comes to keep applying the pressure here. Not bad from Ultraviolet. Slow Smurf down a little bit, but the fight's already over. Make no mistake there. And again, that's the question. Hydron is on Ash. Has Coach Gun have some degree of mobility, I suppose? But when Sombra comes and takes that away from you, and then Smurf just comes flying in, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, you have Coach Gun, and then you can pretty much just throw Dynamite, try and get some tick damage, but you're not going to be able to make it far. It's really relying on being able to control the high ground, too, with Ash, right? Like, shooting up towards this high ground is not going to be great.
Speedly trying to pressure this back line, but guess what? The K's right there. Very quickly peeling. Smurf, that's not peel, he just needs healing. Like,
they have a nano here, though. They end up keeping Twilight alive. They have a nano. They can actually use this onto Smurf up to the high ground. Actually, I wonder if he got in front of Smurf there. Yeah,
maybe. I believe that for sure.
You'd have to see it from Twilight's POV, but it looked like he kind of crossed like in front of, like cut to the little bit of left of Smurf, which would have sent that nano over to Decay.
It's like you would defensively nano a Tracer if they got EMP, but proactively seems like a very odd call to make.
Decay's like, oh man, I'm so sorry I did that. Like, he just wanted the
that's
nano
right.
for himself.
Don't forget, I might be on the Uprising, but I'm still the MVP with that nano. All right, Smurf, big primal rage on OG, and Toronto are they're being cut up and sold for scrap right now. This is not close anymore.
I think once you lose that high ground, it becomes really difficult to kind of play that. So let's take a
look at this.
So it's like what we're saying here is that the nano.
Oh, he did it!
Yeah, yeah.
I knew it. Oh man, it happens to the very best of us, right? That's why I use the target confirmation on my nano.
Yeah, or you know, there is a setting for like the sensitivity, right? If your sensitivity is not set up to like, you know, kind of go really fast with the nano, like he's still kind of looking in that area, and it just kind of transfers the sensitivity of the nano over to
Decay's like, you didn't mean to do that, did you? Like, oh no, yeah, I did, Decay. You're the boss from
I want to get
You're the guy. You're the guy.
Yeah, man.
That's for you, bro.
You're him. You're him.
Oh, goodness. Twilight's got another one. Again, easy come, easy go. Doesn't matter if you miss a nano or two, and you get them every couple of minutes. Keeping Lee J gone up is paramount right now, and look at that. Twilight has done it pretty admirably. Eventually, the Defiant are able to commit enough resources to remove.
They hold on to this nano They hold on for the nano for so long that they basically give it over to Lee J right when he dies. So this is actually pretty decent here for the Defiant, right? I mean, you obviously give up a large amount of payload push, but you end up they end up using the rally and the nano in combination there, and it just goes for nothing. So maybe this is an opportunity.
Toronto spend a lot in that fight. Their coffers essentially emptied there.
Yeah, they needed to nano Lee J a little bit earlier. I knew they were kind of like trying to maybe like leave the fight and hold on to it, but
yeah. Or maybe bait, maybe bait more of an overextension before that nano Lee J gone, so he gets much more value.
Oh my goodness! He doesn't get the healing benefit of the nano because Twilight's actually got him biotic, so they end up giving the nano over the damage reduction, but he doesn't get that big burst of healing, which probably expects.
Still a trade of tanks, but this is EMP here, which Murdering's probably disinclined to use right now. Could be a big factor in the next fight. Yeah, Toronto are going to tentatively push this forward here, but there's a lot of risk associated with this. That's why they use their Tracer. As soon as Decay starts marking this, this barrier, it's not going to move any further. Hey, nicely done, Twilight. Again, has a sixth sense about it. In comes Kaluge, out goes Twilight.
So be able to use a biotic grenade to keep himself alive here for a period of time. There's still a good amount of time here before the Defiant to make a little bit of a comeback, but it's got to start soon. They have Hydra now over on the Sombra, which I think is the right call here. You got to try and match this.
Old Decay would have triple blink pulse to that. Look at the maturity on this guy. He only has one blink, to be fair, but he holds off here. Knows that Smurf can go in and get a lot of value there. Very simple calculus. It's just a matter of nanoing this Winston. Smurf finding a great position to really spread a lot of damage here. And there's a checkpoint that's come up, and the Uprising now are they're relaxing a lot, I must say. Like after that last time, that's really where the momentum broke, I think, for the Defiant. Boston now have really eased into this Esperanza first half. Just under 4 minutes left, and Toronto have yet to show us anything to give us confidence.
Oh, is that EMP assassination there? Onto the Tracer is Kaluge. I mean, he is under so much pressure. That's it. Twilight actually with a double biotic grenade on the back line there, so wasn't going to try and use that sound barrier to keep players up. Still, you need an EMP to get that barrier moving, but you're getting so much progress here. The clock dwindling down. I mean, Toronto's going to need to win so many fights in a row here. Is Boston on the verge of maybe a full map completion?
Yeah, 3-1 victory. I think that's what Johnny had it at as well. He believed, I guess, in that individual play of the Boston Uprising and the experience they have. Dead right by the looks of things. Turtleneck must lend him something a little extra. Nano and Kaluch here. He's heading into the back line. Can they keep Lige going up? No, they don't have a Nano in order to do so here. Birdring, unable to evade his fate for much longer either. So again, it's a couple of ultimates spent here for Toronto, but they're back in control.
Yeah, he tries to rally there, Lige Gun, but not enough to keep himself alive, which maybe you'd like to have that ultimate, but I think that Boston realizes when you get in this type of position and push, the Defiant need to basically win every fight for almost the remainder of the clock to be able to take this, where they're going to have to throw pretty much, treat every fight like last fight in terms of ultimates, where even if you lose this one, you're okay if you're the Uprising. You come back, you fight another one, but look at this, they're going to take a fight at the middle of the map. Nice hack there by Birdring onto Speedily and then finishes him off.
Speedily's getting farmed, man. Yet again, the hack follow-up has been perfect. Hydron EMPing, he's really committing for this kill on Twilight. Kaluj going with the Primal Rage. Said it, Toronto need to win at basically every team fight from here on out. This one costs them 2 ultimates.
The worst part is the bot went back the other way.
Oh, the bot.
The bot went back the other way, so actually it was Smurf putting some pressure on the bot, so not even gaining any progress. And where the bot is like almost the worst spot, because you have this bridge control, right? You can just sit on top of if you're the Uprising.
What?
Play from the high ground. It's going to take a lot to try and break this. And look at the setup there, though. They actually get a hack on the OG, right? Smurf is basically pushing him into Birdring there, and then taking him out.
Hydron just turned to red mist instantly as soon as Smurf hit that primal. I don't know what happened, because Hydron came in for the hack initially to set up like a 1-2 between him and Kaluj on a Smurf. Smurf survives, hits the primal. Hydron gets torn limb from limb. I don't know what happened there. That is brutal. Smurf just finds 2 effortless Primal Rage kills here. Now there's a play set up around the translocator. So finally, there's a read on Birdring here. Birdring's not being pressured here. They just removed the translocator because Hydron doesn't want to spend the next 10 seconds sat on top of his translocator.
And you need to do something, right? And OG uses sound barrier. It's just 2 players, him and Kaluj, but you're forced to back up anyway. Things falling apart here. Is this going to be a nano on the Smurf? He's pretty far from the enemy spawn, but he actually jumps back to try and put some pressure on Kaluj. Doesn't want Kaluj to just run through his backline.
Kaluj got nanoed, still has to jump out of the fight. Too much pressure for him to handle. Birdring does get picked off here. Lige Gon used that rally, so it's just a pulse bomb for Decay. Could end it here though. 20 seconds left to play. The Toronto Defiant. It's been a back and forth last couple of weeks for this team. The Boston Uprising are proving more of a challenge than they may have anticipated. Some strong words from Hydron in their previous interview. Right now, not showing up when it counts.
On Decay with a pulse
look at his
bomb
eyes
here.
darting.
Yeah.
He is calculating.
Okay,
running the numbers.
High ground with that pulse bomb. I think just trying to figure out where a target is. Trying to locate the supports. Hasn't really seen them just yet.
Nano? Ooh. Okay, yeah, that was pretty nasty. Great responsive by UV. Kaluj looked like he'd be dead to rights, but the Primal Rage baited that in pretty effectively. Seeing the bio on the Winston, I know why Decay thought he could find that kill. He gets baited, but still plenty of chances for Boston here.
Yeah, he was
Wait!
What? So just spawn camping here, it looks like. Yeah, is he gonna get ultraviolet as well?
This guy is single-handedly, yep, he just killed 3. He just killed 3.
Oh.
He's gonna have 4.
It's always at 4! It's always at Winston flanking in the back line, right? Right up in your spawn as Smurf makes a play there to seal the deal for the Boston Uprising. Man, what a play by Smurf.
That is wrong, man. That is wrong. It doesn't make any sense, man. The Toronto Defiant, that is egregious. Toronto, I guess, no choice but to go forward. Here's the problem, right?
Yeah.
In overtime, you have to stay on the bot. Getting on the bot pushes the bot. All of a sudden, your team gets... Oh my goodness, I need to... Someone just point a hose at me. Just hose me down. I'm done. I'm absolutely cooked. That is unfair.
Dude, we gotta see that. I mean, Smurf just in the back line like he's Sombra, just mowing people down. Ends up getting 4 there at the end. Poor Ultraviolet, nothing he could really do, right? He just kind of gets caught up in all of it. He's trying to make his way back to help the rest of the team on the Ana, and he just gets primaled into a corner.
He hit the sleep too.
He did hit the sleep as well.
Kind of what he had. He did what he had to do to get away, but at that point, there has to be a player from the Defiant moving the bot, and they have to be moving rapidly away from the rest of their team. So, you know, you pick a pretty good time to get in there, be disruptive, make use of that primal rage. Smurf's mechanics on that hero are second to none, and that's a tough matchup for anyone to take on, let alone Kalush here. And the Toronto Defiant come back down to earth a little bit more. We're reminded of the caliber of player on the Boston Uprising team. If nothing else, that is more than enough to give them this record that now they move to 5-1. Let's do player of the match, Matt. It's not a hard sell for me.
Yeah, I mean, Twilight was awesome on the Ana all day long. But there were sleeps, big biotic grenades, seemed like the nanos, pretty good timing on those all throughout, where you see him play this Ana. I know at the level we've seen in the past, think back when I know he was on Vancouver, you talk about him as like MVP type candidate, you know, moving over to the Shock, playing the Ana for them. You see him on this hero, you combo that with like a player like Smurf in the Winston spot. I mean, that is should be a recipe for success. I mean, look at the plays there.
It's like that meme format where they're in a boardroom and the guy suggests, hey, let's put Twilight on Baptiste. And you just, the next frame, he's like flying out the window, right? This team is never going to, you know, want to do that, right? They're not going to want to play these Ramatra setups that require Twilight to move away from this Ana because the Ana's just perfect. Really impressive sleep dart accuracy when quite often this is being fired off on cooldown unless Twilight is expecting to be dove or to have to counter a key ultimate. So that's pretty impressive. The amount of disruption that you're actually able to cause, 4.8 per 10, quite significant here. And really solid hero damage, I think, sort of per 10. 45 minutes played. So, you know, this guy's been sat on his hero, not moving away from it. More than serviceable. This guy is one of the very best at what he does. Yeah, again, 3.2k damage. Do not flush salad down the toilet.
Look, I didn't condone.
Did I suggest that?
I didn't condone the flushing the salad down the toilet.
No, I didn't.
I just heard it's a thing. Probably don't try it. If you do, try it at somebody else's house. Don't try it at your house.
Don't try it in like a team house.
Yeah, don't try it in a team house.
Definitely don't go to your co-caster's house and try it with their toilet.
Yeah, maybe also not the best idea to go to a friend's house, just walk into the bathroom with a whole plate of food and just be like, oh yeah, hold on, I'll be right back, and dunk it down. Probably not the best idea.
Yeah. Not even for science, chat. I'm looking at you, collectively. Don't do that. Anyway, well, the Defiant get flushed just like the aforementioned salad here. Not a great game for them, but the Boston Uprising look a little different. I definitely want to hear what the desk have to say here, Matt, because this was pretty convincing, pretty compelling indicator of how the Uprising are looking against the rest of the competition. Maybe there's no excuse for them not to be in this top 3. Yeah. Anyway, something to food for thought. Let's head over to the desk and hear their thoughts.
아, 하나 잡을 듯? 보여줘. 1평 먹었다, 쟤. 야, 우리는 화물 봐. 우리는 나머지 화물 봐. 야, 몽키도 개피야. 몽키도 개피야. 나머지 화물. 화물 살아봐. 나 왔어. 화물만 봐. 미드 잡았어, 이선 잡았어. 나이스. GG. 나이스. 영환이.
Okay, quick rundown. A lot of yelling, a lot of screaming, a lot of, oh, he's really won. I heard Monkey's also really won and get the kills. A lot of screaming.
Just play car.
Yeah. That's what I heard.
I never trust a teammate when it's like, no, he's won. It's like, he's never won.
There's one
like, he's
and
really
there's
won.
really one.
Yeah.
There's different. There's a distinction there. One is like 100 HP. It's like 100. Really one is like they better be one, man. I better tickle this guy and he goes down. Like,
yeah. I heard really. I think direct translation is. I can't say it on broadcast, but I think it's yeah. I
but
think
really won.
But he said really won.
Really, for sure, definitely a one. Right, those were the winning moments. Not the only person happy, of course, are the people from the Boston Uprising. No, we have you, here on the desk.
Turtleneck guy.
The turtleneck guy he's gloating and it's kind of disgusting, but I'm gonna let you have your 2 minutes.
Oh, like you wouldn't gloat if you were in my position. Like you wouldn't gloat.
We would definitely not. No, we wouldn't.
I was just the only one who predicted South Korea's B team to be Team USA correctly. Of course I'm going to gloat about it.
Fair.
Yeah, well, go for it. Like, tell me all about it. Like, how you feel.
I will say, when Toronto Defiant took a 1-0 lead, Jake was so annoying in the green room in the back that I just had to lean in for the remainder of the series. I told you that Toronto Defiant would come out with these fraudulent Junker Queen compositions, trying to play Symmetra and a bunch of awful, annoying compositions. But guess what? Sheer mechanical skill in these Sombra, Tracer, Echo compositions. This is what we love to see in professional Overwatch, Jake. None of this trying to outsmart your opponent. Individual skill. Boston Uprising has it overflowing.
It's fair. I think especially where Toronto looked really weak in this series was that we saw them like kind of grasping this identity recently of, you know, these backline hit scans, running more Hanzos, running more Widows, having some success with that. But against a strong dive opponent playing the Tracer Sombra, it just doesn't look viable. I feel like time and time again, we've seen the difference between the top teams and the sort of mid or lower teams is that they you know, like you can make the Hanzo work against these middle of the pack teams, but a good solid Sombra Tracer is just devastating. It's too hard to keep all these greedy damage dealers alive.
Right, can we all agree that, you know, the Boston boomage is over?
Yeah, I think we might have to let that narrative die.
I mean, they still haven't beaten any good teams.
Fair. Toronto Defiant is like the middle of the pack.
Hey, we'll find out though.
But arguably, this is like they haven't. Who have they faced that's much?
Boston is going up against.
No, really, they haven't. I mean.
Well,
I mean, yes. Okay,
we also won't learn anything from that. unless Boston pop off. But
which is fair, but also that still would make them a middle of the pack team. Yeah. So they're not as boomed as some might have suggested.
I'm a patient man.
You're just waiting for the boomers to happen. Anytime.
You want them to peak in November or something like that. Yeah.
They're peaking now. They're getting. Oh, we're winning some matches, guys, and then. When
shattered.
you fall off or play out, they're going to show up. They're going to be like, they're going to qualify for the midseason madness, but they're not going to Korea. That's what I'm calling them. I'm calling them at that level. They're not making the top two of the elimination tournament.
Real hater. Do love it.
Praying on their downfall. You heard it here.
And on that note, we're going to have a winner's interview now with the Boston Uprising. So please don't take it away.
You got any words?
Guys, we got Lee Jae-gon for the post-match interview. I hope Lee Jae-gon didn't hear any of that. Hopefully he didn't. Yeah, we got Lee Jae-gon. There you go. Lee Jae-gon, congratulations on getting the win today. Hello, hi. Yes, I mean, hey, last time you guys played a Canadian team, you guys lost. But this time around, you guys got the win. How'd you guys, I mean, what gave you guys the edge against the Toronto Defiant today? 자, 지금까지 캐나다 팀 두 팀이나 했는데 저번에는 패배를 했지만 이번엔 승리를 거두셨습니다. 오늘 어떻게 해서 토론토를 이기시게 되신 것 같으신가요?
서로 이제 좀 팀합이 안 맞던 부분이 있었는데 서로 의견을 존중하면서 잘 이겨냈던 것 같습니다.
의견을 존중했다. Okay. I think one of the problems that we had was definitely teamwork and communication. We really focused on that. We try to really listen to each other's opinions and what they had to say, I think, and that was the key to our victory against Toronto Defiant. Now, next match is a big one for Boston Uprising because you guys are going up against Atlanta Reign, who is looking like to be one of the best teams we have, or the best team in the Western region right now. How confident are you for that matchup against Atlanta Reign? 자, 다음 경기 이제 좀 미래로 봐서 다음 경기가 아틀란타와 경기가 있습니다. 지금 현 상태로는 아틀란타가 지금 저희 서부 지역의 최강의 팀이라고 뭐 말해도 과언은 아닌데요. 그 경기에 대해 좀 얼만큼 자신감 있으신가요?
얼만큼 자신이냐 물어보시면 저희 애틀란타전에 뷰잉 파티가 있거든요. 그때 놀러와 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
All right, how confident am I? We are having a viewing party for the match against Atlanta Reign. Please come to our viewing party. Great promotion. You're a smart man. 굉장히 똑똑하신 선수인 것 같습니다. All right, Lee Jae-gon, thank you so much for your time and hope to talk to you soon. 인터뷰 해주셔서 감사드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much to Lee Jae-gon. Congratulations, of course, to him and the entire team. Thoughts?
It's great to hear that they're solving communication issues. I think that was what I was worried about with this team, you know, with the rumor mill circling. So if they're able to really solve that and build the coordination, I mean, it's clear that, as Matt said, the talent is there. You know, it's just that if you stop at that statement,
he's cursed. He's lost. He's lost.
Mitch is holding his fist right now.
The talent is there, but the coordination can be there too, right?
Yeah.
And the reason that we say, oh, the talent is there, is because they're missing that next ingredient, the team play, the teamwork. But as Lijigon said, if that can, you know, be fixed and they can build those solid coordinations, we know they can execute really well. It felt like they had more of a clear identity in this series with the Sombra Tracer, the Winston dives. They were really solid. Toronto, they couldn't stay alive.
I honestly think if they really work on that team synergy and that communications thing, they could definitely be up there with Houston and Atlanta, right? Because, I mean, we all know that these players are great players.
Yeah, like based on the player, it could be a super team.
They have the talent. And the team synergy could be there.
Sure. So many things that could be there. One thing that's for sure is that they got the W today and they made it look good. So let's take a look at the scores. Vegas Eternal go down against the Gladiators in our first match of the day, a 3-0 victory. San Francisco Shock took one map off of the Houston Outlaws, and our last match between the Boston Uprising and Toronto Defiant ended in a victory for the Boston Uprising. And these lead us to the current standings, as is Boston Uprising now finding themselves up there with our top teams. How far can they take it? According to Jake, just until the knockout stage, and that's it. That's where they get stopped. But we'll find out very soon. I mean, obviously, you always have to take into account strength of schedule. Some teams might get luckier for the spring qualifiers versus, you know, some might have an easier, quote-unquote, easier schedule heading into the next one. You never know. There's
so many variables, meta, what teams you face, who's strong when you face them. Maybe they're strong now, they get weak later. You can't know.
Yeah, so there's only so much you can take away from it. One thing we can take away from a glorious day of Overwatch is, of course, highlights. And there were plenty of those. So let's hear it from the crew here on the desk. What got your blood going?
All right, for me, I'm sure all of you guys remember we had a lot of Sombra being played, and Sombra, I guess, got into our matches as well. We had a moment where we had some technical issues. The observers went down, but then it wasn't, you know, not all of them went down.
One brave observer.
One brave observer saved the day. I'm gonna say his name. Dylan, you're the GOAT. Dylan, you saved all of the fans and us. You know, we wanted to really watch the game, and you were there for us. You know, Sombra didn't get to you, or you beat Sombra.
No cuts, solo observing, one camp. You can't even see it in these shots, you know? Like,
he just
things that come off POVs, you know, into wide shots. Like, that's a lot of complexity for one person and then to be there in the clutch situation. That's a match player right there. It's a match observer.
Dylan's an OG as
That's
well.
what I want to see.
And then when this was happening, when everything went down, Angie, you know, tweeted saying, "Hey, observers, are you guys good?"
You guys good?
But then, you know, observers answer back with a great answer.
I can't wait. I don't know what to say.
It's building. It's building. Guys, wait for it. Wait for it. It's coming.
Is it though?
I think so.
Are you for sure?
Did you lie to us, Danny?
Danny.
I can't believe.
Just hold.
This tweet better be good. It better be good. It better be good.
My energy.
Oh!
Bravo.
Let's go.
Shout out to Dylan, LOS the EMP. Stayed up.
Yep.
I like the sidebar here too. Cyclops, as in
Cyclops, beautiful.
Cyclops.
Ah, the one-eyed observer
would have worked too. Solops.
I like Cyclops better. Thank you, so much.
Are we saying like solipsism or solipsism?
Solops. I like that. See, he's with me.
What?
At least.
Solipsism?
Move on.
All
right, moving on. Jake.
I've got Slippery Sam. I mean, we were freaking out in the back. I was like, what is Sam doing here? But
so you're just holding your cue card, which is empty.
It's blank. It stops me from cracking my knuckles. But here we go. We got Sam. Like, where is he? You might never have seen this in your games. He's in the back of the throw attack.
I've never seen this.
But the real question is for Smurf. Smurf's like, where are you guys? Like, kill this hog so he's in our spawn. Why is he here? We don't know. Why did no one else show up in the Boston Uprising? We also don't know. But Sam somehow killed Smurf. This is a legendary moment.
I am smashing my keyboard if I'm
I'd be raging.
I am smashing my keyboard.
To be fair, Sam hit like every shot there. If
and got the mega.
Shot, he would lose. Yeah, and he's the mega. It was well played. I do think somebody from the Boston
Why was Sam there?
Squad should have been.
Why not?
Why was he there?
I can't explain this or answer this. All I know is this is my best of the day.
The best part was his player cam. Because he himself couldn't believe that he's getting away with actual murder.
Yeah, and he lived. He like got out after he kills Winston. I was like, what?
It's like, that shouldn't have worked, but I guess it did. You're welcome, guys.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
Right, Johnny, what you got for us?
I got my favorite interaction in the game right here. It's an incredible individual play here from a Tracer player. Sticking the other Tracer. Very difficult thing to do, Jake. But then you bring it on back. So.
I know. This one's kind of easy because he was standing still, so he knew where the recall would be, but
still, I mean, the blink
Look
into the Tracer with the poles.
Look how close the recall is. Oh my god, it's like one frame off.
Credit to Yaki, but the real play here is from Dove. I mean, I love it. I'm taking you down with me. And this actually kind of won them the fight because Yaki died. Yeah. It was actually a better trade for Vegas.
It's a winning play because you don't use Pulse Bomb, right? It's an enemy use an ult, and you trade 1 for 1. You feel good about that.
Yeah, great job by Dove.
Yep. Yeah, hate or love to see, depending on where you're at here in that interaction. Some fantastic highlights of our day, but there is more. There is always more Overwatch, and some more things will go down overnight. So let's take a look at our APAC schedule. They are, of course, in the knockout bracket stage. So let's see what games we will be having in the midst of the night for us.
Okay, Sid Gaming versus Fuel. Hear me out.
No, come on. No.
I saw the clip on Reddit when Simpriso was winning the last round of KAW to beat Dragons. The Lucio B-dropped on the spawn door at 90%. I mean, there were 10 more seconds in the round, and he B-dropped on the spawn door. I'm a fan. I'm here for these guys. I'm going to cheer for them. If you B-drop on the spawn door 10 seconds before the game ends, I'm a fan. You've converted me.
O2 Blast versus Infernal. That's going to be an interesting
That's going to be a banger. Yeah, that's going to be so good.
Yeah.
How likely...
How about the Spark versus Dynasty?
Yeah.
Maybe Dynasty...
He's a big Spark fan. Or
I am worried. I am
worried.
Profit's out, though.
Yeah, I'm just worried about the Spark in general. Like, they don't inspire confidence in me. It's not great.
Dig up that
Who could have seen it coming?
Yeah. I remember the first show.
Oh my, look at you, huh? Look at you. You were wrong with your pred like 50 minutes ago, and here you are, twisting knives. Can you imagine? I get to work with this guy every day.
I gotta get revenge. You know, I can't just take it all day.
How to turn tables, right?
Exactly.
It happens very quickly here on the desk. We have more matches to bet our jelly beans on tomorrow, of course, as well. So let's take a look at the schedule. We're going to kick things off with Vancouver Titans and the Gladiators, followed by the Spitfire. Taking on the Outlaws, and the last match of the day will be fought out between the LA Valiant and the San Francisco Shock.
This is it, Valiant. This is your match.
My match here is honestly the Titans Gladiators. I want to know if the Titans are for real.
Exactly. This could be like too close for comfort. I felt Gladi today. I mean, they won 3-0. It was pretty solid. But there were moments. I mean, 3-0, and to be fair, Vegas never got close to winning a map, but they capped points. You know, it wasn't as dominant as we've seen some other teams take down some of the bottom teams in the league. So for Gladi, you know, probably they wanted better. And Titans are resurgent recently. Are they able to maintain that against a top team? You know, how does Sugar Free do going up against Kepster? I think these are going to be really important matches for both these teams.
So you're having your eyes on the Valiant. Is this a first match they're going to win?
Sure, why not?
Sure, why not?
Why not?
I do feel like Shark.
There's always a chance.
Shark showed up a little bit today.
Yeah, no, but Shark.
But will they play down to the level of their opponents? I could see that happening as well. We don't know yet. It's like, is something actually fixed for the Shark, or are they just able to step it up against a harder opponent?
You need to wipe that grin off of your face. It's actually.
I just can't get enough of Jake hyping up the Valiant matches. Like every time, just like I don't know, guys. Like this could be Valiant's chance. Like, they're looking better. They're playing the Shock. We don't know about the Shock, guys. Valiant.
I'm non-committal. You know, I'm not risking anything.
Yeah, he's not saying they're winning, but he's throwing it out there that there could be a time.
So if they do win, I can claim credit for it.
Exactly.
But
someday
if they lose,
the stars will align and the Valiant will win their match.
And then you probably predict San Francisco Shock. But then you already backed up Valiant the day before.
It's just smart.
Well, I know Houston got me, so that's why I'm not worried.
There we
I
go.
think that one's.
That one's an easy one.
You guys also know that Houston got
That's all right. That's all right. Well, we definitely have some interesting matches coming our way tomorrow, but for now, we're going to say good night, goodbye. Thank you guys so much for joining me once again here on
Thank you,
Desk.
Zoe.
We are
Thank
back
you,
with
Zoe.
more Overwatch
You're
action,
wonderful.
but keep in mind, of course, that the Calling All Heroes Master minor, but it feels like a master to me. Minor one is going to happen today, so make sure to tune in for that action. And of course, APAC matches overnight. You don't want to miss those. And then tomorrow, you have to tune in and hear all about it from us as we summarize everything that went down. Thank you so much for watching, and we see you again tomorrow.
Peace.
You're powered up. Get it up.